Chapter 591. Ancient Buddha Emperor. Qin Shujian did not expect this. The rules that the other party comprehended were also the rules of strength. Looking at the ancient Buddha Emperor's shadow in front of him, Qin Shujian took a step forward and was already fighting with the other party. Boom! Terrifying power erupted in the long river of rules. Two terrifying figures were fighting against each other. At this time, the ancient Buddha Emperor. It was not the real ancient Buddha Emperor but a mark that the other party had left in the long river of rules. In other words, the ancient Buddha Emperor had come here before. However, this did not mean that the other party had only come here. Thinking of the ancient Buddha Emperor's strength, Qin Shujian understood that even if the other party had not reached the end of the rules of strength, he had definitely walked a considerable distance. At least, it was not something that he could compare with now, because when he was fighting with the ancient Buddha Emperor's shadow, Qin Shujian also felt a great pressure. In the long river of rules, the power of the body could not be used unless the cultivator's physical body entered the long river of rules. Therefore, now, both sides were competing in the comprehension of the rules of strength. It was just that from the beginning until now. Qin Shujian was at a disadvantage. The ancient Buddha Emperor was very strong. At least in terms of the comprehension of rules, he was much stronger than him. The emperor of the ancient Buddha clan. He did not know how long he had been in the Nirvana realm. Perhaps the other party had already reached the point where he could become an immortal immediately. He did not know how long the battle lasted. The long saber in his hand slashed hard on the ancient Buddha Emperor's body. Terrifying power entered the other party's body. At the same time, Qin Shujian also took a punch from the other party. His divine consciousness was instantly destroyed. The scene changed. Qin Shujian groaned and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He lost. In the confrontation of the rules of strength, he lost to the ancient Buddha Emperor. Worthy of being the emperor of a clan. His strength is indeed strong. Qin Shujian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. How's the harvest? Godslayer saw this and could not help but ask. Hearing this, Qin Shujian regained his composure and smiled faintly. The harvest is not bad. I feel that my grasp of the laws is much stronger than before. Even summoning a domain is enough. Speaking of which, the smile on Qin Shujian's face froze. Domain. That was the sign of a powerful being. He had been painstakingly suppressing his cultivation all this time, but he wasn't going to break through now. Qin Shujian immediately looked at the attribute panel. Fortunately, his cultivation realm was still at Heaven-Human Realm level 5. Seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like in order to make a breakthrough, aside from reaching a certain level of comprehension of laws, the cultivation technique itself must also reach a certain level. Right now, I have yet to cultivate the primordial ancestral canon to the 6th level of the divine chapter. That is why I have yet to break through to the 6th level of the sky human stage. If you put it that way, it's actually a good thing for me. Qin Shujian had some ideas in his mind. Immediately after, looking at Godslayer, he asked, Senior, how do Deva cultivators assess their cultivation level? Is it based on their techniques, or their understanding of natural laws? Or perhaps, both? Hearing this question, Godslayer didn't answer immediately, as if he was also thinking about how to speak. After a long time, only then did he open his mouth and say, when you ask this question, there is something you need to understand in advance. That is, what are cultivation methods and what are realms? In fact, when heaven and earth evolved, there was no such thing as cultivation methods or realms. Ancient cultivators relied on instinctively breathing in and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as using qi and blood to temper their bodies to increase their strength. Such cultivators had a name in ancient times. They were called qi cultivators. Later, as heaven and earth evolved for a long time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually transformed from innate to acquired. It was no longer advisable to rely on this method to cultivate. Therefore, there were supreme experts who created cultivation techniques to make it easier for people to cultivate. The classification of cultivation techniques was actually based on the speed of one's cultivation and the upper limit of one's cultivation. The emergence of cultivation techniques was accompanied by the birth of realms. When these two first appeared, they didn't fit well. But after countless years of polishing and improvement, they evolved step by step into what they are now. When a cultivation technique breaks through to a certain level, the realm will also reach the corresponding level. This is the process of compatibility. Later, there were experts who understood the will of heaven and knew that the cultivators in the world had a lifespan limit. Only then did they completely perfect the evolution process of realms and form the current systematic cultivation method. Godslayer's words were a little messy, but Qin Shujian could understand part of it. To put it simply, in the beginning, there were no realms or cultivation techniques in heaven and earth. Later, there were experts who created cultivation techniques to facilitate cultivation. In order to correspond to the cultivation techniques, they finally created realms. Then, there were experts who understood the will of heaven and knew how long the cultivators in the world had to live. In the end, they completely perfected their realms. Godslayer said, but in extremely ancient times, there weren't so many complicated realms. The level of strength you have is equivalent to the level of a cultivator. For example, if you can fight against a 10th tier celestial being now, are you a 5th tier celestial being? No, strictly speaking, you are a 10th tier celestial being. But there were experts who understood the will of heaven and set up rules. If you can't reach that realm, you can't be considered a cultivator of that realm. It's the same even if your combat strength is heaven-defying. Then, Godslayer continued, do you know what level of cultivation technique comes after the divine connection cultivation technique? Senior, please tell me. Qin Shujian was humble and eager to learn. The higher his cultivation, the more things he wanted to know. Because this was for him. It would be an opportunity to explore. Godslayer said, actually, after the divine connection cultivation technique, there are no more cultivation techniques. Because cultivation techniques only tap into the potential of the physical body. After a cultivator breaks through to the celestial being realm, the first 3 tiers are about the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, and the combination of spirit and body. But from the 4th tier of the celestial being realm onwards, it's about the comprehension of the rules. No matter how strong the cultivation technique is, it's impossible to touch the rules. So strictly speaking, the level of your comprehension of the rules is the level of a cultivator. But as I said earlier, there are supreme experts who created cultivation techniques and divided realms. There are also experts who understood the will of heaven and set up certain rules. Facing such rules, before you surpass them, you can't fight against them. So, you have to follow the rules. For example, your comprehension of the rules has surpassed the 5th tier of the celestial being realm and reached the 8th or 9th tier of the celestial being realm. However, your cultivation technique is still at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. In that case, are you at the 8th or 9th tier of the celestial being realm or the 5th tier of the celestial being realm? Facing Godslayer's question, Qin Shujian thought for a moment and replied, I should be at the 8th or 9th tier of the celestial being realm? That's right. Godslayer nodded, sounding like a child who could be taught. In fact, you're already a powerful cultivator, but I'll still follow what I said earlier. There are experts who set the rules, and the rules they set are the comprehension of the cultivation technique and the rules. You have to reach the same level to be considered a successful breakthrough. In other words, your comprehension of the rules is enough, but your comprehension of the cultivation technique is not enough. So, you're still at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. But Godslayer paused for a moment. He said too much in one breath, and he also had to think about some things. After a while, Godslayer continued, but if you don't cultivate the cultivation technique and wholeheartedly pursue the rules, your cultivation realm might remain at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. But when you reach the end of your comprehension of the rules, when you've completely grasped the rules, at that moment, you'll directly become an ancient true immortal. If you don't want to be bound by the rules, you have to reach the same level. Once you've grasped the rules, you won't be bound by the rules set by the experts. So, from that moment on, your cultivation realm will jump from the 5th tier of the celestial being realm to the true immortal realm. But as long as you haven't taken that step, you'll still be at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Thank you for clearing my doubts, Senior." He wasn't sure how strong the experts who could set the rules were. But at the very least, they were at the level of an ancient true immortal, and not just any ordinary true immortal. According to Godslayer's words, if there were no restrictions, he would be at the 8th or 9th tier of the celestial being realm. But because of the restrictions of the rules, his cultivation technique wasn't up to standard, so he could only be at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. But if he didn't care about the cultivation technique and wholeheartedly pursued the rules, then, when he reached the end of the power of the rules, he could completely break free from the restrictions of the rules and jump from the 5th tier of the celestial being realm to the true immortal realm. In that case, Qin Shujian could be considered to have completely understood. If that's the case, then the rules set by the experts don't seem to have any disadvantages, right? Who says there's no disadvantages? Godslayer sneered and said, "It's still fine for cultivators below the celestial being realm. After all, the increase in one's strength is closely related to the cultivation technique. But after reaching the celestial being realm, the cultivation technique is no longer necessary. The true strength of a cultivator lies in the comprehension of the rules. In the end, after painstakingly comprehending the rules, because the cultivation technique can't keep up, they're forcefully restricted to the same place. You have to understand that the breakthrough of a realm depends on the length of one's lifespan. In other words, a cultivator at the 1st tier of the celestial being realm has a lifespan of 5,000 years, while a cultivator at the 10th tier of the celestial being realm has a lifespan of 7,000 years. Lifespan comes from where it's bestowed by heaven and earth. Once you reach this realm, you'll be able to enjoy the corresponding lifespan. From the 1st to the 3rd tier of the celestial being realm, your lifespan is 5,000 years. From the 4th to the 6th tier of the celestial being realm, your lifespan is 6,000 years. From the 7th to the 10th tier of the celestial being realm, your lifespan is 7,000 years. For example, you're now at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm, but your lifespan is already 5,900 years old. Once you enter the mother stream of laws, your comprehension of the rules soars and directly reaches the 10th tier of the celestial being realm. At this time, you should be a 10th tier of the celestial being realm. But because of the rules set by that expert, you're only at the 5th tier of the celestial being realm. Because your cultivation technique can't keep up, you can't break through. If you were that cultivator, what would you do? I'd beat him to death. Qin Shujian gritted his teeth. He understood. He understood everything. The expert who set this rule back then was either a retard or he was still a retard. To some cultivators, setting this rule was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Originally, one's lifespan should have been extended by 1,000 years and finally had the hope of breaking through to the celestial being realm. But in the end, because of the rules, it was forcefully suppressed at the original realm. A single step away was the difference between life and death. Godslayer said, "So, you don't have to be obsessed with the problem of your realm. Because your lifespan is still very long, there's no need to be calculative. In any case, as long as your comprehension of the rules reaches a certain level, you'll be considered a cultivator of that level. When you completely grasp the rules, you'll be a celestial being. In fact, that expert set the rules for the sake of all living beings. When a celestial being breaks through to the celestial being realm, his true body needs to enter the long river of laws. If his physical body isn't strong enough and can't withstand the erosion of the long river of laws, he'll end up dying. Therefore, he set the rules, hoping that cultivators can advance together, but he neglected the need for some cultivators to extend their lifespan. The starting point was good. It was just that his thinking wasn't perfect enough. Qin Shujian nodded silently. Although this was understandable, it didn't stop him from thinking that the expert was retarded. Fortunately, he wasn't the one who was nearing the end of his lifespan. Or else, Qin Shujian felt that he would dig out the other party's ashes and scatter them completely. At this moment, he was no longer bothered by the problem of his realm. In any case, It was a good thing to be strong. As for what would happen next, Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered to care. If he guessed correctly, when the time came, his life source would be enough. It might not increase his comprehension of the rules, but it would definitely allow the Gui Yuan ancestral canon to advance. With this calculation, he didn't seem to have lost anything. Immediately, Qin Shujian was relieved. However, he still asked, "What's the name of that expert? Did he leave any descendants behind?" "I'm not sure," Godslayer said. "I don't know how that expert died. In any case, all traces of him were erased after he died. As for the descendants he left behind, they seem to have all died. Such a person, when he was alive, he wouldn't be beaten to death. After he died, his descendants wouldn't have a good life either." The God-slaying blade said earnestly, "If you are strong enough to set the rules, don't act recklessly. Learn from the mistakes of others and learn from the mistakes of others." "I understand." Qin Shujian nodded. He had no intention of courting death. Why would he make rules out of nothing? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for himself? However, what really caught his attention was the first sentence the God-slaying saber had said. "Senior, did you just say that to break through to the true immortal realm, one needs to enter the long river of rules?" "Of course." Godslayer said indifferently, "To break through to the true immortal realm, one needs to transform one's physical body into an immortal body. It is necessary to enter the long river of rules to cleanse one's body. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous for one to break through to the true immortal realm. This danger doesn't only come from the long river of rules, but also from other cultivators. Senior, please tell me." Qin Shujian cupped his hands towards the stone saber, with a sincere attitude of asking for advice. He understood how to break through to the true immortal realm. For him now, it was also quite beneficial. What if one day, he had reached this step? After all, who could say for sure about this matter? Godslayer said, "I didn't want to tell you too much, so as not to affect your cultivation. But judging from your current progress, becoming an immortal might not be too far away for you. Since you've asked, I'll just tell you everything. Any cultivator who becomes an immortal will encounter their biggest hurdle. This hurdle is called the Tao obstruction." "Tao obstruction?" Qin Shujian looked puzzled. He thought of the phantoms he had encountered in the long river of rules. Qin Shujian vaguely understood. He had already understood what the Tao obstruction was. Godslayer said, "When you entered the long river of rules, you should have encountered many phantoms. Those phantoms are the living beings who have entered the long river of rules in the past. A long river of rules can only allow one person to become an immortal. However, there are many cultivators who have truly walked the path of an ownerless law. If you become an immortal, you will be blocking the path of other cultivators who walk this long river of rules. Therefore, when anyone becomes an immortal and their physical body enters the long river of rules, there will be cultivators who walk this path to block the path. At that time, the long river of rules will open up a battlefield. If you can defeat all those who block the path, you can ascend to the top and become an immortal. Otherwise, your breakthrough will be considered a failure." Those who could become an immortal. After all, they were the strongest in a law. If they didn't have the strength to suppress those who blocked the path, what qualifications did they have to control a law? Therefore, the biggest obstacle to becoming an immortal was not the comprehension of the laws, nor was it whether the physical body could withstand the erosion of the laws after entering the long river of rules. The biggest obstacle to becoming an immortal. It was only those who blocked the path. If they could suppress those who blocked the path, it wouldn't be a big problem. If they couldn't, everything would be in vain. Suppress everything and you can become an immortal, Qin Shujian murmured. He thought of the phantoms he encountered in the long river of rules. Most of them should have fallen, but at least some of them were alive. For example, the ancient Buddha Emperor was like this. In other words, if the ancient Buddha Emperor achieves the Tao, I will be the one blocking the path. If I achieve the Tao, the ancient Buddha Emperor will be the one blocking my path. Qin Shujian thought through the key points and felt relieved. Was the ancient Buddha Emperor very strong? Very strong. At least he could fight with the human emperor. His strength was already top-notch. But no matter how strong the ancient Buddha emperor was, he still lost miserably to the human emperor. He would lose. Then he wouldn't be the strongest. Although Qin Shujian didn't have the confidence to fight against the human emperor now, as long as he was given time, he was confident that he could grow to that level. Very soon. He thought of something else. Then if there are very few people who walk on a law, or if no one walks on it, will there be a lot less resistance? Of course. Godslayer said, a law that no one walks on is your own path. You can walk it however you want. If you want to achieve the Tao, no one will stop you. In ancient times, it was the easiest to become an immortal because there were many laws that no one walked on. But it's different now. There are too many cultivators in the world, and many of the laws have been walked by people. Some of the laws that no one walks on are small laws. Even if you are lucky enough to become an immortal, it will be difficult for you to achieve great things in the future. But for some people, it's good enough to become an immortal. As for whether you are strong after becoming an immortal, it's not that important. Becoming an immortal. One could have a lifespan of 129,600 years. This was the main point. For many cultivators, living a long life was the most important. Cultivation was just to live long enough. As for combat strength, to a certain extent, it could be abandoned. Qin Shujian said, are there many people who walk on the law of strength? Not many, but not few. The law of strength is relatively common, but it's also relatively difficult to comprehend. However, from ancient times until now, there must be many people who have comprehended the law of strength. As for how many powerhouses there are, you should know better than me. After all, you can enter the long river of the law of strength, but I can't. Godslayer said calmly. Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. There were indeed many shadows in the long river of the law of strength. Qin Shujian didn't ask any more. Now that he had obtained enough information, he needed to digest it properly. And he came out of the long river of the law of strength. Some of the comprehension of the law of strength hadn't been completely turned into his own use. In this situation, Qin Shujian needed some time to polish it. How long have I just entered the long river of the law of strength? About a day. A day. Qin Shujian looked at the time. Tomorrow was the deadline to agree to the ancient battle. Thinking of this, he didn't waste any more time and immediately entered a state of cultivation. On the other side, inside the ancient Buddha secret realm, the ancient Buddha emperor, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and then looked up at the sky. Suddenly, terrifying fluctuations burst out from his eyes, and the mother stream of the law of strength suddenly appeared in his sight. He only saw the mother stream of the law of strength. Countless long rivers of the law of strength flashed past the ancient Buddha emperor's eyes. In the end, a long river of the law of strength stopped in his eyes. There seemed to be a powerhouse fighting there. That was an image of the past. Another living being in the 4 major continents has comprehended the law of strength, and the degree of comprehension isn't low. To be able to touch the power imprint I left in the long river of the law of strength, who could this person be? The ancient Buddha emperor fell into deep thought. Now, among the living beings in the 4 major continents, he had a rough idea of the number of powerhouses who had comprehended the law of strength. But this powerhouse who suddenly appeared made the ancient Buddha emperor puzzled. The aura was very unfamiliar. At least, it was the first time he encountered it in the long river of the law of strength. In this situation, it might be the other party's first time entering the long river of the law of strength, but it didn't seem right. If it was the first time entering the long river of the law of strength, how could it have triggered his imprint? Someone who could do this. In terms of the comprehension of the law of strength, it should not be much worse than him. Could it be, the other party is from the human clan? For no reason, the ancient Buddha emperor thought of the Eastern continent and the human clan. Originally, the law of strength of the Eastern continent was isolated from the other 3 major continents. If someone from the human clan had embarked on the path of the law of strength in the Eastern continent, then he might not have discovered it. If it's the human clan, then who could it be? To comprehend the law of strength to such a level, It should be at least an existence in the 8th or 9th level of the celestial being realm. There are only so many powerful beings in the human clan. In the previous battle, the powerhouses of the human clan did not hide their lore of strength, and I didn't find any familiar aura. Could it be that the human clan still has a hidden powerhouse? Several doubts flashed through the ancient Buddha Emperor's mind. This was not a trivial matter. There was an extra powerhouse out of nowhere, and it might be a big hindrance for him to become an immortal in the future. However, now that he had no clue at all, it was not easy to find out. After a long time, the ancient Buddha Emperor closed his eyes again. Chapter 592. He couldn't find anything. Then he wouldn't investigate for now. Anyway, with the other party's strength, sooner or later, he would reveal some clues. For the ancient Buddha Emperor, he wasn't too worried about a newly advanced expert. After all, those who cultivated the law of power could go the furthest with their own strength. The ancient Buddha Emperor was still very confident about this. When the time came to block the path, he could still suppress the experts. Just as the ancient Buddha Emperor was peacefully recuperating, he suddenly opened his eyes again. Outside the ancient Buddha secret realm, the sky for thousands of miles had turned crimson red. A murderous intent rose from the hearts of all the creatures, then invaded their minds. In an instant, everyone became ruthless. What had originally been a normal exchange and business transaction had suddenly turned into a huge fight, and even a battle to the death. Kill, kill. Heaven and earth have been corrupted, and they need a massacre to cleanse it. A ghostly voice echoed in the area. Those who heard this voice, their eyes suddenly turned blood red, and they no longer showed any mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Killing was everywhere. Some cultivators had an arm cut off, but they still grabbed another cultivator's throat and didn't let go. They even pounced on him and bit him until his flesh was badly mangled. There were also cultivators whose chests were pierced. But they still crazily hugged the enemy and died together. At this moment, the land for thousands of miles turned into an azure battlefield. Endless killing soared into the sky, and the crimson color in the sky became more intense. It didn't last long. An almighty stone man walked out of the ancient Buddha secret realm. Looking at the hell-like scene in front of him, he was furious. Then, he put his palms together, and the Buddha light burst out, as if to disperse the crimson blood cloud in the sky. Who are you? How dare you come to my ancient Buddha clan's territory to kill? Show me your true form. The Buddha light soared, and the ancient Buddha Almighty slammed his palm toward the blood cloud. The void cracked. The blood cloud suddenly collapsed, but it quickly recovered. It was just that it was slightly thinner than before. At this moment, the land for thousands of miles was filled with ear-piercing laughter. The ancient Buddha Almighty frowned and said coldly, pretending to be mysterious. The true essence beneath his feet transformed into a golden lotus platform. Soon after, his petrified body sat down cross-legged, his mouth chanting some kind of incantation. Immediately, as the ear-piercing sound faded away, the numerous creatures that were slaughtering below also woke up. Sensing the injuries on their bodies, they immediately let out painful cries. The ancient Buddha clan is really annoying. With a sigh, a white palm emerged from the void and instantly appeared in front of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddhas had long expected this. Similarly, he struck out with his palm. The two palms collided. The void was instantly destroyed. When the ancient Buddha Almighty looked over, he happened to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. In his eyes, it was a brutal massacre. Who the hell are you? The ancient Buddha Almighty was shocked and immediately shouted. Who am I? I should be considered a human. No, I don't think I'm a human anymore. Then who am I? Sai Hanhai fell into deep thought as he muttered to himself. After a long time, he raised his head to look at the ancient Buddha Almighty and smiled faintly. Who do you think I am? Chimph, I don't care who you are. How dare you kill the creatures in my ancient Buddha territory? Today, I will eliminate the demon and defend the Tao. The ancient Buddha Almighty snorted coldly. He felt that there was something wrong with Sai Hanhai. But something was wrong. The ancient Buddha Almighty couldn't say for a moment. But that didn't matter. He could feel that although the person in front of him was strong, he wasn't as strong as him. Since he dared to cause trouble in the ancient Buddha territory, he would kill him. Eliminate the demon and defend the Tao? Demon, yes, I am a demon. Ha ha ha, today, I will establish the demon clan. I will be the supreme demon Tao. Sai Hanhai laughed maniacally and then roared at the sky. Demon clan, that's right, he was a demon. At that moment, Sai Hanhai seemed to have understood his true nature. Rumble. As his words fell, there was a roar from heaven and earth. Above the crimson blood cloud, there was endless lightning circling. However, there seemed to be a large amount of golden light in the lightning. The two were entangled with each other. Very soon, the lightning was destroyed and the golden light weakened. Only a ray of golden light broke through the blood cloud and landed directly on Sai Hanhai's body. In an instant, Sai Hanhai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. The murderous aura between heaven and earth seemed to have something different at this moment. Seeing this scene, the ancient Buddha Almighty had a bad premonition in his heart. When he saw that Sai Hanhai was still standing still, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately launched an attack at him. The Buddha light was dense. It shattered the void. Sai Hanhai looked at the attack that was bombarding him. Blood-colored vital essence burst out from his slender fingers and forcibly tore the Buddha light apart. Next, he took a step forward. His body seemed to have passed through the void and appeared behind the ancient Buddha Almighty. The claw tore. The golden light on the lotus platform shattered. The ancient Buddha Almighty had a bad feeling. Without thinking, he turned around and threw a punch, which collided with the claw. A terrifying power erupted. Sai Hanhai let out an ear-piercing laugh. Under the vibration of this power, he had already disappeared. The next second, the blood cloud in the sky turned into a huge blood-colored lotus platform and swallowed the ancient Buddha Almighty. In the blood-colored lotus platform, the ancient Buddha Almighty sat cross-legged in the golden lotus platform. His expression was solemn as he guarded his heart. Around him, the murderous intent kept attacking, trying to pollute and transform it. The golden lotus platform shone brightly. The endless Buddha light was fighting against the murderous intent. From the outside world, the ancient Buddha Almighty had completely disappeared. There was only a blood-colored lotus platform left between heaven and earth. Without the suppression of the ancient Buddha Almighty, the murderous intent that had subsided spread again, causing the living beings below to instantly fall into a massacre. I see that your talent is not bad. Why don't you join my demon clan and become a guardian divine general? What's so good about the ancient Buddha clan? You're all made of stone. Even if you cultivate flesh and blood, you're still not a real living being. Join my demon clan and I'll give you a body of flesh and blood. The demonic voice reverberated in his ears. The ancient Buddha Almighty guarded his mind. His vital essence kept pouring into the golden lotus platform to ensure that he wouldn't be corroded by the blood cloud. He wasn't worried that something would happen to him at all. Because this was the ancient Buddha territory. The experts of the ancient Buddha clan were all here. Not long later, there would definitely be experts coming. In the eyes of the ancient Buddha Almighty, although Sai Hanhai was strange and powerful, he definitely wouldn't be able to stir up any waves in front of the ancient Buddha Almighty. How can we, the ancient Buddha clan, be on the same side as demons? Facing Sai Hanhai's words, the ancient Buddha Almighty replied calmly. At this moment, in the blood cloud, Sai Hanhai's figure appeared. He looked at the ancient Buddha Almighty and laughed. What is a demon? Is murderous intent a demon? You've cultivated an almighty body. How many massacres have you gone through? How many living beings have died in your hands? If I'm a demon, you should be a demon too. We come from the same origin. Don't resist anymore. You've already been stained with blood. The demonic nature in your heart is deeply rooted. Why do you have to deliberately suppress yourself? Come, join my demon clan. Sai Hanhai seemed to have turned into thousands of incarnations. His voice constantly entered the ancient Buddha Almighty's ears. The ancient Buddha Almighty guarded his mind. He didn't answer Sai Hanhai's words anymore. At this moment, blood-colored vital essence suddenly erupted and tore the golden light apart in an instant. The ancient Buddha Almighty who was guarding his mind was shocked. Without thinking, he moved to the side. The powerful attack only bombarded his arm. The stone shattered. Blood flowed. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered. Sai Hanhai looked regretful and said with a smile, "Why do you have to resist?" At this moment, his face suddenly became solemn. "Who are you? How dare you mess with my ancient Buddha clan?" A vast aura rose from the ancient Buddha secret realm. A stone man's shadow suppressed the void. Next, a palm that encompassed the entire void universe directly pressed down on the blood-colored lotus. Rumble. In an instant, the blood lotus cracked as if it would shatter at any time. The ancient Buddha Almighty laughed, "My emperor has taken action. Your end is here." Ancient Buddha Emperor. Sai Hanhai didn't intend to argue with him. He raised his head and looked at the vast shadow through the cracks of the blood lotus. Immediately, he looked at the ancient Buddha Almighty again and smiled evilly, "I will come back for you. You were born to be a member of my demon clan." As soon as his voice fell, Sai Hanhai's body suddenly disappeared as if he had never appeared. At the same time, a palm crushed the blood lotus and then released the ancient Buddha Almighty who was trapped inside. The ancient Buddha Emperor looked at the empty void. His divine consciousness swept across 100,000 miles, but he found nothing. After a while, the shadow suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Inside the ancient Buddha secret realm, the ancient Buddha Emperor looked solemn. He escaped quite quickly. The demon clan. I have never seen the so-called demon clan in ancient times. If I'm not wrong, there should be a living being who has become a demon. A living being who has become a demon. It was his first time seeing it. But in the ancient Buddha clan's long history, there had been corresponding records left behind. But in these records, there had never been any mention of the demon clan. The scene of the golden light that appeared between heaven and earth was clearly acknowledging the existence of this clan. Demon clan. Thinking of this, the ancient Buddha Emperor felt a little troubled. Sai Hanhai's strength was not very strong. But the other party's method of escaping was really superb. Although he did not use his real body, the power of the incarnation was enough to suppress many almighty experts. But even so, in the end, Sai Hanhai managed to escape, and he didn't even notice anything amiss. Regarding this, the ancient Buddha Emperor had to treat it seriously. As an expert, his instinct told him that the appearance of this demon clan was definitely not a good thing for the ancient Buddha clan. "It's a pity that my body is injured now and I can't do it personally. Otherwise, you would not have the chance to escape. If there is a next time, it will be the time of your death." The ancient Buddha Emperor's heart surged with killing intent. Immediately after, in the ancient Buddha secret realm, an order was passed down. "From today onwards, the ancient Buddha clan will kill the demon clan with all our strength." Immediately after, Sai Hanhai's appearance appeared in the minds of all the ancient Buddha clan living beings. On this day, the ancient Buddha secret realm shook. The ancient Buddha clan was a big clan. Although it was not as strong as the demon clan, it was not far off. Therefore, the matter that happened in the ancient Buddha clan spread out very quickly. The human race also received the same news. Just as Qin Shujian was about to leave for Cold Mountain City, Xu Yuanming came to report to him about Sai Hanhai. Demon clan. Qin Shujian was stunned. He did not expect Sai Hanhai to really get rid of the identity of the human clan and call himself a demon clan. Not only that, he even dared to go to the ancient Buddha territory to cause trouble. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the other party's strength had increased too quickly. To be able to trap an ancient Buddha Almighty and escape without a sound when the ancient Buddha Emperor made his move, Lin Fan had to admit that he was extremely powerful. Such strength. Qin Shujian could not associate it with the original Sai Hanhai. Demon clan. Godslayer sighed and said, "It is extremely rare to establish an independent clan. There were once living beings who joined the demon clan, but they never established the demon clan. But it is different now. The establishment of the demon clan is not a small matter. Any clan that is established can bear the fate of heaven and earth. He is the only one in the demon clan, and the fate that he has obtained must be extremely powerful. I am sure that his strength transformation will definitely be beyond your imagination. Again, it is better to kill him if you encounter him. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the world. Godslayer also did not expect this. A human cultivator who joined the demon clan could cause such a big commotion. Moreover, he established the demon clan. It wasn't easy to establish a race just because one wanted to. One had to understand one's heart. Finally, one could integrate with heaven and earth to establish a clan. In the past, living beings who joined the demon clan had long been eroded by killing, so how could they understand their heart? But Godslayer did not know. Why could Sai Hanhai do it? Hearing this, Qin Shujian showed a faint smile on his face and said, "Why should I kill him? He is now against the ancient Buddha clan. What does it have to do with the human clan? Generally speaking, killing the living beings of the ancient Buddha clan is a good thing for the human clan. It is fine if such a figure is not engraved in the human clan's monument, but if we kill him, wouldn't we be a joke to the other clans?" He never thought of killing Sai Hanhai. Before the alliance was broken, they were still allies to a certain extent. More importantly, Sai Hanhai did not go against him. If he did not go against him, what kind of enemy was he? Qin Shujian could not wait for Sai Hanhai to harass the ancient Buddha clan. It would be best if he could visit the demon clan and the god clan. But he also knew that this idea was not realistic. No matter how strong Sai Hanhai was, he was only one person. With the other party's current strength, what kind of storm could a single person cause? Those big clans. None of them were easy to provoke. If he were Sai Hanhai, Qin Shujian felt that he would pick on those small clans. After all, there were not many powerhouses, so it was easy to succeed. Godslayer said in a deep voice, "He doesn't attack the human clan now, but it doesn't mean that he won't attack them in the future. When that time comes, Sai Hanhai's strength will definitely be stronger." "So what if he's stronger? Senior, do you think that my strength is inferior to his?" Qin Shujian asked in return. His face was full of confidence as he continued, "Moreover, if he attacks the human race, he might not necessarily be an enemy of our Yuan sect. If it really comes to that, I can suppress him. I don't think there's a need to think so much now. Let's wait until the future." What a joke. No matter how fast Sai Hanhai's strength improved, could it be compared to him who had a cheat? If that was the case, Qin Shujian also had to consider whether he could not do it. Now, the comprehension of the rules. It had allowed him to truly possess strength that was not inferior to that of a ruler. If it was the Earth Spirit Emperor standing here, Qin Shujian felt that he did not even need to escape and could fight the other party head-on. This was strength. In the past, the biggest gap between him and the emperors was the use of the rules. Once the other party opened his domain, the power of the rules that he borrowed would all dissipate. If it did not retreat, then there would be a fight. However, this was only Qin Shujian's own guess. Before they really fought, he did not dare to be too sure. Ancient Buddha Emperor. Qin Shujian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He did not forget. The ancient Buddha Emperor's shadow in the long river of rules. Both sides. Sooner or later, there would be a battle. If possible, Qin Shujian would be more willing to kill the ancient Buddha Emperor one step ahead of time to reduce the obstacles in his path. He also believed that the ancient Buddha Emperor probably had the same idea. Then, Qin Shujian did not think about these things anymore. He directly set off for Liangshan City and found Su Zhon, who was staying in the inn. "I've made some progress in my cultivation, which caused a delay. I hope Pavilion Elder Su won't take offense," Qin Shujian said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Zhon could not help but complain in his heart. What did he mean by making some progress in his cultivation? Could it be that his progress was not fast enough? Complaining was just complaining. Su Zhon also felt relieved. Anyway, the gap between them was so big. It seemed that whether Qin Shujian became stronger or not, it did not have much to do with him. So, Su Zhan said with a faint smile, Sect Master Qin is too serious. Now that Sect Master Qin is done, let's set off together. Okay, let's go. Qin Shujian nodded. Soon. The two of them left the inn and walked towards the teleportation gate. Baiyun Prefecture was quite far from Thousand Mountains Prefecture. If they were to rely on themselves, it would not be more comfortable than using the portal. Not long after, the two had already appeared in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. After entering Thousand Mountains Prefecture, Su Zhan decided not to use the teleportation gate. He took Qin Shujian with him and flew toward the destination. In less than half an hour, Qin Shujian felt a suppressive force descending upon him all of a sudden. That was the law. The suppressive force of the region is the force of the law. It is no wonder that even a heavenly being can't unleash strength beyond the limit of the law. Once they do, the heavenly tribulation will descend. As his understanding of the law deepened, Qin Shujian understood it better. If one wanted to unleash their full strength in the true dominion ordinary realm without worrying about the punishment of the law, a cultivator had to reach the perfected immortal realm. Just as Godslayer had said, one had to be a law of the same kind to be able to go against it. Similarly, one had to be in existence of the same level to be able to transcend the restrictions of a law. The reason why an Almighty could unleash more strength than others in the true dominion ordinary realm and condense the universe heavenly lock, it was because the Almighty had a deep understanding of the law. This kind of understanding, it could allow an Almighty to release a trace of weak strength. At this moment, an even more powerful suppressive force came crashing down from the sky. At this moment, Qin Shujian understood that he had already entered the ordinary realm. In the ordinary realm, Qin Shujian also sensed the existence of several tyrannical auras. He couldn't help but frown and say, the birth of heaven and earth should have some fluctuations. Why don't I feel anything at all? Pavilion Elder Su, are you sure that a new region will be born here? His gaze towards Su Zhan was already filled with suspicion. Was he trying to fool him? In the face of Qin Shujian's doubts, Su Zhan smiled and said, Don't worry, Sect Master Qin. I would never lie to you. Since I dared to call you here, I can be sure that a new region will be born here. Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Soon, the two of them appeared in front of the heaven and earth barrier. The seven-colored light turned into a barrier that seemed to completely separate heaven and earth. Over here, Qin Shujian also saw the two of them. One of them was Marquis Chenshan, Jiyu Changqing, and the other was Marquis Yunyang. Upon seeing Qin Shujian and Su Zhan arrive, both of them looked at Qin Shujian and then cupped their hands and said, Greetings, Sect Master Qin. You two are too polite. Qin Shujian also cupped his hands slightly in return. At this moment, he also understood the importance that the human emperor attached to the new region this time. Among the people present, other than Marquis Yunyang who was at the peak of the Saint Realm, the other three were all powerful experts. Well, Qin Shujian very consciously categorized himself as one of the powerful beings. Speaking of which, it was a bit of an understatement to call his strength a powerful expert. He was still considered the strongest expert of his clan. Thinking of the last time the region was born, there were only a few heavenly beings. If it was a powerful expert, there was only Marquis Baiyun. Now in the face of the region's birth, there were three powerful experts at the same time. Marquis Chenshan, long time no see. Qin Shujian looked at Jiyu Changqing and said with a smile. Jiyu Changqing's face stiffened slightly, then he smiled and said, Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. Didn't you and I just meet a few days ago? Haha, maybe I forgot. I can't help it. Some things have happened too long ago, so I will eventually forget. But there are some things that I will still remember. Qin Shujian said meaningfully. To this, Jiyu Changqing felt helpless in his heart. He didn't expect Qin Shujian to be so vengeful. And he didn't expect, the former sect master of a small sect had grown to a level that even he had to look up to. To his decision back then, Jiyu Changqing could only grit his teeth and swallow it now. Who asked him to be unlucky? He had chosen a person who was not to be trifled with. Seeing Jiyu Changqing's awkward expression, Qin Shujian didn't say anything more. After all, they were all from the human race now. It was not good to embarrass them too much. Besides, last time, Jiyu Changqing gave him Shunhong's storage ring, which was considered as making up for it. However, it wasn't that easy for Qin Shujian to completely let go of this matter. At this moment, he looked at the heaven and earth barrier, then turned to Su Zhon and said, "Elder Su Zhon, there shouldn't be a region born here. With my eyesight, if there was a region born, how could I not see it?" "Sect Master Qin, don't worry," Su Zhon said with a smile. "P.S. I'm a little busy today, so I don't have much time to write. Give me the first update first. I'm writing the rest." Chapter 593. The four of them stood in front of the heaven and earth boundary. Qin Shujian didn't do anything. He was waiting for Su Zhon's answer. As for Su Zhon and the other two, they looked at each other. Then, the three of them took out 200 spirit stones. A rich spirit qi of heaven and earth was immediately induced from the spirit stones. Seeing this, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. He already had an idea in his mind. As expected, after taking out the spirit stones, Su Zhon and the other two used their vital essence to crush the spirit stones. An extremely rich spirit qi mass was sealed by their vital essence and immediately sent into the heaven and earth boundary. Boom! The vast spirit qi converged inside, and the seven-colored light shook violently. Under the impact of the spirit qi, behind the seven-colored light, endless chaos was surging. After being stimulated by the spirit qi, the earth boundary that was slowly growing increased countless times. Suddenly, a strange wave emerged. The four of them all stepped back at the same time. Su Zhon said, "The speed of the earth boundary's growth depends on the density of the spirit qi. It's very simple to stimulate the growth of the earth boundary by consuming a large amount of spirit qi and pushing the process forward. In this way, there's a chance to successfully grow the earth boundary in a short period of time." "I see. The imperial court is really rich and powerful," Qin Shujian said with emotion. He had already guessed this fact. However, Qin Shujian was still envious of the fact that 600 spirit stones were used up so easily. Evil rich people. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to waste it like this. 600 spirit stones. How many resources would that require? The benefits of the earth boundary's growth were at most a few born innate spiritual objects. However, the number of innate spiritual objects was unknown. Some earth boundaries had a lot of innate spiritual objects. However, some new earth boundaries had very few innate spiritual objects. It was completely a gamble. Not to mention, the earth boundary's growth would be accompanied by the birth of demons. If it was an ordinary demon, the imperial court could suppress it with its strength. However, if it encountered a powerful demon god, the loss would outweigh the gain. After all, such demons. How could it be so easy to suppress it? If one thing went wrong, there might be a heavenly beings who died. Moreover, there was the risk of not being able to suppress the evil spirit. If the evil demon really escaped and created a devil disaster, then the number of people who would die would not be just one or two. Therefore, even if they had mastered the method, the imperial court would rarely activate the regional derivation. Not to mention, the evolution of the Earth domain was, in fact, moving closer to the Devil Abyss. To a certain extent, this was equivalent to shortening the time of the Great Calamity. The human sovereign values the monuments of the human race very much. Could it be that he wants to imitate the heavenly court and create a supreme treasure to suppress the world? As Qin Shujian looked at the surging chaos before him, some thoughts arose in his mind. He clearly knew that the appearance of any new region would shorten the time of the Great Calamity. But even so, the human emperor still did it. From this, it could be seen. The human race's monument might be more important than shortening the time of the Great Tribulation. Regarding this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but wonder. Had the human emperor already planned to build a monument for the human race? However, he did not care too much about the human emperor's scheme. In any case, No matter what the other party planned, they would not be able to plot against him. As long as one's strength was sufficient, any calamity could be solved. Qin Shujian would not trust anyone. He only believed in his own fist. At this moment, the chaos was boiling violently, and the colorful light was also dazzling. However, after half a day, there was still no sign of the regional derivation. Seeing this, Su Zhon's expression did not change. He took out hundreds of spirit stones, crushed them, and injected pure spirit energy into it. Boom! A large amount of spirit energy poured in, causing the derivation to speed up again. In the next 3 days, Su Zhon had invested spirit stones 6 times, and each time, there were 400 to 500 spirit stones. In addition to the first investment, Qin Shujian did a rough calculation. The other party had consumed a total of nearly 4,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, he was too lazy to complain. He could only curse in his heart. 4,000 spirit stones. This was 4,000 spirit stones. If all of them were given to him for cultivation, Qin Shujian was confident that his strength would increase a lot in the case of breaking 4,000 spirit stones. However, looking at Su Zhon's calm face, Qin Shujian understood a truth. If it was not his own money, he would not feel the pinch. Looking at Su Zhon, who had thrown in almost 4,000 spirit stones, he knew it without even batting an eyelid. Qin Shujian could only admire the imperial court's wealth. Now, he finally knew the answer. How difficult it was to induce the regional derivation. This investment alone was enough to make all the sects flinch. If he wanted to gather so many spirit stones, he would have to pay the price. He was afraid that even if all the top sects in the cultivation world combined, they might not be able to do so. After investing a large amount of spirit stones, the derivation of the new regional derivation finally reached a limit. Bang! The colorful light shattered. In an instant, earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. A scene like the beginning of heaven and earth appeared in front of people. Even if it was not the first time he saw such a scene, but when he saw it again, he was stunned. Qin Shujian was still very emotional. The regional derivation. It was no less than the creation of heaven and earth. Although this heaven and earth was very small, so small that it was only about 1,000 miles. But no matter how small it was, the moment it was born, it was also addictive. At this moment, along with the appearance of the regional derivation, the mother stream of law was looming in it. When the regional derivation last time, the mother stream of law should have appeared too, but because he was not strong enough, Qin Shujian did not notice too much. But this time was different. As soon as the mother stream of law appeared, his attention fell on it. However, the mother stream of law appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. It was also at this moment, the sky collapsed. Endless demonic aura surged out from it, and an evil demon with a body of thousands of feet tore through the void and came out. As soon as the evil demon appeared, monstrous demonic aura swept across heaven and earth. Let me deal with him. Jiyu Changqing looked at the evil demon that was born, took a step into the air, and pressed down on the evil demon with his palm. He felt a great threat. The evil demon let out a roar and did not retreat at all. It also charged towards Jiyu Changqing. Both sides, in an instant, they engaged in battle. When Qin Shujian looked at it with his Dharma eyes, the evil demon's attributes also appeared in his eyes. 6th level of the celestial being. The evil demon that appeared the fastest. It could be the strongest, or it could be the weakest. However, judging from the current situation, the appearance of a 6th level heaven human stage evil spirit still made him feel a little grim. The aura of the demon abyss is getting stronger. Kid, be careful. If I'm not wrong, there must be a demon god taking this opportunity to come out of the demon abyss. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer warned. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded silently. He still believed in Godslayer's words. In fact, even without Godslayer's warning, Qin Shujian could feel that the vast demonic aura had not completely calmed down. Bang! The space shattered, and a giant foot stepped out from it, followed by a terrifying evil demon. As soon as the evil demon appeared, the terrifying aura was vast and mighty. On the other side, The evil demon that appeared first was now being beaten back by Jiyu Changqing. Although the 6th level of the celestial being was strong, it was still much weaker in front of the 7th level of the celestial being. In just a moment, there was a risk of being suppressed. This was also the reason why Jiyu Changqing would directly attack and not let Marquis Yunyang do it. What he wanted to do, when the second evil devil appeared, the first evil devil would be suppressed. As for Su Zhan and the others, they would hold the line to prevent unexpected situations from happening. However, seeing the new evil demon appear, Jiyu Changqing sighed in his heart and then shouted, "Marquis Yunyang, please help us." After that, he directly ignored the evil devils that were fighting and charged towards the newly appeared evil devils. Marquis Yunyang was already prepared. When Jiyu Changqing stopped, he took a step forward and intercepted the 6th level celestial being demon's attack. Marquis Yunyang of the Great Jiao is here. Evil demon, surrender. Marquis Yunyang blasted out a palm, causing the evil demon to take a few steps back and let out a violent roar. Human, you're courting death. As a 6th level evil demon, it had a great status in the demon abyss when the demon gods did not appear. Now that Marquis Yunyang said such words, naturally, it was infuriated. It had already suffered a lot in the hands of Jiyu Changqing. Now that it saw Marquis Yunyang's arrogant attitude, a strong murderous intent rose from the bottom of its heart. Name, Demon Green Goblin Realm, 7th level of the celestial being. His eyes turned into stars. Qin Shujian saw through the attribute of the last evil demon that appeared. Demon Green Goblin. Qin Shujian looked solemn. The second heretical fiend that appeared was already a 7th firmament fiend celestial. He saw that the demonic aura behind the space was not completely extinguished. In other words, this demon god that had appeared might not be the last evil demon. On the side of the demon abyss, there was an evil demon and a demon god. On the side of the human clan, there was Jiyu Changqing and Marquis Yunyang. The two sides fought fiercely. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, neither Qin Shujian nor Su Zhan moved. They just watched the scene in front of them quietly. Sect Master Qin, if more demon gods appear later, I will intercept them first. When I am sure that there are no more demon gods, Sect Master Qin will take action to suppress these evil demons. Otherwise, if you and I both take action, another demon god will be born and we will be caught off guard. Su Zhan glanced at the battle and then turned his head to say, "Now, not all the evil demons were born. They had to leave someone behind to hold the line. After all, demons were not without intelligence. It was possible that there were demons spying on them in the dark, waiting for them to be distracted so that they could suddenly appear and kill them without warning." Su Zhan and Qin Shujian had not taken action so far because of this concern. Compared to Qin Shujian, Su Zhan thought that his strength was weaker. Therefore, he left the trump card to Qin Shujian. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, "Elder Su, don't worry. If another demon god is born, just take action. I will protect you." With his current strength, as long as it was not a demon god of the true immortal level, he had the confidence to fight against it. As for demon gods below the nirvana level, he could kill them. After getting Qin Shujian's promise, Su Zhan also felt relieved. Now that the human emperor was injured and was recuperating, it was inconvenient for him to take action personally. The strongest person of the human clan. It was Qin Shujian. Su Zhan still had a lot of confidence in him. As expected. In less than half an hour, the space shattered again, and a powerful demon god emerged from it. Qin Shujian immediately looked over with his Dharma eyes. The demon god's attributes also appeared in his sight. Name, Heaven Slaughter Demon God Realm, 8th level of the Heaven Human Realm. The moment the demon god appeared, Su Zhan had already taken action and intercepted the demon god. Even a demon god of the 8th level of the Heaven Human Realm has appeared. Senior, do you think a demon god of the true immortal level will descend? Qin Shujian asked in a deep voice. So far, there was a total of a 6th level demon god of the Heaven Human Realm, a 7th level demon god, and an 8th level demon god. To be honest, two powerful demon gods had already emerged from the evolution of a new Earth domain. This in itself was inconceivable. In other words, if he did not come this time, Su Zhon and the others might have gone overboard. Godslayer said, "No, the power of a demon god of the true immortal level is too strong. Only when the fiend abyss collides with heaven and earth will a demon god of this level be released. Otherwise, the strongest that can step into heaven and earth is only a 10th level demon god of the heaven-human realm." After saying that, Godslayer sensed carefully and said, "Moreover, there's still some distance from the fiend abyss. Even a 10th level demon god of the heaven-human realm is unlikely to appear. In my opinion, the demon god that can appear is at most a 9th level demon god of the heaven-human realm." Hearing that, Qin Shujian immediately calmed down. The strongest demon god that could appear was a 9th level demon god of the heaven-human realm. Then the problem was not big. Boom. Boom. The battle was intense. The appearance of the third demon god raised the intensity of the battle to the peak. Su Zhon did not expect it either. The last demon god that appeared would be an 8th level demon god of the heaven-human realm. Not long after the battle, his expression changed. But the good thing was, as an elder of the imperial astronomer, his foundation was not weak at all. Even if he faced a demon god of a higher realm than him, he could still remain undefeated. Of course, this invincibility was only temporary. With Su Zhon's strength, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the demon god of heaven slaughter. However, Su Zhon was not too worried. Because the humans still had their biggest trump card. Based on the current battle situation, although the demons that appeared were powerful, they could not do anything to them. When Qin Shujian made his move, all the problems would naturally be solved. Boom! Demon god Qing Yarrow opened his mouth and spat out demon qi. The demon qi that was thousands of feet long turned into a long snake and swallowed Jiyu Changqing. Bang! The sound of metal colliding resounded through heaven and earth. A cold light tore through the void. The demon qi snake was immediately destroyed. Jiyu Changqing held a sword in one hand and released a biting cold murderous intent, which made demon god Qing Yarrow's expression change slightly. In the distance, Qin Shujian also looked at Jiyu Changqing and demon god Qing Yarrow. There were a total of 3 battlefields in the new area. Marquis Yunyang's battle range was only at the saint level, so it did not attract much attention. As for Su Zhon's side, facing the demon god of heaven slaughter who was at the 8th level of the celestial being realm, he focused on defense. There was nothing to see. Only Jiyu Changqing's strength was comparable to demon god Qing Yarrow's. The battle between the two. That was what was truly captivating. Qin Shujian had long known about Jiyu Changqing's strength. The fact that the other party was able to withstand the siege of 2 powerful figures of the demon clan in the war where the various clans besieged the human clan showed how strong his strength was. Although he was at the 7th level of the celestial being realm, in Qin Shujian's opinion, he was actually not much weaker than the 8th level of the celestial being realm. Not long after the battle, demonic god Qing Yarrow was already suppressed. At this moment, the demon qi behind the space was still surging. Qin Shujian removed the blood of 1,000 mountains from his back. For this Dao artifact, he had personally forged a matching scabbard. A green scabbard. A green scabbard. Qin Shujian was like an ordinary swordsman. He held the scabbard and stood still on the spot. Crack! The space shattered. A terrifying figure stepped out from within. At the same time, another figure smashed through the void and arrived. The appearance of the 2 10,000-foot-tall figures filled the air with demon qi. At this moment, on the human side, Jiyu Changqing and the others' expressions changed. Only Qin Shujian looked indifferent. He stared at the 2 demon gods, his eyes turning into stars. Name, Bloodfiend Demon God Realm, 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Name, 9 Soldiers Demon God Realm, 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Just as Godslayer said, the demon gods that could appear were at the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm at most. However, the demon gods that appeared were indeed at the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. But Godslayer did not say so. 2 demon gods at the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm would appear at the same time. Qin Shujian held the scabbard and pressed his thumb against the scabbard. Then, he pushed forward forcefully, revealing more than an inch of the blade. Whoosh! Endless blade chi shot out from it, drawing a black line across the void. Then, it attacked the Blood Fiend Demon God. Blood Fiend Demon God, who had just appeared, suddenly felt a terrifying warning in his heart. There was no hesitation. He condensed a powerful demonic aura, which transformed into a terrifying punch, and blasted out. Boom! The void shattered. Saber chi blasted in and turned it into a void turbulence. On the spot, Qin Shujian took a step forward and performed lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. When he took a second step, the rules of strength descended. When he took a third step, he unsheathed his scabbard. The cold saber light cut through the world. Endless sharpness shot out in an instant, causing everyone to feel a sharp pain on their skin. Roar! 9 soldiers demon god roared. Terrifying demon chi condensed on his body as if to block the saber light. The next second, the long saber slashed down and the demon chi dispersed. Just as 9 soldiers demon god was about to dodge, the spirit god was hit by a powerful attack. His body became sluggish. Then, 1,000 mountain blood slashed down. Half of 9 soldiers demon god's body fell. The excruciating pain caused his face to contort. Moreover, Qin Shujian had already held back. Otherwise, this slash would have been enough to kill the 9 soldiers demon god. After severely injuring him, Qin Shujian threw out the red lotus of purgation and devoured the demon god who had lost his ability to resist. Then, he turned his attention to Blood Fiend Demon God. He licked his dry lips and smiled. "It's your turn. Who exactly are you?" Blood Fiend Demon God was about to go crazy. He looked at Qin Shujian with horror in his eyes. As for the arrogance he had when he walked out of the demon abyss, it had completely disappeared. One slash. Just one slash. 9 soldiers demon god, whose strength was similar to his, was severely injured and on the verge of death. Now, he was being devoured by a strange flame and was suffering in agony. Such terrifying strength. Blood Fiend Demon God felt that he was facing an expert of the true immortal level. It was an unbridgeable gap. Even the dignified demon god could not help but panic. As for Su Zhan and the rest, although they were shocked, they were still able to get used to it. In the great battle back then, Qin Shujian had killed almighties as if they were dogs. Although it was not as terrifying as killing 9 soldiers demon god in an instant, it was still acceptable. As for the demons and demon gods who were fighting against the 3 of them, they could not help but panic after seeing that. They wanted to get rid of their opponents and escape. To that, the 3 of them were already prepared. They unleashed all their strength and tried their best to hold back the 3 demons and demon gods so that they would not have a chance to escape. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not waste any time. Facing the panicking blood fiend demon god, his murderous intent soared. Any evil fiend or fiend celestial. They represented a large amount of luck points, source of life, and abundant energy. They were walking treasures. How could Qin Shujian allow them to escape? He took a step forward. 1,000 mountain blood slashed down. 10,000 feet long blade aura shattered heaven and earth. This slash. Just like the previous slash, Qin Shujian did not hold back at all. He unleashed all the strength that he could unleash at that moment to the maximum. What was the combat strength of this saber? Qin Shujian himself could not be sure. Facing such an attack, the blood fiend demon god was filled with fear. Without thinking, he wanted to tear open the void and escape. However, he escaped very quickly. Qin Shujian's slash was even faster. Coupled with his spirit-severing stage, the blood fiend demon god's body stiffened and he followed in the footsteps of 9 soldiers demon god. At that moment, the heaven slaughter demon god broke free from Su Zhan's hold and escaped through the void. Sect Master Qin, stop him. Su Zhan's expression changed drastically. If a demon god escaped, more than half of Thousand Mountains Prefecture would fall. He wanted to hold back the heaven slaughter demon god. However, the other party was much stronger than him. If he wanted to escape, it would be difficult to hold him back for too long. He can't escape. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. He spread out his divine thought and it turned into a huge formation. In the next instant, the formation shattered. The Heaven Slaughter demon god had just broken out of the formation when he saw a terrifying saber light slashing at him. There were no surprises. The Heaven Slaughter demon god was severely injured and fell to the ground. He was on the verge of death. The Red Lotus of Purgation was left behind. Qin Shujian allowed the Red Lotus to slowly refine the demon god while he raised his saber and charged at demon god Green Goblin. A demon god in the 8th or 9th level of the celestial being realm was no match for him. What kind of resistance could a demon god in the 7th level of the celestial being realm have? There were no surprises. Demon god Green Goblin followed in the footsteps of the other demon gods. As for the last demon god in the 6th level of the celestial being realm, there was no need to talk about it. From the moment Qin Shujian attacked, it took less than half an hour for the battle to end. Jiyu Changqing and the others watched in a daze as the demon gods were being refined and wailing in agony. For a moment, they fell silent. Chapter 594. The source of life was fine. However, each evil spirit was equivalent to a large amount of luck points. 5 demons. That was 500 luck points. How could Qin Shujian let go of this opportunity? One had to know. There were not many demons left in the East continent. Qin Shujian was not sure about the other prefectures, but he knew that there were no more demons in Baiyun Prefecture. Such a scarce resource. How could he waste it? With a wave of his hand, 5 red lotuses floated over. Qin Shujian held the red lotuses and immediately absorbed all the energy inside. Rumble. There were 5 demons, and 2 of them were 9th level heaven human fiend gods. The surging energy was not little at all when stacked together. Qin Shujian was now like an endless black hole, devouring all the energy that could be devoured and then used it to strengthen himself. After a while, only then did Qin Shujian recover. Looking at the acupoints in his body that had expanded quite a bit, a faint smile appeared on his face. When he looked around, he saw that Yi Zichen's face was pale. He immediately found that Su Zhan and the others were also looking at him. He thought for a while. Qin Shujian understood what they were thinking, but he did not explain too much. He said with a faint smile, "The demons have been killed, and the earth domain has been born. There should be a carnate spiritual item soon. This time, I hope to ask for a spiritual item. I wonder if Pavilion Elder Su can give it to me." A carnate spiritual item? No problem, no problem. It's all thanks to Sect Master Qin's help that the Earth domain was born this time. If you want to get the spiritual item, it's only right. Su Zhan was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly replied. He really could not think of any adjectives. Probably. It was just a coincidence that he turned the tide. To be honest, Su Zhan really did not expect Qin Shujian's strength to be so violent. How was he fighting demons? It was like fighting chickens. 1 slash, 1 kill. Clean and neat. Such a gap in strength had already made Su Zhan feel desperate. How could he compare? There was no comparison at all. In the human race, only the human emperor could firmly suppress the other party. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, another question appeared in Su Zhan's mind. Is His Majesty really a match for Qin Shujian? The human emperor was very powerful. However, the other party's strength was only shown when he fought against the 4 emperors. However, only experts of the same level could understand how dangerous a battle of that level was. For ordinary people, Qin Shujian killed an evil demon with a single slash, which was even more shocking. As for Jiyu Changqing and Marquis Yunyang, they both fell silent. The difference in strength was too great. Originally, they still had some doubts about the strength of Qin Shujian, who was the second most powerful person of the human race, but now, this doubt had completely disappeared. That's right. Second in the human race. This was the second strongest human. Killing Fien Celestials was as easy as killing chickens. It was as powerful as thunder. It was a one-hit kill. Jiyu Changqing's mouth twitched as he thought about it. He was thinking, if Qin Shujian really wanted to keep the matter of his assassination in mind, how should he deal with it? Even if he hid in the Marquis of Chenshan's mansion, it would be useless. The only safe place now. Probably only the Imperial Palace. It's going to bleed again. Jiyu Changqing sighed in his heart. He finally understood. People like Qin Shujian either didn't offend him or offended him to death. However, with the other party's strength, if he wanted to kill him, it would be more convenient to slit his own throat. So, Jiyu Changqing had already thought of a way to resolve this grudge. Qin Shujian sensed the state of the newborn area and said, there should be a carnate spiritual object born in a few days. It's still early. There's no need for us to waste our time here. Let's settle down in a nearby city first. Su Zhong said. Hearing this, the others didn't object. After all, if they could live peacefully, who would be so cheap as to stand here and do nothing? The city that Su Zhong had mentioned was the city in the ordinary realm. When the region was born, as Marquis of Qianshan, Jiyu Changqing had already informed all the leaders of the forces in the ordinary realm. Because of this, when the region was born, no one would come to disturb it. After arranging accommodation in the city lord's mansion, Qin Shujian originally planned to cultivate in the bedroom. He wanted to circulate the evil energy that he absorbed during the day a few more times to refine it more thoroughly. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer's voice sounded, "Boy, did you completely kill the 5 evil spirits during the day?" His voice was 70% solemn, but it was also 30% trembling with excitement. Others couldn't tell if the evil spirits had really died. How could Godslayer not see it? In his era, countless evil spirits had died in the hands of Shadao. To be honest, the number of evil spirits he killed was much more than the number of creatures he had killed in his life. Because Zhu Bing was the foundation of the clan, they would only use Zhu Bing to kill the enemy when they encountered a great enemy. So, oftentimes, ancestral armaments served as a deterrent. There were not many opportunities for them to actually attack. However, when the evil demons appeared, human true immortals would be able to kill countless evil demons with their ancestral armaments. In Godslayer's view, the 5 evil spirits were really dead. As for the Red Lotus of Purgation, he didn't care too much about it. But now, he had to ask. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't mean to hide it. He nodded and said, yes, those evil spirits have all died. They won't be resurrected from the demon abyss. Starting from when he used the Red Lotus of Purgation, he knew that this secret couldn't be hidden. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian didn't dare to expose this secret because he wasn't strong enough. Once the secret was exposed, there might be accidents. But it was different now. The second strongest of the human clan was not just a title. With his own strength, Qin Shujian didn't have the confidence to defeat the human emperor, but the human emperor couldn't do anything to him. This was confidence. With such strength, there was no need to hide many things. So Qin Shujian used it openly and didn't waste any chance to improve his strength. As long as he swallowed more, the more acupoints he expanded, the more. When that time came, his strength would naturally be stronger. Just as Godslayer said, the heavenly court was so strong, but it was destroyed by the demon abyss. If he wanted to defeat the demon abyss, he had to become stronger than the heavenly court. With the current situation of the human clan, cultivating more true immortals was obviously not a reliable thing. In Qin Shujian's view, there was no way to surpass the heavenly court in group strength, so he had to break through from individual strength. When he grew to the point where he could hang up the entire heavenly court and beat them, he would probably be able to fight against the demon abyss. The realm of an ancient true immortal was not enough. Then he had to surpass the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian believed that the true immortal was definitely not the end. The Emperor of Heaven might be an expert above the true immortal realm, or he might not be. But no matter what he had to do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. As long as his strength increased, then everything would be fine. As for the secret, that was a small problem. Even if some people knew that the human emperor had the treasures of the ancient heavenly court, then, who would dare to have any bad thoughts? It wasn't just the human emperor. To be able to become the emperor of a clan, who didn't have a fortuitous opportunity. But it was the same. No one would investigate the secrets of these emperors. Because the emperors were too strong. Even if they were the emperors of small clans, a big clan like the demon clan didn't want to offend them easily. After all, it wasn't easy to kill such an expert. If they offended him because of this, it would be a big problem for the demon clan. The so-called secret. They were afraid that it wouldn't be able to make up for this price. In ancient times, there were some supreme treasures in the world that could kill evil spirits. But strictly speaking, the supreme treasures that could kill evil spirits all contained the power of faith. They could be considered as Zhu Bing in disguise. But as the war began, those supreme treasures were destroyed by the evil spirits, leaving only Zhu Bing. I thought that only ancestral armaments would be able to kill the evil demons. Never would I have imagined that there would be such a strange flame capable of completely killing the evil demons that were known to be undying and indestructible. Godslayer's tone was as if he was taking a deep breath. After a long time. Then he said again, I don't know how your flame came about, but I just want to ask, is such a flame your personal opportunity, or can it be obtained through cultivation? If it can be obtained through cultivation, boy, in the future great calamity of the demonic abyss, our chances of winning will be higher than in ancient times. Finally, Godslayer was already unable to suppress his excitement. The evil spirits were very strong, but where were they strong? They were strong in their immortality. If they didn't have the trait of being immortal and indestructible, then the strength of the ancient myriad races, even if not as strong as the demonic abyss, would definitely not be much weaker. Even if Godslayer didn't participate in the war to the end, he could guess. The defeat of the heavenly court. The defeat of the myriad races. It was definitely destroyed by the advantage of the evil spirits' continuous resurrection. If they didn't have this advantage, how could the demonic abyss destroy the heavenly court? When the demonic abyss first appeared, it was still suppressed by the myriad races of the heavenly court. It wasn't until the evil spirits that were killed continuously walked out of the demonic abyss that the heavenly court and the myriad races completely collapsed. So, if only Qin Shujian could have this flame, then he would be the biggest variable in the future fight against the demonic abyss. But if this ability could be inherited, that was a different concept. Qin Shujian was silent for a moment, and said, the red lotus of purgation can be obtained through cultivation. I have also secretly cultivated a number of cultivators who cultivate the red lotus of purgation. But there is one thing that Senior should understand. The red lotus of purgation is very important. This ability is even my true foundation. If the situation is not completely beneficial to me, I will not disclose the cultivation method of the red lotus of purgation to the public. Sacrificing oneself for others is something that only a hero would do. But I, Qin Shujian, am not a hero. I fought against the various races only because I am a human. But if the human race betrayed me, I will also fight against the human race. He knew what Godslayer wanted to say. So, Qin Shujian immediately blocked the other party's words. The red lotus of purgation was his foundation. It was almost impossible for him to teach it to others, unless it was beneficial to him. But what was beneficial to him? That was up to the benevolent and the wise. Hearing this, Godslayer did not immediately reply. After a long while, he said, your opportunity is naturally yours to distribute. I have no intention of interfering with your idea. Since you should have a plan, that is enough. Is there any limit or upper limit to this ability of yours to kill demons? Godslayer did not care whether Qin Shujian taught it to others or not. He only cared about what were the shortcomings and side effects of the red lotus of purgation. If it was really like Zhu Bing, who had to go through tribulation after killing some demons, this ability would be a bit useless. Limit. Upper limit. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. After he got this ability, he was very happy to devour it. Then he shook his head and said, I didn't find any limit or upper limit. Anyway, from the beginning until now, hundreds of demons have died in my hands, but there have been no major problems. Hearing this, Godslayer instantly lost the idea of talking. Killed hundreds of demons. If Zhu Bing killed so many demons, he would probably have to go through tribulation once or twice. Of course. These Zhu Bing who went through tribulation referred to those who went through one or two tribulations of Zhu Bing. The more time passed. Every time Zhu Bing went through tribulation, the more energy he needed. It was just that the tribulation was extremely dangerous. A 4-tribulation ancestral armament like the God-slaying saber was extremely rare in the ancient era. Finally, Godslayer took a deep breath and said, "Live well. As long as you can live until the demon abyss arrives, you will be the greatest hero of the human race." He had no more requirements for Qin Shujian. As long as he could live well, the rest was not important. With his potential and the speed of his strength improvement. As long as he lived for hundreds of years, he would be an ancient true immortal. At that time, with the help of the Red Lotus of Purgation, fighting demons would be as easy as eating and drinking water. But this also had to take into account the number of demons. And the demon abyss. Whether there were more powerful demons. But no matter what, Godslayer finally saw a glimmer of hope. Those who had not experienced the great tribulation of the demon abyss could not imagine how terrifying the great tribulation of the demon abyss was. Even if the human emperor was suppressing the world now, and the human race was showing signs of resurrection. But he was still not optimistic about the human race. Because the human race was too weak now, and could not be compared to the ancient times. And the thousands of races had died, and the remaining races had all declined to the extreme. Just like that. Everyone still had to fight against each other. To be honest, if the demon abyss really came, with such strength, they would not even be able to resist and would directly collapse. After staying in the city for a few days, the city lord of the ordinary realm had been conscientious in his work these days, and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. The 2 dukes and the imperial astronomer lived here. Anyone would feel a great deal of pressure. A city lord of the ordinary realm, although he also had a lot of authority, but in front of these people, he was like an ant that could be wiped away with a wave of their hand. If the other party was not happy with him, the city lord position would be gone just like that, and they could even find a reason to behead him. Therefore, the city lord of the ordinary realm had not been able to sleep or eat well these days. 5 days later, the spirit Qi in the new area soared into the sky. Qin Shujian and the other 3 left. Immediately, the city lord of the ordinary realm heaved a sigh of relief, and then wiped the invisible sweat on his forehead, and then shouted at the servants, "Hurry up and bring all the delicious food, this lord is hungry now." On the other side, the 4 of them had already arrived in the new area in the blink of an eye. Su Zhon said, "I ask Sect Master Qin to set up a protective array to prevent unrelated people from entering here without permission. It's a small matter." Qin Shujian sensed for a moment, and then smiled slightly. The moment his spiritual will spread out, a vast array covered the entire new area. Immediately, some people who saw the spirit Qi soar into the sky and wanted to sneak into the new area felt the world spinning, and in the next moment, they reappeared outside. What's going on? What happened? Why did I suddenly come out? Everyone was stunned, looking at the surrounding scene, for a moment a little stunned. But very quickly, some people tried to walk towards the new area, but after taking 2 steps, they automatically retreated. Those with foresight immediately shouted, "Array, there's an expert who set up an array here, so we can't get in." An expert set up an array. Many people looked dejected when they heard this. Obviously, there were experts who wanted to monopolize the new area, not giving them a chance to drink soup at all. However, no one scolded. Because everyone knew that the people who opened the new area were from the imperial court, and it was said that Marquis Chen Shan Jiyu Chongqing had come. Under such circumstances, scolding people felt good for a moment, but if word got out, then the whole family would be cremated. After setting up the array, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Okay, it's quiet now, there aren't so many people disturbing us. Sect Master Qin's method of setting up arrays is amazing, it's admirable." Su Zhon said flatteringly. To this, Qin Shujian replied humbly, "It's SOSO, not comparable to a third realm array master." As soon as this sentence came out, the others fell silent again. A third realm array master. That had been extinct for many years. Qin Shujian said, There are a total of 6 carnate spiritual objects that have been born. According to the original agreement, I will only take 1 carnate spiritual object, and the rest will belong to the imperial court. Now that the carnate spiritual object has been born, let's not waste time. I'll take my leave first. After I get the carnate spiritual object, I have to rush back to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain to deal with some matters. Pavilion Elder Su can also bring the carnate spiritual object to the Yuan sect to look for me. Okay. Su Zhan nodded in response to Qin Shujian's instructions. He knew that Qin Shujian wanted the carnate spiritual object because he wanted to forge a Dao artifact. Forge a Dao artifact. Carnate embryos were needed. Therefore, Su Zhan could understand why Qin Shujian was in such a hurry. Then, Qin Shujian cupped his hands slightly, took a step forward, and disappeared in front of everyone. Only Su Zhan and the other 2 were left. Su Zhan said, "The birth of the carnate spiritual object will take at most 15 days to completely turn from an carnate embryo to an ordinary object. Let's not waste too much time. Each of us will go to a different place and get the carnate spiritual object as soon as possible." No problem. Everything will be as Pavilion Elder Su said. Jiyu Changqing and Marquis Yunyang nodded in response. The 3 of them immediately separated. At the mountainside of a 1,000-foot mountain, there was a carnate spiritual object being born. Qin Shujian suddenly appeared and looked at the carnate spiritual object in a daze. "Senior, do you know how carnate spiritual objects are born?" "I do," Godslayer said. "Carnate spiritual objects are born when the scattered precepts of heaven and earth mix with carnate spirit chi during the birth of heaven and earth. If you want to obtain a carnate spiritual item, you can say it's difficult, but you can also say it's not difficult. When you have the ability to grasp the natural order, and when you have the means to surpass a 3rd realm array master, you can create carnate spiritual items." Godslayer did not say much. There were ways to create carnate spiritual objects in ancient times. Array Dao cultivation had reached the level of a saint. In fact, when an array was set up, it was like the beginning of heaven and earth. When that time came, there was naturally a chance to obtain carnate spirit chi. Carnate spirit chi supplemented by precepts of precepts was the origin of carnate spiritual objects. Hearing this, Qin Shujian temporarily extinguished the plan in his heart. In his eyes, there was still precepts of precepts left on the carnate spiritual object. However, from Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian also knew that it was not easy to create a carnate spiritual object, so he did not ask too much. He reached out his hand. A gust of gentle true essence plucked the carnate spiritual object from the ground. When the carnate spiritual object was plucked out, suddenly, a strong resistance arose, causing the entire carnate spiritual object to tremble slightly. However, such resistance did not have any effect in front of Qin Shujian. True essence suppressed. The carnate spiritual object suddenly became calm. After obtaining this carnate spiritual object, Qin Shujian immediately put it in his storage ring. At this moment, in the newborn area, all the carnate spiritual object's auras had disappeared. There was no need to think. Qin Shujian also knew that Su Zhan and the others had taken away the remaining carnate spiritual objects. He did not intend to meet up with Su Zhan and the others. The carnate spiritual object was in his hands. He was about to go back to create the heaven list, so there was no need to stay for too long. Immediately, Qin Shujian rose into the air and turned into a stream of light to escape. It did not take too long. A city was already in sight. He entered the city with ease and entered the teleportation gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the city. When he was passing through the portal, the power of space was raging, but it did not affect Qin Shujian's physical body at all. It took him less than 2 hours to do it. He had already appeared in Cold Mountain City. Is it possible for a 3rd realm array grandmaster to open a space tunnel and travel through the distance? Qin Shujian suddenly had a strange idea. Godslayer said, "Yes, in fact, a 3rd realm array grandmaster is close to evolving a small world. It is not a big problem for you to open a space tunnel. After all, the biggest problem with space transportation is whether it is stable or not. Even if you don't need array Dao cultivation, as long as your strength can suppress the space tunnel, it will be enough. Qin Shujian thought of the true immortal's body in the void turbulence. In Senior's opinion, when I go into the void turbulence again, will I have a chance to get that immortal's body? That was the greatest treasure. Godslayer said, it should still be a little short. It is best to wait until you reach the 7th level of the celestial being realm before you try. All right. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. In just a moment, he had returned to the Yuan sect. Chapter 595. It had been less than a day since Qin Shujian returned to the sect. The news of the heavenly list had already spread out. Now, all the branches had already established forging branches. The superior grade forging master would take the position of hall master. In addition to that, there were also many forging masters who wanted to join the Yuan sect. However, Qin Shujian didn't want everyone. He only let some of them who looked promising enter the sect and then gave them the position of guest elder. The number 1 forging master of the human clan. In the eyes of the other forging masters, this title was more resounding than the second strongest person of the human clan. For those who were in the path of forging, forging masters were only divided by their forging methods. Others, it had little to do with them. Now that Qin Shujian, the number 1 forging master of the human clan, was going to forge a divine weapon again, it naturally caused many forging masters of the branches to go crazy. In the main sect, Shun Yuqing also immediately found Qin Shujian. Sect master, I heard that you are going to forge the heavenly list. Is this true? The forging hall master was also in high spirits now. At most, he was about 30 years old. Since he had become a forging master at this age, there was a high chance that he could become a grandmaster in the future. Such talent. It was enough to make people envious. In the Yuan sect, excluding Qin Shujian, Shun Yuqing was the most powerful forging master. Qin Shujian picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a faint smile, Elder Yuqing also received the news. Such important news has already spread throughout the sect. If it weren't for the elders deliberately suppressing it, I'm afraid this news would have spread throughout the human clan. Shun Yuqing said with a smile. The current Qin Shujian was no longer the Qin Shujian of the past. With his current status, if he really wanted to forge a divine weapon, it would definitely attract people from all sides. Just like if the human emperor publicly preached the Tao, all the cultivators in the world would come to listen. It was the same principle. The last time Qin Shujian built Cold Mountain City, the cultivators who observed it gained a lot. In fact, Shun Yuqing also heard that a few forging masters had stepped into the master level from superior grade. This made people even crazier. Qin Shujian said, this time, I will be creating the heaven list in the human clan's territory of the 3 continents. If anyone from the Sky Origin sect wants to observe, you can pay 20,000 contribution points. SSS, sect leader, isn't 20,000 contribution points a little too high? Shun Yuqing took a deep breath. 20,000 points. That was practically daylight robbery. In the past, the entrance fee was only 1 to 2,000 points, but now, it had increased tenfold. Qin Shujian glanced at him and said indifferently, go and ask the human sovereign if it is expensive to charge you a few million taels of silver for a public demonstration of Tao. Then, see how many people are willing to pay the money. 20,000 contribution points was the internal price of the sect. If outsiders want to observe, each of them will have to take out materials worth 10 million taels. 10 million taels of silver worth of materials. Shun Yuqing took another deep breath. But on second thought, he realized that there was nothing wrong with this. It was a great opportunity to observe the number 1 artificer of the human race. If they were lucky and gained some insights during the observation process, they would not lose out. If they could break through, they would make a huge profit. Thinking about it this way, Shun Yuqing was relieved. Anyway, he and the others had only paid 20,000 contribution points, which was only about 4 million taels of silver. On the other hand, it would cost 10 million taels of silver for outsiders. The difference was immediately apparent. Afterward, Shun Yuqing said, Sect leader, why do you want to create the heaven list in the territory of 100,000 kilometers? What if there are foreign experts who come to interfere? Won't the creation fail? At this point, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Qin Shujian. He said in a deep voice, Sect leader, are you planning to show your strength and tempt the other races? The Sky Origin sect offered a reward for information about the various races. Shen Yuqing also knew about it. Now that the human clan had left the East continent, the situation in the three continents had become even more chaotic. The major continents had been in constant disputes. Now that the human clan had intervened, the situation was extremely chaotic. In this situation, the monster clan, the god clan, and the other races still wanted to reward the human clan. The human clan also wanted to reward them. In a short period of time, the various races suffered many casualties. However, overall, the human clan suffered the greatest loss. The races in the three continents were already somewhat repulsed by the human clan. Now, with the bounty offered by the various races, it was even more difficult for the human clan to leave the territory of 100,000 kilometers. Until now, Qin Shujian had not made much of a move on the monster clan's bounty, and no other race dared to claim the bounty without permission. It was very simple. Rumors were just rumors. No one who had not really seen Qin Shujian's forging skills would easily offend the monster clan. Even those races who did not get along with the monster clan and the god clan were the same. Hostile. It did not mean that they were going to war. If they were really going to war, the various races would not have maintained a delicate balance until now. Qin Shujian said, since they don't believe it, then let's show them. Moreover, the human clan's territory of 100,000 kilometers is not that simple. That is the foundation of the human clan's entry into the three continents. Unless the various races attack together, no one dares to act rashly. If any race could enter the human clan's territory, then there was no need for the human clan to set up a territory. Therefore, Qin Shujian was not worried about this at all. Besides, even if there were really experts attacking, he was not afraid. The Monster Emperor and the other supreme experts of the various races were still recuperating from their injuries. As for the experts below the Monster Emperor, Qin Shujian's current strength was naturally not weaker than these people. With this confidence, he did not have to worry too much. Hearing this, Shen Yuqing also nodded in agreement. Then when does the sect master plan to take action? In another 2 days, there's no hurry. Qin Shujian shook his head and said lightly. After getting the answer, Shen Yuqing also got up and left. In the courtyard, only Qin Shujian was left. After drinking the spirit tea in the cup in one gulp, he got up and walked into the bedroom. Not long after, he took out a stone tablet. A fragment of the myriad races immortal leaderboard. At this time, the rules in the stone tablet had dissipated, but as a fragment of the 9-seal Dao artifact, there was still a terrifying power left. Qin Shujian felt, even if he smashed someone with the stone tablet with his bare hands, he could still smash some powerful figures to death. Senior, now that the list of immortals of the myriad races has been broken, does it still have the function of detecting battle strength? Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Qin Shujian thought of the heavenly mirror. Everyone was in pieces. Even if the heavenly mirror was broken, it still had a lot of abilities. The myriad races immortals seemed to be more famous than the heavenly mirror. There was no reason that it was useless at all. The Godslayer said, of course it is useful. Although the list of immortals of the myriad races is broken and does not automatically record the experts of the myriad races in the world, it still has some functions. If you want to use it, just drip your blood in it. If you want the information of others, you can also drip a drop of blood in it. Although the rule power inside has dissipated, the ability of the Dao artifact itself has not completely disappeared. Hearing this, Qin Shujian immediately secretly channeled his vital essence, then forced a drop of blood from his mouth and spat it on the stone tablet. The blood fell. Soon, it merged into the stone tablet. Not long after, a line of words appeared on the stone tablet. Name, Qin Shujian race, human age, 31 years old realm, level 5 of the celestial being combat strength, 3800 talent assessment, Excellent. The information was similar to the one revealed by the heavenly mirror, but it was more complete. When he saw the age line, Qin Shujian also raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he had no idea how old he was. At most, he knew that this body was about 20 or 30 years old. But the information given by the stone tablet was more accurate. So I'm 31 years old. Qin Shujian couldn't help but touch his chin. It was indeed a little prickly. As for his combat strength, after devouring the 5 demons, it had grown a lot. Qin Shujian had a hunch. If he could continue to devour demons like this, it seemed that he could reach a powerful realm without breaking through. Senior, do you know what the talent assessment is based on? Qin Shujian locked onto the last attribute column. He felt that this attribute was also quite important. Godslayer said, in order to distinguish mediocre people from geniuses, the talent assessment is generally based on age, realm, combat strength, and race. It's divided into 4 levels: mediocre, superior, genius, and excellent. But each assessment also has a high and low level, so it's usually not shown in detail. What does the talent assessment have to do with race? Qin Shujian looked puzzled. He could understand age, realm, and combat strength, but why did it have to do with race? Godslayer said angrily, how can it have nothing to do with race? Ordinary humans can live for 100 years and can set foot on the path of cultivation at the age of 3 or 5. Some races can live for thousands of years and may only understand human affairs after decades or hundreds of years. Although the human race generally has a short lifespan, their talent is extremely high, which other races can't compare with. If it's not based on race, then other races may not even be mediocre on the list. Qin Shujian suddenly understood. If that was the case, there was no problem. However, after hearing Godslayer's words, he asked again, don't tell me that mediocre isn't the lowest evaluation. Is there anyone who can't be on the list? You think the immortal leaderboard of myriad races is some kind of garbage list? Godslayer sneered and said, it's a list set up by the Emperor of Heaven. It's a supreme treasure that governs the experts of myriad races. You think just anyone is qualified to be on the immortal leaderboard of myriad races? Cultivators who can be on the list are at least celestial beings. By the same token, mediocre aptitude is judged by ancient standards. In ancient times, the upper limit of mediocre aptitude was celestial beings. If one didn't fall midway, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to become celestial beings in the future, but they wouldn't go too far in the celestial being realm. Mediocre aptitude cultivators generally have an upper limit of transcendent and sainthood. As for superior aptitude cultivators, they have a high probability of becoming almighty beings in the future, but almost no hope of becoming immortals. As for geniuses, there weren't many of them in ancient times. When they grew up, they could be comparable to the strongest experts of today's races. Moreover, they also had a certain probability of becoming immortals in the future. Excellence is the true top genius of the myriad races. If they don't fall, they will definitely become immortals. It can be said that the talent evaluation of the immortal leaderboard of myriad races represents the upper limit of a cultivator's future achievements. This upper limit isn't fixed. Some people can break it, but the probability is extremely subtle. Of course, talent isn't fixed either. It will change with the cultivator. Hearing this, Qin Shujian secretly clicked his tongue. In ancient times, those who could break through to the celestial being realm could only be considered mediocre. Until now. That was the genius that all the major sects had to raise. Even if they had broken through the 3 major continents, Celestials were still indispensable experts of every race. Of course. Now, those who were really guarding the sect were not ordinary Celestials. They had to be at least 7th level Celestial being or above. But no matter what, cultivators who could break through to the Celestial being realm were all worth cultivating. But judging from the meaning of Godslayer's words, Celestials were really ordinary. However, Qin Shujian still had a faint smile on his face even though he was complaining in his heart. After all, he had the highest evaluation. Outstanding. It seems that the accuracy of the immortal leaderboard of myriad races is still very high. It can tell at a glance that I will definitely break through to the true immortal realm in the future. Godslayer was speechless. Then, Qin Shujian took out a drop of blood essence that emitted a terrifying aura from his storage ring. That was Ling Huang's blood essence. Of the 2 drops of blood essence, he had used 1 drop. Now, there was only 1 drop left. Looking at the fist-sized drop of blood essence, Qin Shujian's spiritual will slashed out like a knife, cutting out a trace of the complete blood essence and then falling into the immortal leaderboard of myriad races. Soon, the information about the Earth Spirit Emperor also appeared instantly. Name, Pan Xiao race, Earth Eldar age, 15,726 years old. Realm, Level 10 Celestial Being Combat Power, 25,700. Talent Evaluation, Superior. Seeing this attribute, Qin Shujian couldn't help but curse, old fart. More than 15,000 years old. How long had he lived? And looking at Ling Huang's appearance, he hadn't reached the point where his lifespan was almost up. In other words, the other party still had at least 1 or 2,000 years to live. Godslayer said, the Earth Eldar is a bit similar to the ancient Buddha race. The mountains have an eternal lifespan, but after giving birth to spiritual wisdom and flesh, they have a limit to their lifespan. Based on the lifespan of the Earth Eldar, the 10th level of the Heaven Realm can live for 20,000 to 30,000 years, which is 2 or 3 times the limit of the human race. However, the world is fair. The Earth Eldar has a long lifespan, but their talent is relatively weaker. Even with superior talent, it might take 200 or 300 years for the human race to break through to the Heaven Realm. If it is the Earth Eldar, it will take at least 1,000 years. This is the difference between races. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also felt relieved. Putting aside the issue of lifespan, he looked at the attributes on it seriously. Talent evaluation. Ling Huang was only superior. In other words, the probability of the other party breaking through to the immortal realm was almost 0. Whether he could even take a step forward and reach the Nirvana realm was still a problem. This was no wonder. Ling Huang had been in seclusion for so many years, but when he came out, he was still at the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. As for the other party's combat strength, it was also the first time Qin Shujian saw the strength of the supreme experts of other races so clearly. 25,700 points. Even without asking the God-slaying saber, he knew that this combat strength should be at a level that was neither high nor low. After all, the weakest immortal had a minimum combat strength of 100,000. If every level was increased by multiple times, then even if Ling Huang became an immortal, he would probably be the weakest immortal. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have any hope of becoming an immortal. Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. If I tell this to the Earth Spirit Emperor, will he have a mental breakdown? However, he wasn't sure about these things. If he was a determined person, then even if he knew how talented he was, he wouldn't feel too discouraged. But if his temperament wasn't good, then it was hard to say. If Ling Huang belonged to the latter, when he knew that he had no chance of breaking through to the immortal realm, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Godslayer said indifferently, the talent evaluation doesn't mean anything. Some people have superior talent but can become immortals in the end. Some people are geniuses but stop at the Heaven Realm. These things are not easy to judge. Talent is only one of them. What really determines how far a cultivator can go is their own perseverance. If you spread this news, if his temperament is bad, he will do as you wish. But if his temperament is firm, he might be motivated. At that time, it will be counterproductive. This kind of thing was common in ancient times. Some people were on the immortal leaderboard of the 10,000 races. After seeing their talent, they broke down on the spot and stopped advancing. Some people worked hard to break through their own shackles. It was precisely because there were good and bad people on this leaderboard. That was why the Emperor of Heaven revealed the talent evaluation. The main reason. It was to motivate some people's temperament. As for those cultivators with weak temperaments, they were not qualified to become strong. I've learned something. Qin Shujian nodded and replied. He just said it casually and didn't really mean to provoke Ling Huang. But looking at Ling Huang's combat power, then looking at his own combat power, Qin Shujian was sure that if he fought with Ling Huang head-on now, he would probably not be a match for him. Even if there was a gap in the rules. But this gap wouldn't be too big, and the other party probably didn't have any trump cards to make up for it. After putting away the immortal leaderboard of the 10,000 races, Qin Shujian went to find Zheng Fang and asked him to send a message to Marquis Baiyun. Then, he returned to the courtyard and began to cultivate. There were still 2 days left. In these 2 days, he hoped to increase his strength again. And the fastest way to increase his strength was to comprehend the rules. So, Qin Shujian's so-called cultivation was not simply absorbing spirit energy, but entering the mother stream of laws to further comprehend the rules of power. But before he went into seclusion, he also specially reminded Godslayer, Senior, if I don't wake up the day after tomorrow, please remind me so that I don't miss the time. Comprehending the rules, he was completely unaware of the passage of time. It would be awkward if he got caught in it. Godslayer said, "Okay, I'll remind you when the time comes." "Thank you, Senior." After Qin Shujian finished speaking, he linked up with the rules of power. Not long after, he had already captured the existence of the mother stream of laws. His divine sense transformed and entered the mother stream of laws in an instant. He didn't know if it was because of his deeper understanding of the rules of power or some other reason. This time, when he entered the mother stream of laws, Qin Shujian found that he was not as far away from the rules of power as the last time. Soon, a long river that was hundreds of feet wide appeared in his line of sight. When he saw the rules of power, Qin Shujian instantly had a realization in his heart. Immediately after, he saw a temporary gap appear in the mother stream of laws. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately entered through the gap. Entering the mother stream of laws, a wave of oppression suddenly came from within. Qin Shujian faced it calmly and then took a step forward. It was different from the last time when many shadows appeared with every step he took. This time, only one shadow appeared after he walked a considerable distance. And these were the shadows that appeared. Some of them were seen before, while some were completely unfamiliar. It seems that the phantoms that appear in the long river of laws are not fixed. The last time I came here, the reason why I frequently encountered the phantoms obstructing me should be because there are foreign laws entering, causing the long river of laws to resist. After all, the mother stream of laws is extremely pure, just like the mother stream of laws in front of me. Once an existence that doesn't belong to the rules of power appears, it will be resisted. And those shadows should be the mother stream of laws' means of dealing with enemies. Walking in the mother stream of laws, Qin Shujian gradually had a strange feeling in his heart. Unlike the last time when he borrowed the rule power from the immortal leaderboard, this time he relied on his own strength to walk in the mother stream of laws. Although the speed was much slower than the previous time. However, it was much easier to walk. From the outside, the mother stream of laws is only 100 feet wide, and the length seems to be about 10,000 feet. However, the distance I'm walking now is not short, and when I spread out my perception, I can't sense the end. In that case, what the mother stream of laws sees from the outside is just an illusory image. Only by walking in can I face the real mother stream of laws. Qin Shujian stepped forward steadily, stepping on the river and moving forward. As he continued to go deeper, the oppression from the mother stream of laws also became stronger and stronger. Not long after, a shadow condensed and appeared. Qin Shujian glanced at the shadow and found that he didn't recognize it. Then, he swung his fist and attacked. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power shook, causing the surrounding river to be turbulent. Finally, Qin Shujian relied on his own strength to kill the shadow and then continued to walk forward. The deeper I go, the deeper my understanding of the mother stream of laws will be. At the same time, the pressure will also be greater. Moreover, every time the shadow appears to fight against the enemy, it will consume part of its power, making it harder for the cultivator to walk further. Looking at the endless mother stream of laws, Qin Shujian let out a long breath. True enough. It wasn't easy to walk to the end of the mother stream of laws. Now that he had come this far, it confirmed his previous guess. The last time he was blocked step by step, that was the self-protection method of the mother stream of laws. Now that he was entering by himself, the difficulty was much lower. Not to mention anything else. The strength of the shadow alone wasn't as strong as the previous time. As for the ancient Buddha Emperor, he didn't even see his shadow. According to Qin Shujian's guess, the ancient Buddha Emperor should be one of the few experts who was about to reach the end of the mother stream of laws. After all, the other party was the strongest of the ancient Buddha clan. Even if he hadn't become an immortal yet, he wasn't far away. Under normal circumstances, if he wanted to meet the ancient Buddha Emperor, he would have to go deeper. P.S. Today is the last day of the fan title event. For those who haven't participated yet, you can take a look at the comments section for Qin Shujian's promotion event. Chapter 596. Boom. Boom. In the long river of laws, two terrifying figures were fighting. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shujian felt his soul faintly touched, as if something was summoning him, causing his action to pause for a moment. Immediately after, the cultivator in the battle smashed his body into pieces with a palm. When leaving the long river of laws, Qin Shujian took a deep look at that person, and then his vision turned black. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was dispirited for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "Senior, why are you disturbing me at this time?" As he spoke, his face was full of helplessness. If it wasn't for Godslayer's interruption, he might not have been defeated. Being killed and leaving the long river of laws was different from being killed and leaving on his own initiative. If an analogy had to be made, the former was equivalent to being killed and resurrected, with all attributes halved. The latter was equivalent to returning to the city. Godslayer said calmly, "You told me to call you when it's time, I just did as you said." Seeing Qin Shujian vomit blood, he was also a little embarrassed, but as a dignified Zhu Bing, how could he bow his head and admit his mistake? Moreover, he also did as the other party said. The more he thought about it, the more confident Godslayer became. Hearing that, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and didn't know how to refute. Then, he could only helplessly say, "How much time has passed now?" "It's been 2 days since you started cultivating." 2 days. That's about it. Qin Shujian nodded silently. In 2 days, some news that should have been spread would have already been spread. If there wasn't, there was no need to wait. After a simple recovery of his injuries, Qin Shujian took out the inheritance of the demon clan that Star Sage gave him. "Senior, if you break the oath after making a rule, what kind of strength do you need to resist the punishment?" While looking at the stone ball, he asked. Now the demon clan was his enemy. Nyo Dali was a little unsure. This inheritance of the demon clan might be ruined in his hands. If that was the case, it would be too wasteful. Qin Shujian thought. Was it possible for him to take the inheritance for himself? Godslayer snapped, "Don't even think about it. If you want to go against the rules, only the rules can do it. If you break the oath of the rules, heaven and earth will punish you. Even an ancient true immortal wouldn't have it easy. With your current strength, you'll definitely be reduced to ashes by the lightning tribulation." What was he thinking? How could a mere diviner resist the rules? If it were so easy to deal with, the oath of the rules would not be so important. Qin Shujian stared at the stone orb with a covetous look. But judging from Godslayer's words, it was clear that Godslayer's plan was a success. It would be impossible for him to steal the inheritance of the demon clan in the near future. Fortunately, when Qin Shujian first made the oath, he was careful that there was no time limit. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to find a demon race member and pass the inheritance to him. Now, at most, the inheritance would be in his hands. He looked at the stone ball again. Qin Shujian stuffed it back into his storage ring. Since he couldn't eat it, he didn't want to look at it anymore. He was sure that if he could swallow the blood essence of the stone orb, his combat power would increase by at least tens of thousands. When that time came, if the true immortals of the 4 major continents didn't come, no one would be able to fight him. But if he swallowed the stone orb, he would first face the punishment of the rules of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian felt that it would be better to find a way to retrieve the remains of the true immortal from the void turbulence rather than relying on this invincible weapon. He suppressed his thoughts. He got up and walked outside. "Sect Master, you're here." As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Shen Yuqing stood there eagerly. "Elder Yuqing, what's the matter?" Qin Shujian frowned slightly. He looked at Shen Yuqing in front of him, a little confused. Shen Yuqing chuckled. "Sect Master, you're so forgetful. Aren't you going to the 100,000-mile territory to create the heaven list today? So I'm going with you. Have you paid the contribution points?" "Ah." Shen Yuqing was stunned by such a straightforward question. She immediately came back to her senses. This time, there are a total of 23 people from the branch sect who want to go and observe. There are a total of 260,000 contribution points in here. Please take a look, Sect Master. As she spoke, she handed over the identity token with both hands. Qin Shujian took the token and mercilessly took away 260,000 contribution points before returning the token. Shen Yuqing didn't feel anything about this. As the hall master of the forging hall, she had also become a master forging hall. It wasn't difficult for her to earn contribution points. She could easily refine 1 or 2 spiritual weapons and the contribution points would be back. This was the benefit of being a support profession and becoming famous. Forging was the same as alchemists. It was tough in the early stages and required a lot of investment. But once she made the right choice, later on, when she grew up, the returns would be multiplied. Other things aside, in Shen Yuqing's current state, even if she didn't sleep or rest, she would be able to forge a spirit tool every 2 or 3 days. As for low-grade spirit tools, there was almost no possibility of failure. She could forge at least 10 spirit tools in a month. A master forging hall would not fail when forging low-grade spiritual weapons. 10 spiritual weapons in a month. It was enough to earn a lot of money. Of course, it was impossible to forge without sleeping or resting. Just talking about consumption, it wasn't something a spirit martial realm cultivator could support. But even if the number was halved, it was still an incredible income. So, 20,000 contribution points to Shen Yuqing was just a drizzle. Let's go. After collecting the contribution points, Qin Shujian didn't waste any time. In the main sect, the others were already waiting. When they saw Qin Shujian arrive, they immediately greeted him. Immediately, Qin Shujian brought everyone to the 100,000-mile territory. The 100,000-mile territory. Because of the constant friction between the human clan and the various clans during this period of time, there were many more humans here. But most of them were players. The more intense the situation of the human clan was, the more they liked to run here. Because of the tense situation, it often represented the birth of a large number of missions. In the East City, in a market, many players had set up stalls to sell their wares. Some had even invited others to form parties. 10 players above the 1st level of the Spirit Martial Realm, the goal is to kill a monster at the 7th level of the Spirit Martial Realm. We have an expert at the 3rd level of the Spirit Martial Realm leading the team. After the mission is completed, all the rewards will be distributed according to the contribution. In a small group of 7 or 8 people, a player shouted loudly. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many people. The 7th level of the Spirit Martial Realm was an expert at the Vision Divine Realm and could be called a great cultivator. And the Monster Clan wasn't a monster. In terms of intelligence, the Monster Clan wasn't any worse than the Human Clan. Whether it was the Yuan Pavilion or the Imperial Court, there were missions to kill the Monster Clan. Although there was only one head, they could only complete one mission because they needed the corpse as evidence. But if they could successfully kill a monster at the 7th level of the Spirit Martial Realm, the rewards would be extremely generous. So, after that player shouted, the other players also rushed up. I'm at the second level of the spirit martial realm and I'm good at attacking. Bring me along. Me, and me. Although I'm at the first level of the spirit martial realm, I'm good at defending. Even if it's at the third level of the spirit martial realm, I can still take it. Go to the side. Who would have the chance to defend against a monster at the 7th level of the spirit martial realm? It will definitely be a one-hit kill. Don't take anyone who is good at defending. I only want those who are good at attacking. I'm good at attacking. Many players signed up. The leader of the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. To be honest, that was already the top person among the players at the current stage. Until now. It seemed that there were players who hadn't officially stepped into the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. The 3rd level of the spirit martial realm was already the peak. Also at that time, a white light flashed, revealing the figures of hundreds of players. Such a change also attracted the attention of many people. So many people died at once. Either they were wiped out by the boss or they were ambushed by a trap. But no matter what, hundreds of people died at once. The loss could be considered tragic. The leading young player shouted angrily, "I'll spend 1,000 taels of silver to hire all players at the 7th level of the true martial realm. Above the 7th level of the true martial realm, 500 taels for each level. The spirit martial realm starts from 500 taels, and each level up adds 2,000 taels. I want as many people as there are. Today, I'm going to cut down all the bastards of the 9 Moons Great World." Wow. As soon as those words came out, the scene suddenly shocked many people. After a short silence, suddenly, 90% of the players all rushed over. With such a generous reward, even if they died once, it was completely worth it. When Qin Shujian came to the East City, he happened to see such a scene. However, he didn't care and was about to leave with his people. At that moment, the player who originally shouted, after seeing Qin Shujian, immediately squeezed through the crowd and came in front of Qin Shujian. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin? Who are you, and why are you blocking my way?" Qin Shujian looked at the player in front of him with a somewhat unhappy expression. Suddenly, someone blocked his way out of nowhere. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be happy. However, this was the East City and the player in front of him was still considered polite. Qin Shujian didn't take action. If he ended up with a bad reputation because of this, then there was no need. One had to know. The current Sect Master Qin was different from before. In the past, he was a bandit. He could kill however he wanted. Now that he was the Sect Master, he had to pay attention to his identity. In addition, there were many players in the sect. If he killed players indiscriminately, it would also arouse the disgust of other players. Qin Shujian couldn't leave this group of experienced babies. Cough, cough, my name is Wang Wenjing. I have heard of Sect Master Qin for a long time. Now that I see Sect Master Qin in person, I couldn't help but want to meet you. Wang Wenjing. Qin Shujian felt that this name was very unfamiliar, but looking at the other party, he vaguely felt that he was a little familiar. As long as it was a little familiar, Qin Shujian was basically certain that the other party must have been killed by him. However, this wasn't a problem either. So be it. That was all in the past. But now that the other party had come to find him at this time, he didn't have time to talk nonsense. After hearing this, Qin Shujian said coldly, "If you have something to say, just say it. I wonder if Sect Master Qin can ignore it." Wang Wenjing said mysteriously. Seeing this, Qin Shujian originally wanted to refuse. But after thinking about it, he still used his divine sense to spread out and set up a simple array to cover the two of them. From the outside world, a strange wave spread out, and then Qin Shujian and Wang Wenjing were fixed in place. And inside the array, Wang Wenjing saw that the people outside seemed to have been immobilized and didn't move at all. For such a method, in his heart, he was both surprised and impressed. Sect Master Qin's method is admirable. If you have something to say, say it. Qin Shujian said coldly. Towards the indifference of this big shot, Wang Wenjing didn't care at all, but bowed and said, I am willing to pay the price of 1,000,000 taels to ask Sect Master Qin to make a move. I wonder if Sect Master Qin is willing? Ask me to make a move? Sect Master Qin, don't worry. It's just some people from the 3 continents. Although they have a large number of people, their strength is extremely weak in front of Sect Master Qin. As long as Sect Master Qin is willing to make a move, I will immediately give you 1,000,000 taels of silver. Wang Wenjing said sincerely. Hearing this, Qin Shujian looked at Wang Wenjing seriously, and his heart was also somewhat moved. The person in front of him was just a player. A player could take out 1,000,000 taels of silver. He felt that it was necessary for him to re-estimate the financial resources of the players at this stage. However, the current Qin Shujian was no longer the Qin Shujian of the past. Although 1,000,000 taels of silver was a lot, it was just a drizzle in his eyes. After Wang Wenjing finished speaking, he sneered and said, 1,000,000 taels of silver and you want me to make a move? Are you too naive, or is a Heaven Realm expert so unbearable in your eyes? Do you know that if you insult a Heaven Realm expert, even if I kill you on the spot, no one will say anything? This sentence was spoken out. The killing intent had turned into a substance. Suddenly, Wang Wenjing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His body couldn't stop trembling, and he stammered, Qin, Sect Master Qin, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that, For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. For Qin Shujian, Wang Wenjing still had a little understanding. His biggest characteristic was that he was greedy for money, commonly known as money grubber. As long as the money was in place, everything was fine. It was just that he had guessed Qin Shujian's character, but he didn't expect that his money would not be in place. As soon as the words came out, he got into big trouble. Suddenly, the condensed killing intent suddenly disappeared. Qin Shujian looked at Wang Wenjing, who was sweating profusely, and said lightly, do you have any spirit stones on you, or the accompanying jade of the spirit stone vein? Yes. Wang Wenjing hurriedly took out a piece of jade the size of an adult's arm from the storage ring. Qin Shujian took the jade, and then cut off a small piece of it. Immediately afterward, a wave of divine sense attached to it, and all the jade stones were thrown back to him. Seeing this, Wang Wenjing took it in a hurry. He first put away the original jade, and then looked at the palm-sized jade in his hand, revealing a look of surprise and doubt. There's a part of my power attached to it. It can be considered a celestial decree. How about I charge you 1,000,000 taels of silver? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Celestial decree. Wang Wenjing immediately held the jade tightly and nodded overjoyed. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. It didn't matter if he couldn't get Qin Shujian to help. As long as he could get the other party's celestial decree, that was enough. Thinking of something, Wang Wenjing's face suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. The little bastard of the 9 Moons world. Killing him was so satisfying. This time, it was time to let these people have a taste of sweetness. With Qin Shujian's celestial decree in hand, those bastards of the 9 Moons world must be wiped out. Soon, the formation was broken. Qin Shujian left with his people. The difference was that there were 1,000,000 taels of silver in the storage ring. A part of divine thought. For him now, it was nothing at all. In this way, he could exchange it for 1,000,000 taels of silver. It was almost a free deal. For such a thing, how could Qin Shujian refuse? In the city lord's mansion, Qin Shujian had temporarily settled Shen Yuqing and others, and then met with the experts of the imperial court in the lobby. East City Lord Huazhon, Bright Vision General Dan Hao, Marquis Baiyun Xiao Chengfeng, Sect Master Qin Shujian of Yuan Sect. The 4 of them were all top experts of the human clan, but at this moment, they were gathered together. Greetings, Sect Master Qin. Sect Master Qin. Needless to say, Dan Hao and East City Lord, even Marquis Baiyun saluted. Qin Shujian saluted them one by one. Subsequently, everyone took their seats one after another. East City Lord was the first to speak. I heard that Sect Master Qin wants to borrow 100,000 miles of the human clan's territory to refine a divine weapon. This time, we have spread the news on behalf of the human clan, And at that time, it will definitely attract experts of many clans. At that time, I'm afraid that someone will make trouble. Although we will try our best to defend, we may not be able to do it perfectly. I wonder if Sect Master Qin has other plans? 4 Qin Shujian. East City Lord was quite impressed. This expert from Yuanzhong had killed many almighties of the foreign tribes. In terms of strength, it had also reached a shocking level. Therefore, when Qin Shujian sent the message, East City Lord immediately arranged for people to cooperate with Yuan sect. In addition to admiring Qin Shujian, he also understood the purpose of the other party's actions. It was nothing more than he wanted to personally test his forging skills in front of the various clans. With this, some experts of the various clans would take action to exert pressure on the demon clan. After all, there was a divine weapon in front of them. The deterrence of the demon clan would be imperceptibly weakened by a lot. Qin Shujian said, East City Lord, you don't have to worry about this matter. In the current situation, the various clans may not take action. Even if there are experts, there won't be too many of them. I believe that with your strength, it won't be a big problem to intercept them. Besides, even if the forging fails this time, we won't lose anything. At that time, there will still be a few experts of foreign clans left. A mere Dao artifact in exchange for a few powerful experts, wouldn't it be a big profit? Hearing this, East City Lord's expression was obviously relaxed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also smiled in response. He didn't give the other party too much pressure. If they really couldn't resist, they would fail. However, if they really failed, it wouldn't be as simple as killing a few powerful experts. With Qin Shujian's fiery temper, at least he had to drag a few clans down with him. In the past, he didn't have this strength, but it was different now. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Baiyun and said with a smile, I'm very grateful that Marquis Baiyun can come out this time. If there really are powerful experts, I hope that Marquis Baiyun can intercept them. Don't worry, Sect Master Qin. You are a member of my Baiyun mansion. I will do my best. Marquis Baiyun said with a smile. Qin Shujian said, thank you very much. It was different from the last time he saw Marquis Baiyun. This time, Marquis Baiyun gave him a strange feeling. He was still the same person. But the difference was, Marquis Baiyun in front of him was less calm and sharper, and his aura seemed to be more fierce. He felt that way. Qin Shujian never doubted too much. Since he had such a feeling, it couldn't be wrong. Marquis Baiyun. There must have been some changes that he didn't know about. But Qin Shujian couldn't ask too much about these things. Dan Hao said, when the Imperial Court found out about Sect Master Qin this time, His Majesty wanted the 2 elders of the Imperial Astronomer to come and help. No need. Now that the human race has many things to do, how can we trouble the elders of the Imperial Astronomer for this? Qin Shujian flatly refused. It was useless to have more people. If someone were to make a move, 1 or 2 more mighty figures or 1 or 2 fewer mighty figures wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, the elders of the Imperial Astronomer were, to be honest, a little weak. Putting everything else aside, the elders of the Imperial Astronomer couldn't be compared to Marquis Baiyun alone. Marquis Baiyun. He was comparable to 4 or 5 experts of the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. If even Marquis Baiyun couldn't stop him, then unless it was an expert of Shi Yang's level, it would be useless. Hearing this, Dan Hao didn't say anything more. These things weren't his intention. He just conveyed it on behalf of Marquis Baiyun. Marquis Baiyun said, when does Sect Master Qin plan to start? Tomorrow. I'm tired today. Let's take a rest. Well, forging a divine weapon is no small matter. You still need to conserve your energy. I've already arranged a place for you to rest. As long as Sect Master Qin is willing, you can go now. The East City Lord said. Thank you, East City Lord. You're welcome. The next day, the East City Lord stayed in the East City. Marquis Baiyun, Dan Hao, Qin Shujian, and many cultivators who wanted to watch left the East City and went to the area 10,000 miles away from the East City. This area. Even though they didn't walk out of the territory, they were very close to the border. To put it simply, if they took a step forward, they would reach the safe area. If they took a step back, they would return to the human territory. Qin Shujian said, "General Dan and Marquis Bayun, please guard the void in case of a sneak attack." Okay. The two of them looked at each other and took a step forward, suppressing the void. Then, Qin Shujian looked at the people who were watching and said, "All the observers, step back a little. If you encounter an irresistible force, don't force it. Otherwise, don't regret it if you die or get injured." Sect Master Qin, "Don't worry. We understand." Some experts from other sects nodded and replied. Then, these people had already retreated 100 feet away. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't start forging immediately. Instead, he set up a protective array, covering the entire 10,000 miles of territory. Similarly, a portion of the people who were still within the range of the array were all forced back by him. Only those cultivators who had paid the money. They were still within the range of the array. After doing these things, Qin Shujian didn't waste any time. He immediately took out the materials and began to forge. Chapter 597. The Heavenly List of Yuan Sect. It would carry the fortune of the sect in the future. Such a supreme treasure. Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't forge it casually. For this divine weapon, he even went to Eldar alone and obtained 2 drops of essence blood from Ling Huang. For this divine weapon, he cancelled all the rewards and also owed the human emperor a promise in exchange for the fragment of the myriad races immortal list. After everything was ready, Qin Shujian quickly entered the state. First, his true essence surged, turning the heaven and earth within 100 feet into a huge furnace. Then, it was a raging inferno. Terrifying temperature. It burned the void until it was dark and distorted. When the flames appeared, the expressions of the cultivators standing 100 feet away changed drastically, and then they frantically retreated without thinking. Some of the cultivators with low cultivation. They even retreated 1,000 feet away before they felt that the heat had reduced to a level that they could withstand. The flames alone have reached a level that people can't bear at close range. It's extremely terrifying. A great cultivator of the god martial arts realm side. Forging a divine weapon. The first was the flame. Only a superior flame could forge a superior divine weapon. As for the flame, it was either formed naturally, or burned with top materials, or used one's own true essence as fuel like Qin Shujian. The first two relied on external objects. If it was the latter, he would have to rely on himself. Immediately, Qin Shujian took out the fragment of the myriad races immortal list and threw it directly into the furnace. If it was a complete 9-seal Dao artifact, he wasn't sure if he could refine it without using the red lotus of purgation. But it was different now. The myriad races immortal list had been broken. Although the fragments retained some power, they were still indestructible. But compared to its heyday, it was still a lot worse. As the stone tablet was thrown into the furnace, Qin Shujian held a sledgehammer made of true essence and hit the stone tablet. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion shook the void, causing it to tremble and crack. All the spectators felt their hearts tremble, as if their liver and gallbladder were about to burst. At that moment, some cultivators even felt as if they were about to stop breathing. But after this feeling subsided, however, it was as if there was a spring rain moistening things, allowing people to have a different kind of comprehension. Meanwhile, a loud boom seemed to explode in the sky above the human territory. Everyone's attention fell on the source of the sound. The East City Lord looked over with a solemn expression. It's starting. He knew. This was the signal for Qin Shujian to start casting. At this moment, the East City Lord had already sensed the surging auras of experts from various clans outside the human clan's territory. It was predictable. The existence of Qin Shujian, the second strongest human and the best human forger, attracted the attention of all races. After all, in terms of strength, Qin Shujian was one of the best in the 4 great continents. When it came to casting methods, The forging methods of the various races had declined, and they had not produced a grandmaster for many years. Compared to the human race, they were much better. Now that the number one artificer of the human race was forging a divine weapon in public, it was difficult not to attract attention. Therefore, before Qin Shujian had even started, there were already powerful beings from various clans who had arrived. Now, the casting had begun. Needless to say, men, what orders do you have, Lord? Pass down the order. The East City Army is under martial law. Any foreign race expert who crosses into the human territory without permission will be killed without mercy. Yes, Lord. The Deputy General who came in bowed and accepted the order. The East City Lord waved his hand and dismissed him. Then, he looked at the empty void in front of him and sneered to himself. I hope you know what's good for you and don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, it's inevitable that blood will flow like a river again. The human race was not weak. It could even be said that they were very strong. If they really angered the human race, unless it was a top clan like the demon race. Or else, the other clans were not qualified to bear the wrath of the human race. Then, the East City Lord took out his communication jade talisman and sent the message to the other 3 cities. At this point, the human territory fell into a state of martial law. On the other side, Qin Shujian waved his sledgehammer and constantly knocked on the stone tablet. With the void of heaven and earth as the furnace and his own vital essence as the fuel, the flames produced had reached the point where they could incinerate a celestial being. The stone tablet was in the furnace. It was also gradually turning red. Qin Shujian calmed his mind and focused on hammering the stone tablet. Every time the hammer fell, it was in harmony with heaven and earth, and endless wonderful sounds were born. But this wonderful sound, only the people within the range of the array could understand something when they heard it. Once they were out of the range of the array, it was just a simple loud sound. In less than half an hour, a strange phenomenon had already appeared in the sky. A huge void furnace appeared, and a stone tablet was being burned in it. A person holding a sledgehammer was forging crazily. As soon as this scene appeared, it immediately caused the hearts of the experts from various clans to tremble. A strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Rumor has it that only the top forging masters will have a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth when they are forging divine weapons. I didn't expect to see it in my lifetime. Outside the territory, on a mountain peak that towered into the clouds, 3 people stood there. The person who spoke. It was a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress. Could it be that even Holifire's methods are inferior? Tian Hong said with a chuckle. Hearing that, the woman in red, who was also Holifire, glanced at him and sneered. Lord Tian Hong, don't deliberately mock me. My Vermilion Bird clan was indeed an expert in forging during the ancient times. But the inheritance has long been cut off. The Emperor of Heaven was ruthless and destroyed all the experts of my Vermilion Bird clan. Otherwise, why would it be like this? For so many years, countless predecessors have tried to retrace the ancient path, but in the end, they all failed. The human clan still retains a complete inheritance. The Emperor of Heaven is ultimately selfish. Finally, a strong killing intent appeared on Holifire's beautiful face. The Vermilion Bird clan had suffered heavy casualties. All the top experts were wiped out, and only a small number of weak clansmen remained. As a result, the Vermilion Bird clan's strength was not considered the top among the Demon clan. These things. Holifire didn't think much of it at first. But now that she saw Qin Shujian's forging methods, a wave of dissatisfaction suddenly surged from the bottom of her heart. Why should the human clan still have a complete inheritance? This was unfair to begin with. Tian Hong's smile faded a little. He looked at the human clan's territory and said coldly, "The Emperor of Heaven is a human. It's unfair if it's unfair, but now that the ancient times have been destroyed for 1,000,000 years, the human clan doesn't have the right to dominate. It's fine if they're content with staying in the Eastern continent, but now that they dare to come out, they're digging their own graves. For the human clan." Tian Hong's heart was filled with great killing intent. Holifire said, "When do you plan to make a move? We'll see how the situation goes. Qin Shujian is very strong. Even Ling Huang was severely injured. Even if the three of us join forces, we may not be able to match him. Tian Hong shook his head and said. But he's caused too much of a commotion this time. Other than us, the other races have also sent powerhouses here. When it's necessary, someone will naturally make a move. He's too arrogant. Does he really think that no one can do anything to him in the human clan's territory? That's just because the other races don't want to fight with the human clan. If they really want to fight, what can the human clan use to stop them? This time, on the demon clan's side, a total of 3 demon saints had come. One was him, the other was Holifier of the Vermilion Birds, and the last was also a famous powerhouse among the demons. The 3 demon saints joined forces. Tian Hong was confident that he could contend against the rulers of some races. In a plain, 2 thin middle-aged men stood there and looked at the human clan's territory in front of them. Is the number 1 blacksmith of the human clan really confident that he can forge a top-notch spirit tool comparable to a Taoist tool? I think so. Seeing that the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared so quickly, his methods are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, you and I have seen the gates of the 4 cities of the human clan's territory from afar. Their power is indeed extraordinary. Our 9-headed dog clan has consumed a lot of energy fighting against the demons over the years. If the human clan can help us, it'll be a good thing. Let's wait and see. The human clan believes that those who are not of our race must have different intentions. They might not be good partners. The 2 of them chatted intermittently. The 9-headed dog clan still had a friendly attitude toward the human clan. However, if they really wanted to talk about cooperation, it was still in a state of uncertainty. Subsequently, the middle-aged man on the left turned his head to look at a certain mountain peak and said with a faint smile, I asked about the smell of roasted chicken. It seems that the hoof of the Vermilion Bird clan is here. I haven't eaten the Vermilion Bird clan for a long time. I've almost forgotten the taste. It's not just the smell of the Vermilion Bird clan. There are also other familiar auras. This time, the demons have also put in a lot of effort. The person on the right sneered and said, if we really want to make a move later, do you plan to make them stay? In his words, he already had the intention to kill Tian Hong and the others. Hearing that, the person on the left shook his head and said, it's hard to say. If I'm not wrong, Tian Hong should be here too. Although his strength isn't that great, his life-saving methods are top-notch. It's fine if he's alone, but it's hard to say if there are 3 of them. However, if he wants to make the Vermilion Bird clan stay alone, it won't be a big problem. Then let's wait and see. Hearing that, the person on the right was not in a hurry. The current situation was still unclear. If they rashly attacked the demon saint of the demon clan, it would only make the demon emperor flustered and exasperated. And when the heaven and earth vision appeared, many of the surrounding experts could not help but whisper. Their divine senses intertwined in the void. However, no one acted rashly, because they had just started casting and were not even close to success. There was no need to rush at all. This wait, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, in the human clan's territory, only the sound of hammering could be heard. The heaven and earth vision also became more and more solid. From afar, it seemed that Qin Shujian had magnified hundreds of times and was constantly hammering the stone tablet. When the Myriad Clan's immortal leaderboard was complete, it was indeed a top Dao artifact in its heyday. Even after it was broken, it was not an easy task to smelt it. 3 days, even the top 9th level materials would have been melted into slag. However, until now, the stone tablet had just shown signs of melting. However, Qin Shujian did not care about the passage of time at all. In his eyes, there was only the existence of the stone tablet. He had even abandoned everything around him. Bang! Bang! Hammer after hammer, he kept hammering on the stone tablet. The true essence hammer fell down, shaking the lines on the stone tablet and gradually collapsing. Another day passed. As the lines on the stone tablet collapsed and disappeared, the stone tablet officially entered the melting stage. As soon as the stone tablet melted, Qin Shujian took out the materials that he had prepared for a long time and then integrated them into the stone tablet bit by bit. While smelting the materials, Qin Shujian was multitasking. The hammer still kept hammering. Gray impurities. They were hammered out from those materials. Another day passed. All the materials were fused together. Then Qin Shujian began to use his divine thought to control the liquid, condensing the embryonic form of the heaven list. Rumble, in just a breath's time. The clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. When the heaven list condensed, the thunder tribulation suddenly struck down. Crack, the purple thunder was like a wild dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Wherever it passed, the space was shattered into powder, as if it was determined to destroy the heaven list. However, just as the thunder berserk dragon bombarded the heaven list, the true essence sledgehammer fell down at the perfect time, immediately shattering the thunder berserk dragon. The rich thunder turned into pure energy and merged into the embryonic form of the heaven list. It dyed the list with an undetectable purple color. At this moment, the second bolt of lightning struck. The power of each thunder was extremely terrifying, enough to make a celestial supreme cultivator feel a great threat. However, such thunder power, it could not do anything to Qin Shujian at all. It could not do anything to the heaven list. After all, although the current heaven list was only in its embryonic form, the material foundation was the fragment of the immortal list of myriad clans. Even with Qin Shujian's strength, it took a full 4 days to melt the fragment. With the current strength of the thunder, it was impossible to destroy the heaven list. As the thunder continued to fall, the heavenly ranking also gradually solidified. A faint aura of power spread out, causing the hearts of all the cultivators to tremble. Pressure. I feel the pressure not weaker than that of a celestial. That's obviously a spirit artifact, but it can emit the pressure of a Tao artifact. Can it really be successfully forged? A powerhouse transmitted his divine thought, looking at the scene in front of him with shock. What was their purpose for coming here? It was because of the propaganda of the human clan, as well as the mission issued by Qin Shujian some time ago. Killing the demon clan powerhouses. They could exchange for a top spirit artifact comparable to a Tao artifact. But for a top spirit artifact, in fact, there was no fixed boundary. Whether there was really a spirit artifact comparable to a Tao artifact was still a question to be discussed. More importantly, if it was only comparable to an ordinary 1 or 2 seal Tao artifact, it would not be of much use to some powerhouses. To really attract their attention, it had to be at least comparable to a 4 or 5 seal Tao artifact. But the forging had not been completed yet. The heaven list had already emitted a pressure not weaker than that of a celestial. This kind of pressure, it was already at the level of a Tao artifact. And, it was at least at the level of a 2 seal Tao artifact. However, there were also some powerhouses who saw some clues and said, the stone tablet that Qin Shujian melted earlier is not simple. I'm afraid it's a fragment of a supreme treasure. As for how important a supreme treasure fragment is, everyone should be very clear. Hearing this, some people's excited hearts also calmed down a little. That's right. They did not recognize the origin of the stone tablet. But some people could still see the identity of the stone tablet as a supreme treasure. What was a supreme treasure? That was an extremely precious treasure. There might not be such a complete supreme treasure in the 4 continents. Of course, there might be a supreme treasure fragment. But no matter what, if they used a supreme treasure fragment and only got a 2 seal Tao artifact, it would be completely a waste of money. The divine weapon he forged is still at the level of a spiritual artifact, but its power is almost at the level of a 3 seal Tao artifact. I just don't know what kind of treasure the stone tablet he melted earlier is. If it's just an ordinary supreme treasure fragment, his means are really extraordinary. In the distant void, Jiyu Sion said faintly. He was one of the powerhouses of the God Clan and was also the secret master forger of the God Clan. This time, Qin Shujian publicly forged a top-notch Tao artifact, which also drew Jiyu Sion out. Besides that, there was another powerhouse from the God Clan who accompanied him. His name was Jiyu Wan. These two were the rare powerhouses of the 9th tier of the Heaven Realm in the God Clan. Originally, with the foundation of the God Clan, powerhouses of the 9th tier of the Heaven Realm would not be so rare. But unfortunately, during the war, Qin Shujian had killed many powerhouses of the God Clan. As a result, this caused the strength of the God Clan to decline a lot. If the Divine Emperor was not still around, now, there would be a lot of turmoil within the God Clan. Guwan, who was at the side, heard this and said, "Brother Gu Sion, if this divine weapon is completed, what level will it be? There's a high probability that it'll be comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact, and there's a small probability that it'll be comparable to a 5-seal Dao artifact." Gu Sion was silent for a while and gave an answer that he thought was pertinent. Guwan took a breath and said, "A spiritual artifact that can be comparable to a 5-seal Dao artifact, this means might not be too amazing. The means are extraordinary, but if you want to say that it's amazing, it should be because of the supreme treasure fragment." Gu Sion shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I can't see the origin of the supreme treasure fragment. Otherwise, I can also speculate something. The myriad races' immortal ranking had been broken in the ancient times. Now, 1,000,000 years had passed. The powerhouses of the ancient times were all dead. Coupled with the fact that the myriad races' immortal ranking was broken, there was not a single powerhouse who could really recognize it. Even Qin Shujian. If Godslayer had not confirmed it, he would not have recognized that the stone tablet was a fragment of the myriad races' immortal ranking. Guwan said, "There are also powerhouses from the Demon Clan. This time, we can't let Qin Shujian succeed. If he really succeeds, we will be in a lot of trouble." Although the other party used the supreme treasure fragment to forge the divine weapon. But for some powerhouses, they would ignore this matter. If they really let the other party succeed in forging, for some people, this was an irresistible temptation. Benefits moved people's hearts. A powerful divine weapon was equivalent to a powerful cultivation method and martial arts. When that time came, no matter how powerful these big clans were, there would still be cultivators who would take the risk out of desperation. Gu Sion said, "Now is not the time to make a move. Qin Shujian is very strong, and forging now consumes a lot of energy for him. Moreover, it's not a critical moment, so he can stop at any time. With his strength that severely injured Ling Huang, if we act rashly, we may die here. Let's wait for a while. When he is really exhausted and can't get away, then it will be our chance to make a move. Moreover, the Demon Clan and the Blood Eldar have sent people here. There are many powerhouses from different clans now. These people are not for sale. Why should we be in a hurry to be the first to make a move?" In Gu Sion's opinion, the God Clan was not the only one who did not want to see Qin Shujian succeed. At this time, there was no need for the God Clan to jump out first. In the previous battle, the God Clan suffered the greatest loss. The other clans' losses were much smaller. In this way, the God Clan could not act rashly. No matter what, they had to wait for the other clans to make a move first. Otherwise, if the God Clan lost 1 or 2 more powerhouses, then it would really be over. Guwan heard this and nodded slightly. Everything will be as Brother Gu Xin said. This time, he came out with Gu Xin under the order of the Emperor God. Gu Xin was in charge of everything, and Guwan was only an assistant. But for this, Guwan was not dissatisfied. Anyway, who was in charge and who was not, it was a small matter. It did not matter. The Thunder Tribulation lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, the embryonic form of the Heaven List gradually solidified and was completely soaked in purple. At this moment, the aura emitted by the Heaven List was no weaker than a 4-seal Dao artifact. At this moment, Qin Shujian's face suddenly became solemn. He suddenly shouted and smashed the hammer again. The Heaven List shook. In the storage ring, an innate spiritual item flew out and fell into the heaven and earth furnace. Half a day later, the innate spiritual item melted bit by bit. As the innate spiritual item melted, the Heaven List shook violently and was undergoing a terrifying transformation. The thunder in the sky condensed again. Compared to the purple thunder tribulation last time, this time, the thunder tribulation was dark red and full of destructive aura. The power of the thunder tribulation, even the heavenly human powerhouses who were secretly watching all changed their expressions. Many powerhouses looked at the thunder tribulation with flickering eyes. At this level, there were not many things that could threaten them. But above the dark red thunder clouds, they felt an ominous aura. East City. A person rose into the air and his aura spread out, sweeping thousands of miles away. This is the territory of the human clan. Anyone who steps into the territory of the human clan without permission and interferes with the forging of divine weapons will be the mortal enemy of the human clan. Please take care of yourselves. The person who spoke was the East City Lord, Huazhon. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 cities also had phantoms. At this moment, the auras of the 4 cities were connected. There was a faint formation floating in the 100,000 miles of the human clan's territory. An aura that suppressed heaven and earth spread out mightily, causing many powerhouses' expressions to change drastically. Originally, the 4 city lords were just Saint Realm cultivators, so they didn't take the threat seriously. But now, after the formation was connected, in addition, the auras of the 4 city lords were connected to the cities. The aura they emitted made even the powerhouses feel threatened. This was also since the human clan established the 100,000 miles of territory. For the first time, they showed their ferocious fangs in front of other clans. Suddenly, some powerhouses of various clans who had thoughts in their hearts suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Even the powerhouses of the demon clan and the god clan didn't dare to act rashly. At this moment, thunder fell, and heaven and earth exploded. P.S. Please support the original version and the author's creation. Chidian Chinese Network. Original name from knockoff NPC to Big Boss, current name I Am Decent. Chapter 598. A Dark Red Thunderbolt. It was a thunderbolt of destruction. Whenever a powerful divine weapon appeared in the world, it would be tested by this thunderbolt. If it could withstand it. It was a supreme treasure with unparalleled power. Once it could not withstand it, there was nothing to say. As the dark red thunderbolt fell, Qin Shujian held his breath, not daring to be distracted. He focused all his attention on the heaven list in front of him, constantly tempering this Tao artifact. Boom! The first thunderbolt fell. The heaven list shook slightly. The moment the thunderbolt fell, Qin Shujian had already struck with his true essence sledgehammer, dispersing the thunderbolt's power. A Tao seal quietly condensed from the heaven list. When the first Tao seal appeared, the heaven list's aura surged violently. The Tao seal has appeared. This is not as simple as forging a top-tier spiritual weapon. He is forging a powerful Tao artifact. Holifire's expression suddenly changed. The demons had been waiting for an opportunity to strike. She originally thought that Qin Shujian was only forging a top-tier spiritual weapon, but she did not expect him to be forging a real Tao artifact at this moment. Furthermore, Holofire could see that the Tao artifact that Qin Shujian was forging would not be a simple Tao artifact. After all, the spiritual weapon's power was already close to that of a 5-seal Tao artifact. Now that the innate embryo had been integrated, the Tao artifact forged would be at least of the 5-seal level. Or else, there was no need to integrate the innate embryo. Tian Hong's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "From Holifire's point of view, what are the chances of Qin Shujian succeeding?" "Very high." Holofire gave a simple evaluation, then said solemnly, "He is too strong. Although the thunderbolt is powerful, it is not a threat to an expert of this level. Unless the thunderbolt's power increases dramatically, it will be difficult to make him fail. We can only wait until the final moment and find an opportunity to strike. If there is really no other way, I suggest we retreat." When it came to retreating, Holofire was also a little unwilling. However, she knew very well that if there was really no chance to intervene, forcefully striking might cause her and the others to die. An existence with the combat power of an ultimate expert. It was not something that ordinary almighties could compare to. Not to mention, the human race was not to be trifled with. At this moment, in the territory, the city lords of the 4 cities released their auras, and a terrifying array had been activated. Although the array formation was only set up by a second realm array Tao Grandmaster, it was still very powerful. However, With the 4 cities as the foundation and the many powerhouses of the human race as the eye of the formation, the power unleashed had long surpassed the level of the second realm. Even if a mighty figure fell into it, the slightest carelessness could lead to the risk of death. Facing this great formation, not only were the Yarrow clan apprehensive, but the other clans were also apprehensive. East City. East City Lord Huazhon stood on top of the city wall with his hands behind his back as he looked at the many experts hidden in the void in front of him. At the same time, he diverted some of his attention to where Qin Shujian was. At this moment, the East City Lord smiled bitterly in his heart. To tell the truth, he really didn't expect that Qin Shujian's forging of a divine weapon would cause such a huge commotion. He hadn't even completed the forging yet, but the lightning tribulation that descended already made his heart palpitate. There was no need to think about it. They all understood that the grade of the divine weapon forged by the other party was definitely beyond their imagination. In the East City Lord's perception, it was unknown how many experts were hidden in the void. Putting everything else aside, there were no less than dozens of auras that made his heart palpitate. This meant that there were at least dozens of mighty figures staring at him. Although, not all of these experts were hostile to the human race. But at least half of them had ill intentions. This half of the experts. There were at least 20 mighty figures. If all of them really charged into the human territory, it would definitely be another great battle that wouldn't be inferior to the previous one. Regarding this, Huazhon also felt a lot of pressure in his heart. To be able to become the East City Lord, he was naturally not someone who was afraid of death. Huazhon's main concern was, the foundation that the human race had painstakingly built would be completely ruined because of this. If that was the case, those who died in battle would have died in vain. However, while he was worried, a glimmer of hope surged in Huazhon's heart. After all, Qin Shujian was confident in doing so. He should be confident in controlling the situation. If it really couldn't work, then they would fight. On the other side, the aura of destruction filled the air. The void was turned into dust. Qin Shujian stepped on the ground, and a terrifying force suppressed the void. He held the vital essence hammer in his hand and was still tempering the heaven list. Until now, the thunder tribulation had already struck 13 times. 3 Dao seals on the heaven list had already taken shape, and the 4th Dao seal was being nurtured. As time passed, it was the same thunder tribulation, but the power that descended was even more powerful. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer said, "I've already sensed the aura of many cultivators. There are at least 40 cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being who came this time. If they really want to attack, are you confident that you can withstand them?" Qin Shujian didn't answer and was still tempering. Godslayer couldn't do anything about this. He realized that Qin Shujian looked very cautious and stable, but in fact, the way he did things was extremely radical. Just like now, more than 40 mighty figures had been attracted to the forging of a divine weapon. So many experts were really going to attack together. Godslayer also felt that it was hard to do so. He didn't deny Qin Shujian's strength, but no matter how strong he was still alone. It was very difficult to ignore the number of people of the same level. To be honest, Godslayer didn't have much confidence either. However, judging from Qin Shujian's appearance, it was obvious that he wouldn't stop halfway. Of course, Godslayer also didn't want Qin Shujian to stop. This time, in order to forge a divine weapon, he had melted all the fragments of the immortal list of myriad races. If he failed, it would be a complete waste. He thought of his Xian. As the god-slaying saber mourned, it suddenly felt that something was amiss. But what was strange about it? He couldn't tell for a while. At this moment, another shocking thunderbolt struck. Qin Shujian suddenly shouted, and the vital essence hammer shattered the vacuum, forcibly destroyed the power of the thunderbolt, and then led it to the heaven list. Immediately, the 4th Dao seal was directly formed. Rumble. When the 4th Dao seal was formed, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly grew larger, directly covering thousands of miles of land. Qin Shujian shouted, "Everyone, Get out of the range of the thunder tribulation. If you insist on not retreating, don't blame me if you die. After that, he didn't have time to care so much. This time, 3 blood-red thunderbolts fell, and the powerful aura was enough to destroy an almighty. In the face of such a thunder tribulation, Qin Shujian's expression was extremely solemn. It was also forging a Dao artifact. Now that the Heaven List was only at the level of a 4-seal Dao artifact, the power of the tribulation was several times more terrifying than when Cold Mountain City was upgraded to a 5-seal Dao artifact. Such a change. It made him immediately think of the fragment of the immortal list of myriad races. Perhaps it had merged with this fragment of the supreme treasure. That led to the change of the thunder tribulation. Although Qin Shujian was solemn about such a change, he didn't regret it at all. It could be said that the Heaven List was the foundation of Yuan sect in the future, and it was the supreme treasure that carried Yuan sect's luck. Such an existence. How could he be careless? The stronger the thunder tribulation was now, the greater the potential of the Heaven List. As long as it wasn't an ancient true immortal level thunder tribulation, Qin Shujian wasn't afraid at all. Up until now, he hadn't even shown his true strength. If he really used all his trump cards, not to mention a mere thunder tribulation, even the tribulation clouds above could be destroyed by Qin Shujian. However, he was just thinking about it. If he really destroyed the tribulation clouds, it might incur the wrath of the rules. When that time came, perhaps an ancient true immortal level thunder tribulation would appear. That was a path to self-destruction. Even if he knew that the forging would fail, Qin Shujian wouldn't do it. As for those who were watching, they had already left at this moment. Actually, there was no need for Qin Shujian to remind them. The power of the thunder tribulation already made people's hearts palpitate. If they didn't leave, facing the aftermath, they would definitely die. Now that the forging hadn't been completed yet, they had to leave halfway. But those people didn't feel regretful. Because of the enlightenment in front, it was enough for them to digest. At least, it was also worth the ticket price. As for more, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. There was no way to blame others. 3 thunderbolts fell. Qin Shujian's sledgehammer struck, the Heaven List shook violently, and half a Dao seal was quietly formed. A day passed. The 5th Dao artifact was directly formed. The veins on Qin Shujian's arms under his sleeves bulged, and the true essence sledgehammer kept hammering. The star acupoints in his body formed a star river diagram, and a vast power emerged to support his consumption. And when the 5th Dao seal appeared, the thunder tribulation in the sky was violently rolling over and over again. A 5-seal Dao artifact. The thunder tribulation hasn't stopped yet. Isn't a 5-seal Dao artifact the limit? Hiss. In the void, the onlooking experts also let out a helpless groan. A 5-seal Dao artifact. In the situation where Dao artifacts were scarce in the 3 continents, a Dao artifact of this level was a powerful treasure. If it was a 6-seal Dao artifact, it was enough for some small clans to go crazy. This was why the clans in the 3 continents valued experts and were unwilling to lose them easily. The most important reason. It was because once too many experts died, and there was not enough power to suppress the fate of the clan, it would cause the fate to flow away. When that time came, it would be the doomsday of the clan. But once there was a Dao artifact that could suppress fate, this concern was no longer a concern. Can he really successfully forge a 6-seal Dao artifact? Jiyu Wan's face was extremely solemn. A 6-seal Dao artifact. There were only 1 or 2 of them in the God clan. It was the foundation of the entire God clan, and it existed to suppress the fate of the clan. Even if a few heavenly human experts died, the God clan would not use these 6-seal Dao artifacts to fight against the enemy. They would not be as extravagant as the human clan. They would directly use the self-destruction of the Dao artifacts to kill the enemy. Ji Yushin was not relaxed either, and he said in a deep voice, "The power of the thunder tribulation is becoming stronger. If it continues to become stronger, that Dao artifact might not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation. Could it really not be able to withstand it? Even Gusion himself was not sure. Maybe it could, maybe it could not. In his opinion, he hoped that Qin Shujian would succeed, but he also hoped that Qin Shujian would fail. As a master blacksmith of the God clan, Ji Yuxin also admitted that the Tao of blacksmithing had declined in the 3 major continents. Now, if Qin Shujian really forged a 6-seal Tao artifact, it might mean that the Tao of blacksmithing would return to its peak. No. At this moment, the other party had forged a 5-seal Tao artifact, which already represented many things. If he were Qin Shujian, that would be the case. Ji Yuxin would not take the risk to forge a 6-seal Tao artifact. 5 seals would be enough. Because he knew. Now, there were experts everywhere. If the 5-seal Tao artifact was forged, these people would not act rashly, because they were not confident. Although Qin Shujian seemed to be exhausted, it would not be too much. An expert who had severely injured Ling Huang. No one was willing to be his enemy. However, if he were to continue casting, the probability of failure would be even greater. There were both internal and external factors. But, Ji Yuxin shook his head slightly and sighed. As far as I know, Qin Shujian is proud and arrogant. He has not stopped at this moment. It is obvious that he wants to continue forging the Tao artifact. In this way, the probability of failure is very high. After sighing with emotion, Ji Yuxin's expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly, "If there is a chance, find a way to interfere. We must not let him succeed." From his identity as a master blacksmith, he hoped that Qin Shujian would succeed. But from the God clan's point of view, he hoped that Qin Shujian would fail. Although Ji Yuxin was a master blacksmith, there was the word God clan in front of his title. Strictly speaking, he was a master blacksmith of the God clan. So, Qin Shujian must not succeed. As long as he did not succeed, the influence of this forging would be greatly reduced, and at the same time, the human clan would have one less treasure to protect their luck. No matter which point it was. It would be of great benefit to the God clan. Guan also understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "I know. Do you want to find a way to contact the Monster Clan and the Blood Eldar? Send the message." Ji Yuxin nodded. If the human clan rises, it will not be just a matter of the God clan. It will not be so easy for them to watch from the sidelines. If they are really unwilling to help, then let's just sit and watch the human clan rise. That was what he said. But when it really came to that, all parties would still take action. On the mountain peak, Tian Hong and the other 2 monster overlords looked solemn. The power of the Thunder Calamity is not weaker than the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm. If it goes up, I'm afraid it will reach the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm, or even the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Tian Hong said in a deep voice, "When that time comes, it will be the time for us to take action." When it really reached the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm, even a powerhouse like the Demon Emperor would not dare to be distracted by this. Qin Shujian was strong. But in the face of such a thunder calamity, he would definitely be unable to do anything. To be honest, Tian Hong was very conflicted. He hoped that Qin Shujian would fail. Then, there would be no need for them to take action. They could just go back to their own clans. He also hoped that Qin Shujian would continue to forge. When that time came, there might even be a chance to take action and severely injure the other party. Yes, severely injure. Tian Hong was not confident that he could kill Qin Shujian. His greatest hope was to injure the second strongest person of the human race. When that time came, the human emperor would be injured. Qin Shujian would also be injured. The human race's deterrence to the outside world would be weakened to the extreme. If that was the case, it would be even easier for the various clans to suppress the human race. After all, everyone knew. The human race was now at its weakest. There were not many almighty experts. The only ones holding the fort were the human emperor and Qin Shujian. But both of them were terrifyingly strong. With these 2, they were comparable to dozens of almighty experts. But at the same time, once something happened to the 2 of them, the human race would fall off the altar. Therefore, the monster race's goal was not as simple as stopping Qin Shujian from forging the divine weapon. They also wanted to find an opportunity to severely injure Qin Shujian. As long as the other party was severely injured, it would be equivalent to the human race losing an arm. Another monster saint said, "Is there any news from the other clans? The god race has already sent a message. They are ready to join forces with us." Tian Hong said calmly. He did not think much of the god race. Such a traitor race was not worthy of the monster race's attention at all. Only the god race was strong enough. Only then would the monster race cooperate with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. Who would be willing to pay attention to the god race? Traitors were not valued no matter where they were, except for traitors with tyrannical strength. In the sky, the thunder tribulation was already bombarding continuously. The destructive power directly jumped from the 8th level of the celestial being to the 9th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian exerted all his strength and waved the sledgehammer crazily, forging the heaven list in the direction of perfection. The 6th Tao seal. It was about to take shape. 10 days. 10 days had passed. During this period of time, the thunder tribulation did not stop for even half a breath. The destructive power bombarded continuously and had already exceeded the range of 10,000 miles. And below the tribulation cloud, the heaven and earth phenomenon seemed to be substantial. After such a long time, it had already attracted the attention of all the powerhouses in the 3 continents. Almost every race had already sent powerhouses over. It was only because of the deterrence of Huazhon and the others. For the time being, no one stepped into the human territory. It's going to transform into a 6-seal Tao artifact. In the void, Marquis Baiyun looked at the heaven list with a look of amazement in his eyes. Compared to Qin Shujian's strength, he was truly in awe of his forging methods. A 6-seal Tao artifact. In hundreds of thousands of years, there were only a handful of blacksmiths who could truly grow to this level. He was indeed worthy. The title of the #1 blacksmith of the human race. In the sea of consciousness, the stone spear's voice sounded, "If I'm not wrong, he should have melted the fragments of the immortal ranking of the 10,000 races into it. This is the supreme treasure of the ancient heavenly court, a top-notch 9-seal Tao artifact. However, even if he has the supreme treasure fragment, being able to forge a 6-seal Tao seal with his bare hands is still shocking. If it was in the ancient times, he would have been a guest of honor of the various races, but he's making too much noise now. There are already more than 60 powerhouses here. If this force really wants to attack, you have to be careful." "It's fine." Marquis Baiyun smiled faintly. More than 60 almighties were indeed shocking. However, Marquis Baiyun was not afraid. Instead, a hidden fighting spirit gradually awakened. So what if there were more than 60 powerhouses? Moreover, not all of these powerhouses were from the monster race or the god race. If they really wanted to attack, the human race had a chance of winning. Moreover, Marquis Baiyun looked at Qin Shujian, who was forging, and thought to himself, "What's the source of your confidence? Is it your own strength?" Boom, another hammer fell, and the 6th Tao seal was suddenly formed. At this moment, the heaven list had been promoted to a 6-seal Tao artifact. Qin Shujian did not stop and directly released Ling Huang's blood essence. As soon as the blood essence appeared, a huge stone figure appeared in front of everyone. "That's Ling Huang." Did Qin Shujian beat Ling Huang until he lost his blood essence? Seeing the stone figure appear, the expressions of the powerhouses changed drastically. This matter was completely beyond their expectations. Ling Huang was heavily injured. Obtaining the essence blood of an Earth Spirit Emperor was a completely different matter. The former only needed to be slightly stronger. If it was the latter, he would have to crush the other party to achieve it. After all, it was the blood essence of an emperor. It was not that easy. No one expected that Qin Shujian would have Ling Huang's blood essence. Not only were the various races shocked, but even the powerhouses of the human race were stunned. Huazhon was stunned as he muttered to himself, "Sect Master Qin is really ruthless." He beat Ling Huang until he spat out his blood essence. After a moment of shock, he was excited. The stronger Qin Shujian was, the better it would be for the human race. The human race. They needed such a powerhouse. The two almighties of the nine-headed dog clan were also stunned. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. The strength of the Earth Spirit Emperor is very strong. When I fought with him a few years ago, I was not his match. He's not just strong. Ling Huang is only slightly weaker than powerhouses like the ancient Buddha Emperor and the Demon Emperor. Ling Huang was very strong. The Eldar was a lackey of the demon race. It was not that the nine-headed dog clan had not interacted with the Eldar before. However, the more they knew about Ling Huang's strength, the more they understood what the blood essence in Qin Shujian's hands meant. It meant Qin Shujian was even stronger. Moreover, the other party was in the Eldar's territory and severely injured Ling Huang. That was even more remarkable. Ling Huang, who had the luck of the demon race on him, his strength was even more terrifying. One of the nine-headed dog clan's powerhouses took a deep breath. Hiss, it seems that we have to re-evaluate the strength of the human race. Although the human race lacked almighties, their top combat power was really too strong. One human emperor and one Qin Shujian were enough to ensure the survival of the human race. At this moment, Qin Shujian smashed Ling Huang's shadow with his hammer and then forcefully merged the blood essence into the heaven list. As the blood essence merged, the heaven list emitted a powerful aura. Ling Huang was a powerhouse who was half a step into the Nirvana realm. The power of the blood essence of such a powerhouse was not simple. The heaven list that was about to be completed, when Ling Huang's blood essence merged, it began to tremble violently. The shadow of a Dao seal seemed to be growing within it. In the sky, the blood-red tribulation clouds were suddenly dyed with a faint black color. When the black color appeared, an ominous aura spread out, and all the powerhouses trembled. Godslayer said, "The power of the thunder tribulation has touched the boundary of the Nirvana realm. Be careful, don't force yourself if you can't hold on. A mere thunder tribulation can't do anything to me." Qin Shujian roared and displayed the celestial body. His body, which was thousands of feet tall, stood proudly in the sky. The heaven list also rose with the wind. At the same time, the destructive thunder tribulation in the sky suddenly fell. Chapter 599. Cold Mountain City was also a six-seal Dao artifact. The heaven list was currently upgrading to a six-seal Dao artifact. However, it was also a six-seal Dao artifact. The power of the lightning tribulation was much stronger than the previous one. If it had been in Cold Mountain City, Qin Shujian would have been defeated if the lightning tribulation had reached such a level. However, it was different now. His strength had increased by a lot. Although the power of the lightning tribulation was terrifying, it was still bearable. Boom! Destructive lightning fell as Qin Shujian hammered his sledgehammer. The terrifying power forcibly suppressed the lightning. When the first bolt of lightning fell, the sixth seal of the heaven list was formed. However, even so, the lightning did not retreat. Qin Shujian did not stop forging. A six-seal Dao artifact. Cold Mountain City was a six-seal Dao artifact. He had paid such a huge price this time. He did not plan to forge a six-seal Dao artifact at all. Boom! Boom! Destructive lightning fell wildly. The huge heaven list endured the lightning strikes. A giant tens of thousands of feet tall swung his hammer and suppressed all the lightning that fell. At this moment, the heaven list's power spread. It suppressed the void until it stagnated. 3 days passed. The lightning tribulation was still falling. The power of the lightning tribulation had stabilized at the Nirvana realm. Every bolt of lightning. It could severely injure or even kill an ordinary almighty. Qin Shujian did not dare to be distracted. He focused wholeheartedly. At this moment, the sixth Dao seal had already stabilized, and a new Dao seal was being born. At this moment, all the experts could no longer hold back. A six-seal Dao artifact was already shocking. If a seven-seal Dao artifact was born, the luck of the human race would increase greatly. The other races were still fine. How could the races that were hostile to the human race sit by and watch the luck of the human race increase greatly? Crash! The void cracked as a huge palm came crashing down on Qin Shujian. How dare you trespass into the human race's territory? Die! Huazhon, the East City Lord, shouted angrily. He took a step into the air and attacked with his spear. The energy spear shattered the void and blocked the palm. Boom! A terrifying power erupted. Huazhon took a step back. At the same time, the void shattered and a person stepped out from the shattered void. Blood Eldar Elite, Zhu Yu. A mere saint dares to block my path? You're courting death. Zhu Yu looked at Huazhon coldly, his words full of disdain. He was a major power of the Blood Eldar, and his strength had reached Heaven Tier 9. Although Huazhon could receive a palm strike from him, his strength was only SOSO. Somewhere else. He could easily slap them to death. In the face of Zhu Yu's ridicule, Huazhon laughed out of extreme anger and shouted, "Many Blood Eldar have died in the hands of our human race. Now, another one is destined to be added." After saying this, Dong Cheng soared into the sky. Huazhon lifted up the city with one hand and suppressed towards Zhu Yu. Meanwhile, Huazhon's voice also rang out in the eastern part of the city, causing the panic-stricken crowd to immediately calm down. Don't resist. There are powerful enemies invading the human territory today. I need to borrow your strength to fight them. Boom. The city crushed the void and smashed towards Zhu Yu with a force that could suppress the heavens and earth. How strong was Dong Cheng? It was comparable to a four-seal Dao artifact. However, more importantly, there were shocking formations set up in the human territory, causing Dong Cheng's power to increase greatly. In addition, he could borrow the power of all the cultivators in Dong Cheng, so the city's power was even more terrifying. Therefore, although Huazhon was a saint cultivator, now that he was holding Dong Cheng, his terrifying power was enough to make Zhu Yu's expression change. He struck out with his palm. A huge palm print landed on the city. In an instant, the city shook and the palm print shattered. It did not stop falling. Zhu Yu took a step back and avoided Dong Cheng's suppression. At this moment, the God race, the demon race, and the other Blood Eldar powerhouses also attacked at the same time. 6 major powers shattered the void. At the same time, the city lords of Dong Cheng, Nan Cheng, and Bei Cheng soared into the sky and held the city in their hands, directly intercepting the 3 major powers. Next, the army moved out and borrowed the power of the formations in the human territory. Soaring battle intent was formed and forcibly suppressed the remaining 3 major powers. In an instant, the 7 major powers were all blocked by the human powerhouses. However, it did not stop. This was because the 3 races still had many subordinate races under them. At this moment, another major power made a move. Marquis Baiyun, don't be impatient. Let me handle this. Dan Hao took a step forward, and the silver-white spear shattered the void and stopped the major power who attacked. The person who attacked. It was a gold Eldar powerhouse. His strength was at the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm. Although Dan Hao had not broken through to the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm, he had already taken a step forward and was considered a half-step major power. In addition to the formations in the human territory, most of the human experts received a boost in strength. In that case, Dan Hao's strength was actually not much weaker than an ordinary major power. The battle broke out very quickly. Many experts who were hiding in the void had not expected that everything would progress so quickly. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. It caused the human territory to fall into complete chaos. On the other side, the heaven list was still transcending the tribulation, and Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. Now, the Dao seal that was being nurtured had already become perfect. As long as he survived the Thunder Tribulation, the Heaven List would definitely be promoted to a 7-seal Dao artifact. He was wholeheartedly focused on the Heaven List, completely ignoring everything that was happening around him. Marquis Baiyun stepped out of the void. Looking at the many powerhouses in the void in front of him, he said loudly, "The human race has no intention of becoming enemies with the other races. I also hope that you will not make things difficult for the human race. Otherwise, This matter will be resolved and we will fight to the death. Fight to the death. I'd like to see where the human race gets its confidence from. A sinister voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Marquis Bayun flicked his sleeves, and his energy shattered the void. A combatant fell out from the void of space. You'd better say it face to face. There's no point in hiding behind someone's back. Marquis Bayun glanced indifferently at the other party with a cold expression. Hearing that, the expert's face turned green and then white. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and charged towards Marquis Bayun. As soon as he attacked, his power was astonishing. The stone spear crushed the void. An ancient aura swept across the world like a wave. Marquis Bayun took a step forward, and the stone spear in his hand swept out like a long spear. Under the terrifying power, it directly blew up the body of the major power who attacked. His body exploded. In the blink of an eye, he recovered. The expert's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to escape into the void without thinking. Marquis Bayun stretched out his hand and grabbed the other party. A terrifying power erupted and crushed the other party's body. Then, the stone spear pierced out and completely annihilated the spiritual deity's flesh and blood. From the beginning until now, only 2 breaths had passed, and a 7th-level heaven being had died. Marquis Bayun looked forward and shouted coldly, "Marquis Bayun of the human race is here. Who dares to be presumptuous?" His voice shook the surroundings. The many powerhouses in the void were silent. 7th-level heaven being. He was already considered an upper-class powerhouse in the 4 continents. Even so, he did not last more than 2 rounds in the hands of Marquis Bayun. Such strength was already shocking. Marquis Bayun of the human race is so strong. It's really good to be able to fight with such a powerhouse. When the major power of the 9-headed dog clan saw this scene, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, he also knew that now was not the time to make a move. After all, the 9-headed dog clan had no intention of becoming enemies with the human race. One demon race. That was enough for them to suffer. If they provoked another human race, the 9-headed dog clan would not be able to bear it. Hearing that, another major power nodded in agreement. First, there was the human emperor and Qin Shujian, and now there's Marquis Bayun. Although there are few human race powerhouses, each one of them is extraordinary. These 3 people alone are enough to protect the human race. The human race has always been like this. They can always give birth to powerful existences. This time, it's even more so in the East continent. It's really unexpected. Now that the demon race has appeared, the other races should not be able to resist. Although Marquis Bayun is strong, he should not be able to withstand it. Do you think we should make a move? Let's wait and see. There's no hurry. The 2 major powers of the 9-headed dog clan were talking with their divine wills, but their eyes fell on the battlefield. After Marquis Bayun killed an almighty powerhouse, there was a short silence. Then, the 7 almighties tore through space and surrounded Marquis Bayun silently. If any race can kill Marquis Bayun, the demon race will protect their race. If you can capture Zhu Bing, when I become an immortal, I will give you the opportunity to become an immortal. Tian Hong shouted as he looked at Marquis Bayun, who was fighting against 7 major powers, after pushing South City Lord back with 1 palm. His words, immediately, many powerhouses of different races were tempted. Not many people believed that he could become an immortal. However, Tian Hong's words made some powerhouses think. The demon race was a major race in the West continent. If they could get in touch with the demon race, it would be a good thing for them. When South City Lord saw this, he shouted coldly, "Don't listen to the demon race's slanderous words." Earthling Huang was severely injured by the human race, and the entire Earth Spirit secret realm was sealed. The human race will treat those who are not enemies with the human race as friends. If they are enemies with the human race, we will fight to the death in the future. Hearing that, some powerhouses who were tempted hesitated again. Indeed, Earthling Huang's incident was a deterrent. However, because the Eldar had participated in the siege of the human race, he was severely injured by the human race, and even his essence blood was spilled. Now, the entire Earth Spirit secret realm was sealed, and he was recuperating. If the human race came to settle the score after this incident, not many races were confident that they could fight against the human race. Hearing that, anger flashed across Tianhong's face, and then he said in a deep voice, "The human race is ambitious. In ancient times, the Emperor Heaven enslaved all races. Now that the human race has come out of the East continent, it is obvious that they want to restore their ancient glory. If we don't want to be enslaved, we can only fight back. If the human race becomes stronger, you won't be able to escape." There is a saying in the human race that has been passed down from generation to generation, and that is, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. If you watch now, don't blame me for not warning you when the human race invades your city in the future. At the mention of the ancient human race, some people's expressions changed slightly. The ancient human race. For some races, it would be an eternal pain. At that time, the human race was the most glorious race, but it did not mean that all races were equally glorious in the ancient times. Tianhong's words, it could be said that some people had been provoked. Tianhong suppressed City Lord Nan with his palm, forcing him to be speechless. At the same time, he shouted, "Any race that attacks is a friend of the demon race. No matter what grudges you have in the past, you can forget about them. If the human race attacks your races, the demon race will definitely support you with all our strength. Paul and the others will be fine. If you violate this, the demon race will be despised by all races in the 4 continents. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, immediately, another 6 Almighties attacked. The void collapsed. Marquis Bayun's aura was like a rainbow, and he was not at a disadvantage against the 7 Almighties. Now, another 6 Almighties attacked. The true essence in his body surged, and he took a step forward. The long river of laws broke through the air. God-tier martial arts. The 9 steps of immortal ascension. After taking 9 steps, the long river of laws fell under his feet, and a terrifying power suppressed the world. All the Almighties who attacked coughed up blood and retreated. At the same time, Marquis Bayun's physical body also trembled, but his expression did not change, and his fighting spirit soared. Then, the stone spear in his right hand blasted out, and the terrifying power turned the void in front of him into turbulence. His left hand performed the dark heaven of the underworld. The black saber energy blasted out like feathers, covering all the Almighties. In the face of such an attack, all the Almighties attacked at the same time. Their terrifying true essence gathered into a torrent and collided fiercely with the black saber energy. In an instant, the world went silent. Many Almighties' bodies trembled, and Marquis Bayun's body also collapsed. However, he did not take half a step back. Instead, he took a step forward and suppressed all the aftershocks that spread out. Then, the stone spear swept across the void, crushing the bodies of 2 Almighties who could not dodge in time. Some Almighties were terrified. However, some Almighties found an opportunity to attack Marquis Bayun. Suddenly, Marquis Bayun's back was badly mutilated, and blood flowed out of his mouth. However, such an injury did not make his aura drop. Instead, it became more powerful. The 9 steps of immortal ascension suppressed him. The stone spear fell with a loud bang. The top of the head of an Almighty who attacked was directly smashed, and the spiritual deity in his sea of consciousness was also annihilated in an instant. His headless body fell from the void. A bloody battle. A real bloody battle. How long had it been since the start of the battle? There were 13 Almighties besieging Marquis Bayun, but so far, 3 of them had died. As a price, Marquis Bayun was also seriously injured. However, looking at his rainbow-like aura, there was no sign of him being defeated at all. Such strength, it made the expressions of many experts change. Marquis Bayun's strength was also very outstanding the last time. He fought against 5 9th-level heaven human experts without being defeated. Among the cultivators besieging Marquis Bayun, there were not many 9th-level heaven human experts. However, 13 Almighties joined forces and were not much weaker than 5 9th-level heaven human experts. But even so, Marquis Bayun still killed 3 of them. In this regard, Some people were already in a dilemma. Marquis Bayun's strength was beyond some people's imagination. In their opinion, he might be the second Qin Shujian. What a terrifying strength. Even if he was not the strongest of a clan, he would not be too far off. Until now, the number of Almighties who attacked had already reached 21. However, there were already 4 Almighties who had died. The 4 city lords were saint experts after all. With the convenience of the array and the advantage of the city, their strength had skyrocketed and they had the possibility to contend with Almighties. However, their true strength, they were still a little lacking. At this point in the battle, some people had already fallen into a disadvantage. However, falling into a disadvantage did not mean that they would lose the battle. The situation was in a stalemate for a while. The lightning tribulation continued to fall. The 7th Dao seal on the heaven list had already taken shape at this moment. Boom, the aura of the heaven list suddenly became vast. 7 seal Dao artifact. The aura suppressed the world. Just when the others thought that Qin Shujian had succeeded in refining, they saw that he was still tempering the heaven list. The lightning in the sky did not stop either. What's going on? Why hasn't the lightning tribulation stopped yet? The 7 seal Dao artifact has already been completed. Logically speaking, the lightning tribulation should have subsided. Why hasn't it stopped yet? Could it be? Some Almighties thought of a certain guess and were instantly shocked. At this point, the lightning tribulation still had not subsided. Didn't that mean that the heaven list was not as simple as a 7 seal Dao artifact? Instead, 8 seal Dao artifact. Thinking of this possibility, the Almighties who were watching the battle groaned helplessly in their hearts. 8 seal Dao artifact. Qin Shujian really dared to do it. The current situation had already reached this point and the other party still did not stop. Could it be that he really had some trump card? No one was sure. However, seeing that the South City Lord was about to be beaten to death by Tian Hong, they felt that it was unlikely. At this time, if he really had any trump cards, he should have taken them out. Still, Qin Shujian was so confident in the human race's Almighties that they could be too lazy to care about the other Almighties and forge the 8 seal Dao artifact with peace of mind. 8 seal Dao artifact. The lightning tribulation produced by the 8 seal Dao artifact is not easy to suppress even for Nirvana realm Almighties. You should be careful. Godslayer did not know where Qin Shujian's confidence came from. However, he did not stop the other party and only reminded him. Looking at the descending lightning, Qin Shujian had already activated the 13,200 star acupoints in his body to the limit. A huge star river diagram emerged from his body and then integrated into the vital essence hammer. This was another use of the star river diagram that he had discovered when he was studying the mysteries of the body. After integrating the star river diagram, the vital essence hammer suddenly shone like a star. Next, when the lightning tribulation fell, it carried endless power and smashed down fiercely. Bang! The sound of thunder rang out. The lightning struggled frantically, but the star river diagram on the vital essence hammer suppressed it and forcibly destroyed it. Instantly, the heaven list absorbed the power of the lightning, and the 7 Dao seals trembled together. A Dao rhyme was born from it, as if a new Dao seal was about to be born. The lightning tribulation was destruction. It was also a new life. The more lightning tribulation one endured, the more power one could absorb. Because it was using the fragments of the immortal leaderboard as a carrier, the upper limit of the heaven list was also extremely high. The 7 seal Dao artifact was not its limit at all. So, now that Qin Shujian did not stop forging, the heaven list was steadily increasing. If an expert helps at this time, I can help him refine a top spiritual weapon comparable to a 4 seal Dao artifact, or give him a 1 seal Dao artifact that can suppress fate. When the South City Lord coughed up blood, Qin Shujian suddenly said in a clear voice. While speaking, the forging did not stop. Hearing this, some of the experts who were still watching were also tempted. A Dao artifact that could suppress fate, even if it was only a 1 seal Dao artifact, it was still a rare treasure. One had to know. With the passage of time, A Dao artifact could slowly advance by itself. Although it was a one-seal Dao artifact at this time, it might not be impossible for it to grow up after 10,000 or 100,000 years. As for a top spiritual weapon comparable to a four-seal Dao artifact, it was also a good reward. However, the clans that were making a move now were all big clans in the three major continents. If they helped the human race at this time, they would undoubtedly become enemies with these big clans. Although a Dao artifact was good, they had to be alive to enjoy it. There's no need for a one-seal Dao artifact. I need Sect Master Qin to refine a top spiritual weapon for me after this. I don't know if this is true. A middle-aged man dressed in black stepped out of the void and looked at Qin Shujian, who was forging the heaven list, and said in a deep voice, "Of course. Then how much is the reward if you kill a mighty figure? I'll go all out to refine a top spiritual weapon comparable to a six-seal Dao artifact for you, but the premise is that you have to prepare the materials yourself." "Okay." The middle-aged man in black nodded slightly, then looked at the imposing Tian Hong and said with a smile, "Tian Hong, when did you degenerate to this extent? You actually bullied a saint cultivator and haven't taken him down after so long. It seems that you're getting worse and worse. Why don't you play with me?" After saying this, the middle-aged man in black took a step forward and swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. The black horsetail whisk turned into countless black silk threads, piercing through the void like a beehive, causing Tian Hong to have a great warning in his heart. Without thinking, he just took a step back and avoided the middle-aged man in black's attack. Immediately after, Tian Hong stared at the other party with a gloomy face and said coldly, "Black Crow Taoist, are you sure you want to be enemies with the demon clan?" "Haha, Tian Hong, why are you still so ridiculous?" The middle-aged man in black, who was also Black Crow Taoist, seemed to have heard a joke. Then, his face turned cold and he said indifferently, "Your demon clan destroyed my Black Crow clan. You and I have already fought to the death. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to destroy your demon clan. However, it's enough to kill you today. Don't forget that you're also a member of the demon clan. Now that you're standing with the human clan, you're bringing shame to the demon clan." "Humph, what bullsh** T demon clan? I'm from the Black Crow clan. The so-called demon clan is just a bunch of ball-less trash. A clan that was beaten to a pulp by the demon emperor. How dare they be proud of the title of demon clan? What a joke." Black Crow Taoist sneered. Demon clan? In his opinion, they were the product of a bunch of trash clans. In ancient times, they were beaten to a pulp by the demon emperor. Their bones were broken and they could not stand up for countless years. Tian Hong's so-called honor of the demon clan. In Black Crow Taoist's opinion, it was simply ridiculous. Hearing that, Tian Hong was instantly furious and his killing intent soared. "You're courting death. After this, there will be no place for you in the four major continent. Stop bragging. I've been free for thousands of years. What can you demon clan do to me?" Black Crow Taoist was disdainful. He did not wait for Tian Hong to make a move and had already taken the initiative to attack. If it was in the past, he would not have thought of fighting with the other party. After all, Tian Hong was not weak. But now, he had joined forces with City Lord Nan. Black Crow Taoist had the confidence to kill the other party. Chapter 600. Black Crow Taoist made a move. Many people were surprised. However, after thinking about it, they didn't find it too strange. After all, the Black Crow clan had rebelled against the demon clan thousands of years ago and was eventually destroyed by them. Black Crow Taoist. He could be considered the last remaining bloodline of the Black Crow clan. The other party had gathered the luck of the Black Crow clan, and his strength had increased very quickly. In terms of realm, he was actually not much lower than Tian Hong. With the appearance of Black Crow Taoist, a few more mighty figures helped. But without exception, these mighty figures were basically lone wolves. To put it bluntly, even if they had a grudge against the Demon Clan and the God Clan, they didn't have any forces on their own. They were basically the kind of people who could feed themselves and not starve their entire family. Such a person. He wasn't afraid of offending these big clans. At most, he could just find another place to hide. No matter how strong the big clans were, it wasn't an easy task to encircle and annihilate an itinerant mighty figure in several continents. With the participation of a few mighty figures in the battle, immediately, the pressure on the human side was relieved a lot. The 7-seal Dao artifact on the heavenly list had been completed. Regardless of whether Qin Shujian failed or not, it was already an undeniable fact that he could forge a 7-seal Dao artifact. Such strength. Not to mention the #1 blacksmith of the human race, even if he was the #1 blacksmith of the 4 continents, no one would object. Such a powerhouse. If he promised to refine a divine weapon, it would definitely be a top-notch one. For a powerhouse. If he had a handy divine weapon, his strength could soar a lot. However, there were powerhouses who helped the human race, and naturally, there were also powerhouses who attacked the demon clan and other big clans. For a moment, the scene became even more intense. Until now, there were already more than 40 people participating in the battle. If it wasn't for the lack of a battle between emperors, the battle at the moment would be no less than the battle of the human race leaving the eastern continent. No one expected it. It was just that the forging of a divine weapon would trigger such a great battle. But until now, no powerhouse had attacked Qin Shujian. It was very simple. The power of the Thunder Tribulation was really too strong. It was fine in the beginning. Now that it had transformed from a 7-seal Dao artifact to an 8-seal Dao artifact, the power of the Thunder Tribulation could even threaten a Nirvana realm powerhouse. As a result, whoever attacked Qin Shujian might have to bear the attack of the Thunder Tribulation together. Such power. Whoever touched it would die. Therefore, the experts who attacked all tacitly ignored Qin Shujian and only attacked the human experts to distract them. Once he was distracted, the other party might even be severely injured by the lightning tribulation. A great battle broke out. The power of the lightning tribulation filled the air. Make your move. From the looks of it, the human race should still have some trump cards up their sleeves. Since Tianhong and the others are here, if we can kill them, we can make the demon race feel heartache for a long time. Seeing this, the powerful being of the 9-headed hound tribe was prepared to strike. However, just as they were about to attack, the void in front of them shattered, and a young man walked out from it. He looked at the two of them and said indifferently, "Brother Zhu, Brother Kong, just watch the show. Why do you have to get involved?" Black Emperor. Zhu Chen and Kong Yi's expressions changed slightly. Black Emperor. The Emperor of the Blackstone Condor race. A supreme expert of the Nirvana realm. They hadn't expected the Blackstone Condor clan to intervene at this time. The Black Emperor said indifferently, "Our 3 tribes rarely intervene in other conflicts. It's already difficult to maintain the balance in the current situation. Why do we have to intervene? Moreover, this is a matter between the human race and the demon race. We'll just watch. If we really intervene and incur the wrath of the demon race, our tribes won't have it easy either. The demon race has always been our enemy. Even if we don't intervene this time, the demon race won't let us off if they have the chance." Since when did the Black Emperor become so cowardly? Zhu Chen sneered, then changed the topic. Or could it be that the Blackstone Condor race has secretly sided with the demon race? Even the Black Emperor has become a lackey of the demon race. Just as he finished speaking, Kong Yi's expression was a little strange. Very quickly, Zhu Chen also reacted. He seemed to have scolded himself as he scolded. On the other side, the Black Emperor's expression did not change, but his voice gradually turned cold. "The Emperor cannot be humiliated lightly. Seeing that our 2 tribes are allies, Ben Huang will not argue with you. It's still the same sentence. It's not suitable for the 9-headed dog race to interfere. In Ben Huang's opinion, it's better for you to stay here obediently so as not to ruin everyone's harmony. I've long heard that the Black Emperor's strength is heaven-defying. No matter how good it is, I want to experience it and see if it's true." As soon as Zhu Chen finished speaking, he had already transformed into a 7-headed beast and was about to devour the Black Emperor. The matter was already very clear. The Blackstone Condor race must have secretly made contact with the demon race, which was why they were stopping them at this moment. The moment the Black Emperor appeared, the alliance between the two sides had already broken down. So, Zhu Chen's attack did not hesitate at all. The moment Zhu Chen attacked, Kong Yi also attacked and revealed his true form. He was also a seven-headed beast. Only the sky above the plains could be seen. A huge condor that looked like a black stone soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it shattered the vacuum. Then, two seven-headed beasts stepped into the air and bit towards the huge condor. This aura, it's the Blackstone Condor race's emperor. Seven-headed hound, the one who attacked is an expert from the nine-headed hound race. What's going on? Aren't the nine-headed hound race and the Blackstone Condor race allies? Why would they attack all of a sudden? The experts of the various races were all puzzled. But no matter what, the battle had already begun. The nine-headed hound race, those who could produce 7 heads, were experts who had reached the 9th to 10th level of the celestial realm. Those who could produce 8 heads were Nirvana realm experts. As for the rumored 9-headed beast, only the true immortals of the 9-headed hound race in ancient times could possess it. As for the Black Emperor, he was the strongest expert of the Blackstone Condor race, a Nirvana realm existence. But even so, such an expert, against a peak 9th level celestial realm cultivator and a 10th level celestial realm cultivator, it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. In the human territory, Tian Hong had already revealed his true form. He had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall demon beast. Black Crow Daoist had also transformed into a huge black crow. His black feathers covered the sky as if he was stained with the aura of death. The South City Lord held a huge city in his hand and assisted Black Crow Daoist in the pincer attack. All of a sudden, Tian Hong was also beaten up miserably. However, this was just an exception. As more and more experts attacked, the human side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Since the start of the battle, until now, 2 days had already passed. The power of the lightning tribulation fell. The new Dao seal was already very obvious. At this moment, Qin Shujian was sweating profusely. Although his aura was still strong, it already felt like it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The transformation of a 7-seal Dao artifact to an 8-seal Dao artifact. The lightning tribulation that he experienced was no less than fighting with a Nirvana realm expert for 2 days and 2 nights. Such mental exhaustion. It also made Qin Shujian reach a limit. At this moment, as the lightning fell, the 8th Dao seal was about to slowly become an immortal. The Heaven List had also officially reached the peak of the 7-seal Dao artifact level. At this moment, the void within 10,000 miles suddenly shattered. A middle-aged man who was covered in flames stepped on the air and came over. He had already pressed down on Qin Shujian with his palm. A terrifying power instantly spread out. It made the expressions of all the experts who sensed this power change drastically. An emperor. Since the Black Queen, another emperor had attacked. Moreover, this ruler had chosen to attack at the most critical moment. Some experts immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. That's Kaiju Emperor. Kaiju Emperor. The emperor of the Kaiju Yuan clan. The Kaiju Yuan clan was also one of the subordinate clans of the demon race. In terms of strength, they were not weaker than the 5 elements Eldar at all. Now, Qin Shujian was seriously exhausted. Because the Heaven List had not completely transformed into an 8-seal Dao artifact, the lightning tribulation did not dissipate. Kaiju Emperor's attack could be said to be stuck at an important point. So, in the eyes of others, Qin Shujian was also in a difficult choice. If he gave up the Heaven List, all his hard work over the past few days would be gone. And with his current weak state, he might not be able to fight against Kaiju Emperor. But if he did not give up the Heaven List, with the lightning tribulation in front and Kaiju Emperor behind, it was a dead end. Just as the others were guessing what choice Qin Shujian would make, Qin Shujian looked up at the palm that was crushing down, and a cold smile appeared on his tired face. You finally attacked, 500 luck points consumed. The Heaven list suddenly went from a 7-seal Dao artifact to an 8-seal Dao artifact. And the moment the Heaven list was upgraded, the lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared. In the next moment, the long river of laws surged over. Qin Shujian's dispirited aura instantly recovered to its peak state and reached an unprecedented height. The sudden change. Kaiju Emperor's expression changed. He saw Qin Shujian holding the Heaven list and then bombarding the other party with lightning speed. The power of an 8-seal Dao artifact. It could destroy the world. And this Dao artifact was refined by Qin Shujian with all his strength, so it could unleash all its power. In an instant, the palm shattered. Kaiju Emperor's body was directly crushed by this terrifying power. He didn't even think about it. Kaiju Emperor revealed his true form, which was a 100,000-foot-long kaiju kite, and was about to shatter the void and escape. However, he wanted to leave, but Qin Shujian didn't want to let him go. After waiting for so long, he finally lured an emperor out. How could he let him escape? He took out the Godslayer that was hidden deep in his sea of consciousness. Terrifying power gathered in the stone saber. In the next moment, a 100,000-foot-long saber aura shattered the world. At the same time, the Heaven list appeared in the sky and suppressed the void, imprisoning Kaiju Emperor's body there. Kaiju Emperor was horrified. Without thinking, he activated the long river of laws. Terrifying power erupted, trying to resist this fatal blow. Boom! The two collided, and the aftermath of the destruction spread. In front of Zhu Bing, the long river of laws was like a piece of paper and was directly destroyed by the terrifying power. Along with the destruction of the long river of laws. And Kaiju Emperor. A 100,000-foot-long Kaiju Emperor's body was cut in half and fell from the sky. Before his body completely fell to the ground, the Heaven list flashed and kept Kaiju Emperor's body. Instantly, the world was silent. No one thought that Kaiju Emperor would die so quickly. Just like how Kaiju Emperor didn't expect the Heaven list to be upgraded to an 8-seal Dao artifact. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Shujian's strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. That explosive saber move. It was simply unparalleled. At this moment, the aura of the human race surged. The demon race and other major races were all shocked. After activating all the power of the Godslayer, Qin Shujian still had a little power left in his body. At this moment, he didn't use the power of Zhu Bing. Instead, he held the Heaven list and suppressed one of the demon race mighty figures. 8-seal Dao artifact. Its power was enough to suppress ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses. No. Holifier, who was fighting with the North City Lord, immediately turned pale. Without thinking, she abandoned her opponent and wanted to escape. However, in front of the Heaven list, how could she have a chance to escape? In the next moment, a huge vermilion bird's body collapsed and was forcibly suppressed by the Heaven list. Then, light flashed. Holifier was taken into the Heaven list. Today, all those who make an enemy of the human race will die. Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with killing intent, which made the hearts of those powerhouses who were fighting jump wildly. Retreat! Ji Yushin shouted and directly abandoned his opponent to retreat. So did Ji Yuan. Since the fall of Kaiju Emperor, the situation had been completely reversed. Qin Shujian was too strong. Unless a divine emperor took action, there was absolutely no possibility of fighting against him. Rebels of the god race, I spared you last time, and now you want to leave. The two of them wanted to leave, and Qin Shujian's attention fell on them. He took a step forward. The Heaven list appeared in the sky. The horrifying power crushed toward the two of them. In an instant, Ji Yushin and Ji Yuan's bodies were torn apart. They were severely injured by the Heaven list. Just as Qin Shujian was about to kill the two, the void shattered. A big hand reached out from it, trying to take the two away. Seeing the appearance of the big hand, the two looked excited. The Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor took action. However, It was obvious that the Divine Emperor had no intention of fighting with Qin Shujian now. He just wanted to take the two powerhouses of the god race away. Divine Emperor, this is not the territory of the god race. It's not that easy to take them away. Qin Shujian shouted angrily, and the heaven list suddenly pressed down. Suddenly, the big hand collapsed, and pale golden blood splattered. However, the big hand seemed to feel no pain as it grabbed the two and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Qin Shujian raised the Godslayer and attacked in the direction where the Divine Emperor escaped. The next moment, the void healed. When the Divine Emperor took action, the powerhouses of the other races who participated in the battle had already retreated. However, only Tianhong and Black Crow Taoist were firmly suppressed. They had no chance to retreat at all. Just as Black Crow Taoist was about to take the opportunity to kill Tianhong, a frantic warning rose in his heart. When he looked up, he happened to see a huge dragon claw breaking through the void and grabbing Tianhong. At the same time, a finger bombarded Black Crow Taoist as if to kill him. Demon Emperor. Black Crow Taoist was shocked. Just as he was about to die, a huge list appeared in the sky and directly blocked the Demon Emperor's attack. Qin Shujian came across the sky and suddenly slashed down with his stone saber. The dragon claw broke and fell from the void. There seemed to be a painful muffled sound behind the void. Then, the dragon claw that was missing a finger was seen retreating with Tianhong. Qin Shujian did not stop it. He just put away the dragon claw and said with a sneer, "I'll cut off your finger today. When I come to the monster race in the future, I'll definitely kill you. Human, don't be too arrogant." The Demon Emperor's voice came from the void that was about to heal. When the words fell, the void completely healed. Qin Shujian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He only saw the Demon Emperor holding the heaven list and began to chase after the fleeing cultivators. Half a day later, Qin Shujian returned to the human territory. At this moment, the war in the human territory had already calmed down. With the death of Emperor Kaiju, the powerhouses of the various clans fled. Even the Black Emperor, who was fighting with the nine-headed dog clan, simply abandoned the two of them and fled when Qin Shujian killed Emperor Kaiju. The four cities had suffered losses. But fortunately, no human heavenly beings died. When Qin Shujian returned, he looked at the bloodstained Marquis Baiyun and said with cupped hands, "Marquis Baiyun, I owe you a big favor for your help this time. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely not refuse." "Sect Master Qin, you're being too polite." Marquis Baiyun smiled. His blood-stained body could not hide his bearing at all. In this battle, he fought against more than 10 mighty figures and finally killed 8 mighty figures with serious injuries. Such strength. It was already shocking enough. Even Qin Shujian had to admire Marquis Baiyun for hiding his strength well. This time, he was able to kill a ruler. Most of the reason was that Marquis Baiyun was powerful enough to block so many powerhouses alone. Or else, it was impossible for the Heaven List to advance to an 8-seal Dao artifact. It should have stopped when it advanced to a 7-seal Dao artifact and then dealt with the attacks of the various clans. Subsequently, Qin Shujian also cupped his hands towards Dan Hao and the city lords of the 4 cities. "I owe you all a favor for your help today. If it is within my power to do so, I will definitely not refuse." "Sect Master Qin, you're being too polite." "Haha, Sect Master Qin, you're being too polite." The 4 city lords and Dan Hao all had smiles on their faces. Why did they make a move? Apart from the human race, they also hoped to do Qin Shujian a favor. It would be a great thing to be able to make such a powerhouse owe them a favor. At this moment, the 4 cities returned to their original positions. Marquis Baiyun, Dan Hao, and the others also returned to the city to recuperate. On the spot, only Qin Shujian and 6 foreign powerhouses were left. Black Crow Taoist, who had severely injured Tianhong, was also among them. They now looked at Qin Shujian with awe in their eyes. It was awe for the powerhouses. Qin Shujian had killed Kaiju Emperor with lightning speed and injured the Divine Emperor and Demon Emperor who had attacked him from afar. Such strength. It was enough to make people gasp in admiration. They were all very clear. After today, Qin Shujian had officially risen to the top of the 4 continents. His strength was already comparable to the supreme powerhouses of the top clans. Looking at Black Crow Taoist and the others, Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and said, "Your contributions to the human race's great victory this time cannot be ignored. Just as I promised before, as long as you collect enough materials. Then, I will refine a top spiritual weapon comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact as a reward. In addition, from now on, you are also friends of the human race. If the other clans make things difficult for you, you can come to the human race to seek protection." These itinerant cultivators. Qin Shujian also wanted to rope them in. People like Black Crow Taoist, whose clan had long been destroyed, were now walking in the world alone. Such people. In fact, they didn't care so much about the gap between clans. And they either had a grudge against the demon race or the god race. Such a top clan. It was difficult to take revenge with their individual strength. On the contrary, if they also had a top clan behind them, it was possible for them to take revenge. Therefore, Qin Shujian wanted to rope them in. For such a roping, Black Crow Taoist and the others were not fools. Of course, they understood. They looked at each other. Finally, Black Crow Taoist cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Qin. What kind of materials are needed to refine a top spiritual weapon?" "It will be convenient for us to collect them." They didn't answer Qin Shujian's invitation directly. For this, Qin Shujian didn't care and said, "If you want to refine a top spiritual weapon, you must have 9th level materials. It's best to collect the essence and blood of some experts, at least above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. This time, you have all helped to turn the tide. I originally promised to refine a top spiritual weapon comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact. But if you can get rare materials, even if it's beyond the level of a 4-seal Dao artifact, I will still refine it for you, but you have to pay a certain price." Hiss. Hearing this, the 6 people's faces changed. Someone said anxiously, "Sect Master Qin, you mean, even if it's comparable to a 6-seal or 7-seal Dao artifact?" Of course. Qin Shujian held the heaven list in his hand and said with a faint smile, "As long as you can provide the materials, I can satisfy you." Seeing the heaven list, these people had no doubts in their hearts. He could even refine an 8-seal Dao artifact. What else was impossible? As for the payment, in their opinion, it was something that should be done. If they really wanted to get a divine weapon, even if they had to pay a hefty price, they could bear it. Black Crow Taoist took a deep breath and said, "Sect Master Qin, what kind of payment do you want us to pay?" "It's very simple. Destroy the Kaiju Yuan clan." Qin Shujian's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Hearing this, the faces of Black Crow Taoist priest and the others immediately turned solemn. Although the Kaiju Emperor has fallen, there are still many experts in the Kaiju Yuan clan. Although we are not weak, it's not easy to destroy them. I'm not asking you to do it now. I can help you refine your divine weapons first, then you can help me destroy the Kaiju Yuan clan. What do you think of this deal?" Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Black Crow Taoist and the others' expressions eased a lot. "If that's the case, we agree to it." Without the Kaiju Emperor, the Kaiju Yuan clan was a toothless tiger. Although there were still some experts. If they had a powerful divine weapon in hand, it would not be difficult to destroy them. It will take some time for us to collect the materials. We'll take our leave first. Take care. If you've collected the materials, you can send a message to the East City Yuan Pavilion. I'll come over. Okay. Black Crow Taoist did not say anything more. After cupping his hands, he turned and left. It was the same for the remaining 5. Qin Shujian smiled faintly as he watched their departing figures. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, the seeds had been planted. It would be best if he could rope them in. The Yuan sect would have a few more experts. It would be fine if he could not do it. But at least he could make friends with a few experts. They might be useful in the future. Chapter 601. The Battle of the Human Territory. The 4 continents were all speechless. 8 Seal Dao artifact. Not to mention the other 3 continents, even the Eastern continent did not have such a Dao artifact. It could be said that the Heaven List might be the first man-made 8 Seal Dao artifact in hundreds of thousands of years. As a result, when the Dao artifact was completed, Qin Shujian could already be considered the number 1 blacksmith in the 4 continents. In comparison, the news of Qin Shujian killing Emperor Kaiju was not that shocking. After all, an emperor had fallen. Although it was extremely rare, but it had happened. Although Emperor Kaiju was an emperor, his strength was about the same as Ling Huang's. He had not truly entered the Nirvana realm. Therefore, compared to the death of a Nirvana realm emperor, the impact of Emperor Kaiju was still a little small. Of course, this impact was compared to the birth of the 8 Seal Dao artifact. It was directly overshadowed. If it was alone, Qin Shujian killing Emperor Kaiju was enough to shock the 4 continents. It could be said that the Battle of the Human Territory had almost reached the Battle of the Human Territory when they left the Eastern continent. At least, the Black Emperor and Emperor Kaiju had already participated in the battle. At the last moment, the Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor also took action to save people. They barely participated in the battle. In addition, Qin Shujian had the strength to kill an emperor. To a certain extent, it could already be defined as 5 emperors taking action. As for those below the emperor, there were more than 40 mighty figures participating in the battle, and almost half of them had fallen. So many powerhouses had fallen. In fact, it was not much less than the battle of the human race leaving the Eastern continent. The only difference was, in this battle, not a single human heavenly being cultivator died. However, many soldiers in the military formation died. But they used ordinary soldiers in exchange for the lives of more than 20 mighty figures. For any race, it was completely worth it. It could be said that, after this battle, the human race once again narrowed the gap between them and the enemy forces. This time, other than Qin Shujian's fame, there was another person who was completely famous. The human race, Marquis Baiyun. In fact, when the human race left the Eastern continent, Marquis Baiyun's performance was not bad. He stopped 5 9th level heavenly beings by himself. But that was then. The light on the battlefield was covered by the human emperor and Qin Shujian, and the others didn't attract much attention at all. Until the war in the human territory, Marquis Baiyun had finally caught the attention of the other forces. One man's strength, fighting against 13 mighty figures. Furthermore, at the end of the battle, he had even killed several of them. Such strength. Even if they weren't the strongest of their race, they definitely weren't too far off. In terms of strength, in the eyes of the other races, the Marquis of Northern Cloud was second only to the human emperor and Qin Shujian. God race mystic realm. Just as the emperor god reached out to fish Guxin and Guan back, a terrifying saber intent tore through the rift and arrived. In an instant. Then, they bombarded the secret realm of the god clan. It was as if they had sensed something. Suddenly, the god clan powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the secret realm appeared. Who dares to invade the god race? As soon as he finished speaking, that almighty whose strength was comparable to an 8th level celestial being was directly killed by the saber chi. His corpse, which had been cut into 2, fell from the void. The remaining saber chi did not stop. He had already slashed down very directly. Boom. The secret realm of the god clan shook. Many god clan powerhouses with low cultivation levels were killed by this attack. In the main hall, the emperor god looked gloomy. His right hand was still stained with blood. A mysterious force lingered in it, preventing the wound from healing. After a while, the emperor god groaned. The force entangled in his hand completely dissipated. Soon, his cracked palm healed at an extremely fast speed. In less than a breath, his palm had recovered to its original state. Qin Shujian, the emperor god muttered this name. The killing intent in his eyes had already solidified. In a short period of time, he had already suffered 2 losses at the hands of the human clan. The first time it was the human emperor. The second time it was Qin Shujian. At this moment, in the main hall, all the God clan powerhouses had gathered. Guxin and Guan felt the saber qi that was chasing after them. Their faces were ghastly pale. That saber, another one of the few remaining almighties of the God clan, had fallen. The main hall fell into a dead silence. Although the other God clan powerhouses did not know what had happened, they knew that something bad must have happened. Looking at the Emperor God's wound that had just healed, and the saber that had slashed into the secret realm of the God clan and caused many casualties, they all hinted at many things. My Emperor, now that the human clan has obtained an 8-seal Dao artifact, their luck must have increased greatly. It will not be easy for us to keep the human clan in check. If the human clan is allowed to grow, I'm afraid the God clan will be in danger. Guxin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The threat to the human clan." He had seen it all. Although the human clan did not have many almighties, the human emperor and Qin Shujian, who were supreme powerhouses, were enough to suppress the entire clan. The rest, the human clan only needed to recuperate. The God clan, as a clan that split from the human clan, naturally understood how great the human clan's potential was. Judging from the current situation of the human clan, it would not take too long. Perhaps 1,000 years would be enough. 1,000 years. It would be enough for the human clan to produce a batch of almighties. When that time comes, it would be extremely difficult for the other clans to keep the human clan in check. And with the human clan's vengeful nature, the human clan would not let the God clan off so easily after going against them time and time again. 1 clan, 2 emperors. The God emperor's expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "It is easier said than done to deal with the human clan. Right now, all the clans are conserving their strength and are unwilling to work for others. Under such circumstances, there is no way to truly unite. However, no matter how strong the human clan is, they have yet to produce a true immortal. Now that the laws of heaven and earth have been perfected, do not participate in the conflict of the human clan for the time being. Everything will wait until Ben Huang breaks through to true immortal." Things were different now. In the past, when the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete, the Nirvana realm was the limit. But things were different now. With the laws of heaven and earth complete, the path to true immortal was completely open. Becoming an immortal. That was the main goal. As long as he became an immortal, in the God Emperor's opinion, no matter how strong the human emperor and Qin Shujian were, they would not be able to cause any trouble. But if the human emperor became an immortal first, the God clan would be in dire straits. It could be said, although the Nirvana realm could still be considered supreme experts, as long as a true immortal was born, the Nirvana realm experts would fall from their pedestal. Right now, the God clan could not deal with the human clan. But as long as the God emperor broke through to true immortal, all problems would not be a problem. When the other God clan members heard this, they were also stunned. True immortal. This term was still too far away for them. A God clan expert said in a deep voice, "Is my emperor about to break through to true immortal?" It is not that easy to break through to true immortal, it is just a chance. The God emperor sighed and shook his head. Bloodling Huang has not made a move from the beginning to the end, perhaps he is already looking for a breakthrough. Right now, the situation between the various clans is delicate. The human clan is our enemy, but not our only enemy. As he spoke, he looked at the high priest of the God clan and said, "How are your injuries now, high priest?" "I have recovered a little." The high priest of the God clan said faintly. If he had not been injured by the Godslayer, his injuries would have healed long ago. It was only because he was injured by Zhu Bing that he had not recovered yet. The God Emperor said, "High priest, what can you see now?" He did not elaborate. However, the high priest of the God clan closed his eyes for a while. After a long time, he opened his eyes again. It has been 1,080,000 years since the ancient times, and the myriad clans have been silent for a long time. This time, the human clan has walked out of the eastern continent, just in time. The glory of the ancient times is looming. Perhaps this time, the myriad clans will welcome a new life. If my emperor can break through to true immortal, he will definitely lead the god clan to glory. Hearing this, the god emperor nodded slightly. Just as he thought, now that the laws of heaven and earth were perfected, it might prove that the myriad clans that had been silent for a long time had a chance to return to their ancient glory. The Scarlet Dew Secret Realm. As Emperor Kaiju died, the entire Scarlet Dew Secret Realm shook violently. A wave of sadness spread through his heart. The faces of the Kaiju clan's experts were all deathly pale. Emperor Kaiju had died. This proved that the Kaiju clan no longer had an emperor. A race that did not have a ruler overseeing it. In the eyes of the other clans, it was a delicious steamed bun that anyone could take a bite of. A mighty figure of the Kaiju clan said in panic, "The emperor has died. Those clans will definitely attack us. Why don't we ask the demon clan for help?" Chumph, what's the use of asking the demon clan for help? If the demon clan really wanted to attack, how could my emperor have died? Another mighty figure roared, "The demon clan is no longer trustworthy. My emperor's death is definitely related to them. Now, the only way to protect the foundation of our clan is to seal the secret realm." Yes, seal the secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the other mighty figures immediately nodded in agreement. Seal the secret realm. This was the only thing the Kaiju clan could do. Once the entrance to the secret realm was sealed, the other clans would not be able to find a way to enter the secret realm. If they wanted to forcefully break through the secret realm, even if the emperors of the various clans made a move, it would not be that easy. Soon, the Kaiju clan announced that they would seal the secret realm. After the Eldar, in a short period of time, another clan sealed the secret realm and hid from the world. Some forces that were preparing to attack the Kaiju clan. After hearing this news, they could only sigh and regret taking a step forward. It was very difficult to break through the sealed secret realm. Unless they had a powerful divine weapon, they would have a chance to forcefully tear open the space of the secret realm and attack the Kaiju clan's territory. However, a divine weapon that could tear open the space of the secret realm was not ordinary. At the very least, it would need a Dao artifact of the 8-9 seals or even Zhu Bing. Based on the current situation of the 4 continents, almost no clan had such a divine weapon. Oh, except for the human clan, but now, the human clan would not rashly attack the Kaiju clan. Because no matter what, on the surface, the Kaiju clan was a subsidiary of the demon clan. The human clan had many enemies in the 3 continents. Now that they were hiding in the human territory, unless it was necessary, no experts would easily start a war. However, if the human clan dared to walk out of their territory, they might be ambushed. As a result, the human clan would not easily take the risk for a half-crippled Kaiju clan. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the Kaiju clan's method of sealing the secret realm. 8 seals Dao artifact. Killed Kaiju emperor. In the imperial court, after receiving this news, the human emperor's face was filled with both surprise and gratification. Killed an emperor of a clan, although it was the emperor of the Kaiju clan. But it was enough. Thinking of what he had said, the human emperor could not help but shake his head and laugh. He really doesn't owe anyone a favor. The reason why he killed Kaiju emperor can't be to fulfill that promise, right? The fragment of the leaderboard of immortals was given to Qin Shujian. In exchange, the other party had to kill an emperor of a clan. In the end, not many days later, Kaiju emperor died in the hands of Qin Shujian. The human emperor was also surprised by this. Others did not know the depth of Qin Shujian's strength, but how could he not know? Although the other party's strength was extremely strong, but his realm was still above the 5th level of the sky-human realm. In the human emperor's opinion, if Qin Shujian wanted to kill an emperor of a clan, it would definitely take a long time to do so. In the end, in less than a month, Kaiju emperor was gone. This matter was completely out of the human emperor's expectations. In the imperial court, the other ministers also received the news of this victory. Many people were shocked by Qin Shujian's strength. But soon, a minister reacted and said with cupped fists, Congratulations, Your Majesty. This time, the human race has killed an emperor and 21 mighty figures, which has greatly weakened the strength of the foreign races. That's right, Marquis Bayun's performance this time is excellent. General Mingyuan and the city lords of the 4 cities have also contributed a lot. In my opinion, they should be rewarded based on their contributions. I agree. This is a great contribution, they should be rewarded. Many ministers spoke up one after another. However, when it came to rewards based on their contributions, they consciously ignored Qin Shujian. There was no choice. Although Qin Shujian was a human, to put it bluntly, he was an expert of the cultivation world and did not belong to the imperial court. They understood Qin Shujian's contributions. However, now that the imperial court was praising Qin Shujian with all their might, it would undoubtedly show that the imperial court was incompetent. Moreover, these ministers were not sure what the human emperor was thinking. After all, it was a good thing for the human race that Qin Shujian was powerful. However, if he was as powerful as the human emperor, a good thing might become a bad thing. The matter of the imperial family. It had always been difficult to guess. Therefore, these ministers wisely did not mention Qin Shujian, only mentioning Marquis Bayun and other ministers of the imperial court. The human emperor nodded slightly and said, "As you said, those who have contributed in this battle should be rewarded based on their contributions. This battle should also be engraved in the human race's monument and passed down for generations." Then, the human emperor looked at Su Zhon and said, "Elder Su, how long will it take for the imperial astronomer to build the human race's monument?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, everything is ready. We should be able to start forging in a few days." "Well, it's not easy to preserve the innate embryo. Don't delay it for too long," the human emperor said indifferently. Su Zhon cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, to tell the truth." He was also secretly cursing Qin Shujian. Everything was fine. In the end, he went to the human territory to forge a divine weapon. It was one thing to forge it, but it took such a long time to do so. If it weren't for the special methods of the imperial astronomer that could prolong the preservation of the innate embryo obtained from forcefully opening the new area would have been completely wasted. The most infuriating thing was, Qin Shujian didn't even ask him to go over and observe the forging of the divine weapon. 8-seal Dao artifact. Thinking of this, Su Zhon's heart twitched. He had grown so big. He had never seen a complete 8-seal Dao artifact. Maybe the heavenly list this time was the pinnacle of forging in the next tens of thousands of years. Such a grand event. He, Su Zhon, actually couldn't witness it with his own eyes. He might regret it for the rest of his life. On the other side, Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already quietly returned to the main sect with the heavenly list. This time, he had only been away for a month. Nothing major had happened in the sect. As for Shen Yuqing and the others, they had already returned to the eastern continent from the human territory before the war broke out. After all, in that kind of war, even quite a number of almighties had perished. What could some cultivators of the spirit martial realm and the real martial realm do? In the courtyard, Qin Shujian held the heavenly list in his hand. This 8-seal Dao artifact. At this moment, even if he didn't deliberately activate it, it could still emit a powerful pressure. It should be because it had just been forged. Although there was spirituality in the Dao artifact, it wasn't too powerful. He looked at the heavenly list for a long time. Qin Shujian suddenly laughed and said, "This wave is not a loss. It was more than a loss. It was a huge profit." After killing Emperor Kaiju and suppressing a group of mighty figures, there were many experts in the heavenly list. These experts, some had already fallen. Some were still alive. But no matter what, with the sealing power of the heavenly list, these cultivators had no chance of breaking the seal. 8-seal Dao artifact. It wasn't just a saying. Even if a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm was taken in, he would have to stay obediently. The only thing that Qin Shujian felt regretful. It was that he couldn't keep all the mighty figures of the God clan and the Demon clan in the end. He didn't expect it. The Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor were so bold that they dared to cross the space to save people at the critical moment. To be honest, from the beginning, Qin Shujian wasn't worried that the Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor would make a move. Because the other party had just been seriously injured by the Human Emperor. No one was sure. Was the Human Emperor hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move? In the end, at the last moment, the emperors of the two clans still made a move. However, it was also because of the existence of the Human Emperor that the two emperors only made a move to save people. They didn't even pause for a moment. It could be seen. The last battle had already frightened them by the Human Emperor. Let me go out and get some fresh air. Godslayer was already clamoring in the sea of consciousness. Hearing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to let him out. He still had to give face to Zhu Bing. If Godslayer was unhappy and quit the next time the battle started, it would be awkward. This time, he was able to kill Kaiju Emperor in an instant. It was because of the suppression of the Heaven List and the power of Godslayer that he was able to do this. After the stone saber appeared, looking at the Heaven List in front of him, he said with emotion, 8 Seal Dao artifact, you really dared to do it. By the way, what method did you use at the last moment? How could it transform the Heaven List directly? Godslayer first sighed with emotion, then he remembered the last scene when Qin Shujian forged the magic weapon. It was supposed to be a 7 Seal Dao artifact on the Heaven List. In an instant, it became an 8 Seal Dao artifact. It was also because of this that Kaiju Emperor was caught off guard. Such a method. Even Godslayer had never seen it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, it's just some small tricks of mine. It's not elegant, so don't mention it. He didn't say too much to Godslayer. Killing evil fiends and plundering luck points was something like that. It was fine as long as he knew. There was no need to let the whole street know. It's all thanks to the fragments of the immortal ranking of 10,000 clans that I was able to forge an 8 Seal Dao artifact this time. Otherwise, the foundation of the Heaven List wouldn't have been able to promote it to such a level. Of course. At the mention of the immortal ranking of 10,000 clans, Godslayer said proudly, the immortal ranking of 10,000 clans is also a top existence among the 9 Seal Dao artifacts. However, your Heaven List has now become an 8 Seal Dao artifact. Although it's not as good as the immortal ranking of 10,000 clans, it's still possible. If there's a chance in the future, it might also grow to the level of a 9 Seal Dao artifact. You have to know that 9 Seal Dao artifacts were extremely rare in ancient times. Each of them had all kinds of magic. This time you really forged a supreme treasure. Use it well. The Heaven List will be the foundation of Yuan Zhong in the future. After feeling proud, Godslayer also held the Heaven List in high esteem. An 8 Seal Dao artifact. No matter where it was, it would almost be considered a top supreme treasure. Above that would be a 9 Seal Dao artifact. Moreover, with the foundation of the Heaven List, the probability of it becoming a 9 Seal Dao artifact in the future was quite high. If it could really become a 9 Seal Dao artifact, perhaps, it would also have the qualifications to be on par with the immortal ranking of 10,000 clans. It would be praised by Godslayer. The smile on Qin Shujian's face became more obvious. At this moment, he used his Dharma eye to look at the sky and saw the rising providence of Yuan Zhong. It was more than a few times richer than before. Vast and mighty providence. It stretched for 100,000 miles. It turned into a huge city that suppressed the entire Liang Mountain Spirit region. On the city wall, the silhouette formed by Providence held a list in its hand. It looked exactly like the Heaven List. An 8th grade force. Qin Shujian let out a long breath. When the Heaven List was successfully forged, Yuan Zhong jumped from a 6th grade force to an 8th grade force. A 7th grade force raised the cultivation of 50,000 cultivators by 7 levels. The upper limit cannot exceed the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. An 8th grade force raised the cultivation of 100,000 cultivators by 8 levels. The upper limit cannot exceed the peak of the divine martial realm. At this moment, the option to raise the cultivation level was still there. However, Qin Shujian did not have the intention to use this function. In the past, raising the strength of the disciples through the promotion of the sect was the fastest way. But now it seemed this method was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Raising the peak of the divine martial realm like this would have almost no hope of breaking through to the diviner realm. Moreover, adding the 7th grade and 8th grade forces together, it would only raise the cultivation level by 14 levels. Currently, there were not many native spiritual martial realm disciples in the sect. Most of them were in the basic martial realm and the true martial realm. As a result, even if there was an increase, it would be impossible to raise 100,000 peak divine martial realm disciples. At most, there would be 1,000 more peak divine martial realm disciples. But what was the use of having peak divine martial realm disciples who had almost no hope of breaking through to the diviner realm? The current Yuan Zong. It did not lack peak divine martial realm disciples. Even the entire human race did not lack peak divine martial realm disciples. It lacked diviners. It lacked almighties. It lacked top experts who could take charge of a region, not to mention other things. With Qin Shujian's current strength, he could kill a bunch of peak divine martial realm disciples with a wave of his hand. Such cultivators would be useless. Therefore, he simply gave up on killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. After all, the level of the sect increased and the providence became stronger. This was already not a loss. The other things, they were all small things. Chapter 602. Looking at the heaven list in front of him, Qin Shujian took out a drop of pale golden blood from his storage ring. That was snatched by him when the Emperor God was fishing for people. The blood merged into the heaven list. Suddenly, the Emperor God's information appeared in it. Name, race, age, 8,722 years old, realm, celestial being level 10, nirvana, combat strength, 36, 200 talent assessment, genius just like the myriad races immortal list. The heaven list also had some of its functions. Those were some of the abilities that Qin Shujian bestowed when he forged it. However, compared to the complete myriad races immortal list, the heaven list was still a lot worse. Not to mention the complete list. Even if it was a fragment of the myriad races immortal list, the heaven list was slightly inferior in some functions. Because as the fragments melted, the rule power on it had dissipated. Although the heaven list could determine age, realm, combat strength, and talent through blood. But there was no way to know the name and race. However, these things could be improved. Qin Shujian looked at the heaven list and said softly, "This blood is called the Emperor God, from the God clan." After saying that, the name column changed from blank to Emperor God. The race column also changed from blank to God clan. 36,200 combat strength. The Emperor God's strength is indeed tyrannical. Di Ling Huang's combat strength is only more than 20,000, a gap of 12,000 from the Emperor God. Qin Shujian also had a certain understanding of the Emperor God's strength. A gap of 12,000 combat strength. Then to the increase of the rule power. This gap would be expanded to an extent that would be difficult to make up for. In the end, Di Ling Huang was only at celestial being level 10 and had not reached the nirvana realm. In terms of strength, although it was considered powerful among the intermediate races, but compared to a top elite like the Emperor God, there was still a big gap. Not to mention the Emperor God. Di Ling Huang was probably a level lower than the Emperor Black Emperor who attacked earlier. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the Demon Emperor's broken finger again. That huge finger was also dozens of feet in size. It was only because he had sealed it that the severed finger looked normal. At this moment, the severed finger was taken out. It was still trembling slightly, trying to resist the power of the seal. However, in the end, such resistance was futile. After that, Qin Shujian took out a drop of blood from his severed finger and fused it into the heaven ranking. Immediately, The information that belonged to the Demon Emperor was also displayed. Name, race, age, 19-325 realm, celestial being 10th level, nirvana, combat power, 39-100 talent assessment. High A Demon Emperor's battle prowess was about the same as a Divine Emperor's, but it was slightly higher. It was only a difference of more than 1,000 combat power. It would not be an easy task to determine the outcome of the battle by relying on this. Furthermore, there was only a small difference. If the Divine Emperor still had some hidden cards, he would be able to level the playing field. As for the name and race column, as Qin Shujian spoke, the Heaven leaderboard also automatically filled in the gaps. Name, Demon Emperor, race, Demon Clan. My combat power has also reached 30,000. This means that the main difference between me and the Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor is probably in the application of the rules. As long as this point is taken care of, the other problems won't be big. As for the Human Emperor's combat power, it should be at least 50,000. After all, it's an expert who can suppress the emperors of the 4 clans. How can its strength be simple? Now it seems that the gap between the Immortal Realm and the Nirvana Realm is still very big. After all, with the strength of the Demon Emperor and the others, after breaking through to the true Immortal Realm, they shouldn't be at the bottom. Even if they are at the bottom, their current combat power is still more than twice of a true Immortal Realm. However, according to Godslayer, the combat power of the Nirvana Realm experts fluctuates. Perhaps the Demon Emperor and the Divine Emperor are not at their strongest at this time. That's not necessarily the case. Various thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. Finally, he asked, Senior, is the strength of the Nirvana Realm fluctuating all the time? Otherwise, how can there be a peak state comparable to a true immortal? You can say that. Godslayer thought for a moment, then said, the combat power of the Nirvana Realm will indeed fluctuate, but the fluctuation will not be too great. The true strength of the Nirvana Realm lies in the control of the rules. They are the experts closest to the Immortal Realm, and their control of the rules can even achieve the extent of complete control of a rule for a short period of time. However, to achieve this step, not every Nirvana Realm expert can do it. It's about the right time, the right place, and the right people. None of them can be missing. Godslayer's words were a little messy. However, when Qin Shujian heard it, he summed it up with 2 words: it depends on the face. Yes. It depends on the face. Whether or not the Nirvana Realm could exert its peak strength completely depended on the state. In this case, it would be meaningless to evaluate the Nirvana Realm purely based on combat power. However, Qin Shujian was not too worried. It was a world that depended on the face. Perhaps those Nirvana Realm experts would not be able to exert such strength until they died. Subsequently, Qin Shujian held the Heaven List in his hand. When his divine thought spread out, it connected the fate of the entire Yuan sect. In an instant, the fate of 100,000 miles of yellow clouds surged, shaking the void and buzzing non-stop. At this moment, everyone in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain raised their heads and looked at the sky. There was clearly nothing there. However, it made people feel a suffocating pressure. As for the people of Yuan sect, at this moment, their hearts suddenly trembled a few times. No matter what they did, there was no way for them to calm down. In the courtyard, the Heaven List shook slightly. Thousands of yellow threads in the sky continuously gathered towards the list. Buzz, a terrifying fluctuation surged from the Heaven List. Immediately, it spread out in all directions. After an unknown period of time, the suffocating pressure in the sky dissipated completely. The stone Heaven List. It had an additional layer of dense luster. In Qin Shujian's hands, the 3 feet tall Heaven List had already absorbed all of the fate of Yuan sect. At this moment, although the Heaven List was only an 8-seal Dao artifact, however, the aura that was emitted from it made even Qin Shujian's heart palpitate. More importantly, after it was integrated into the Heaven List, a realization rose in his heart. That was, after the Heaven List absorbed Yuan sect's fate, it did not need to be fixed in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. It could be brought out. In addition to that, Everyone who entered the heaven list. As long as they died, a wisp of their true spirit would be on the list. This wisp of true spirit. It could increase the strength of the heaven list. After receiving this information, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. However, his hand was already firmly grasping the heaven list. The god-slaying saber has never mentioned these things. The probability of him hiding something isn't high. Then, it's very likely that the god-slaying saber doesn't have a complete understanding of the treasures of providence. Otherwise, the heaven roll I created is different from other treasures of providence. Several thoughts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. In the end, he still leaned towards the latter. After all, Godslayer was Zhu Bing. He did not fully understand the treasures of fate. Moreover, it was also very likely that the heaven list that he created had different functions. But no matter what, such a change in the heaven list made Qin Shujian ecstatic. If that was really the case, then as long as the heaven list was given a certain amount of time, it would grow to a terrifying extent. After all, there were so many disciples in Yuan's sect. If it really went on for a long time, it would be inevitable for them to fight and kill. Every time a disciple died, their strength would increase by a bit. No effect could be seen in a short time. But if it was 1,000 years, 10,000 years, the heaven list was enough to accumulate to a terrifying extent. It does look a bit like the investiture of the gods. Unfortunately, there is no way to confer the title of god. Otherwise, it would be good to change your name to the investiture of the gods. Thinking of the investiture of the gods that he knew, Qin Shujian could not help but laugh. Godslayer was puzzled. What investiture of the gods? Nothing. I just casually made up some stuff. Qin Shujian shook his head and did not talk much about this matter. Who knew if there was an investiture of the gods in this world? However, there was a high probability that there was no such thing. Now, he no longer thought that this world would be the world that he knew. Unlistenable. Unlistenable. That might be because Pangu was very powerful in other worlds, and then no one in the universe could mention this name. That might not be the case. Anyway, the 4 continents of this world were not the 4 continents that he knew. Even if the investiture of the gods really existed, that would not be in this world. Immediately after, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the heaven list again. He moved his divine thoughts. He saw that the information of all the disciples was presented. Immediately after, the heaven list rose into the air, and in an instant, it bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of light. Immediately after, these rays of light turned into several beams of light and bombarded the various branches. The heaven vein, only to see a terrifying beam of light bombarding toward them. Immediately after, the entire martial arts practice field shook violently. A list. Unknowingly, it had already appeared there. Such an abnormality immediately alarmed the experts of the heaven vein. At the same time, the other branches also produced an additional ranking list without any prior agreement. Today, I set up the heaven list. All the disciples of the Yuan sect can be on the list. Basic martial arts, real martial arts, spiritual martial arts, divine martial arts, heavenly human martial arts, and genuine immortal martial arts, only the top 100 of each realm. As long as you are on the heaven list, you will receive the blessings of the sect and speed up your cultivation. As long as you are on the heaven list, you will receive the blessings of the sect and be protected from disasters. As long as you are on the heaven list, you will receive the blessings of the sect and be expected to become a heavenly human true immortal in the future. Majestic words. Transmitted into the minds of all the disciples of the sect. In an instant, the sect was shocked. Everyone's breathing became hurried as they looked at the list. Their eyes became incomparably hot. The heaven list. This was the heaven list. Originally, they thought that by being on the heaven list, they would at most get some contribution points. But now it seemed, entering the heaven roll, that bit of contribution points was nothing at all. As Qin Shujian's words fell, rows of names appeared on the rankings of each branch. Those were the disciples on the heaven list who thought that they were the strongest at this stage. Immediately, Many people felt that there was something in the dark that was blessing them. I feel that I can absorb the spiritual energy faster. It's true. Being on the heaven list can really increase the speed of cultivation. Those disciples who were on the heaven list were ecstatic. Those who were not on the heaven list felt sour in their hearts. Some people were even more unconvinced. They thought that their strength would not be weaker than those on the list. Why did they not believe that others could be on the list? It was also at this time. Qin Shujian's words came again. The top 100 on the heaven list has been selected. From today onwards, the heaven list competition will begin. Those who are not convinced can challenge. The winner can be on the list and the loser will be removed from the list. Those who are not on the list can challenge the bottom 10 of each list. Those who are on the list can challenge those who are 10 ranks above them. In addition, those who are on the list can accept 3 challenges every month. After 3 times, they can refuse the challenge that month. As disciples of the sect, you are not allowed to kill or maliciously injure others when competing for the list. Those who violate the rules will have their contribution points deducted and will be expelled from the sect. After saying that, all the disciples of the branches bowed and said, "We obey the sect master's order." At the main sect, the heaven list had returned to Qin Shujian's hands. He had just passed the heaven list. He could directly communicate with all the disciples of the sect. This was also a strengthened version of the communication jade talisman. As for the rankings of the various branches, it was a list formed by a trace of the heaven list's power. Although its power was comparable to a 4-5 seal Dao artifact. But its real purpose, it was purely to show others the rankings. On the list, it simply revealed everyone's realm, name, age, and talent evaluation. As for the battle strength, Qin Shujian hid all of it. In addition, only one name was shown on the list of divine martial artists and above. There was no other information. If one wanted to see this hidden information, they could only see it through the heaven list. At this time, on the celestial list of the heaven ranking, there were only 2 names that existed there alone. First on the heaven list, Qin Shujian. Second on the heaven list, Mu Yang. As for Jiang Feng, he did not enter the list. Because the other party had not given birth to true intelligence and was not considered a living being, he did not have the qualifications to enter the list. In such a large Yuan sect, there were only 2 heaven men. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, until now, Yuan sect had only been established for about 5 years. 5 years. It was not an easy thing to give birth to a heaven man normally. After doing all this, Qin Shujian was finally free to pay attention to the many powerful figures suppressed in the heaven list. However, he was just about to cultivate. On the other side, Su Zhan had already come to find him. Sect Master Qin is really in a good mood. Sitting in the courtyard, Su Zhan said with some bitterness. He was given a strange look by the other party. Qin Shujian had goosebumps all over his body. But on second thought, he understood why the other party had such an expression. Elder Su Zhan is finally here. I missed you so much. I was thinking that if Elder Su Zhan did not come, I would have left for the Central State Prefecture to look for you. 8 Seal Dao Artifact, Sect Master Qin has set a precedent for the human clan for tens of thousands of years. Su Zhan glanced at him with hidden bitterness before he sighed and said, "It is my life's regret that I was not able to witness such a grand occasion with my own eyes." Qin Shujian drank tea to hide his embarrassment. He did not know how to answer. If he said that he despised Su Zhan's strength, it would be equivalent to slapping his own face. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian coughed lightly and said, "This time, the casting of the heaven list happened so suddenly that I was not prepared in advance. If it wasn't for the casting of the human clan's monument at this time, Elder Su Zhan might have been able to resolve the regret in your heart. Sect Master Qin can cast an 8 Seal Dao artifact again?" Su Zhan did not believe it. To cast an 8 Seal Dao artifact, it was too important to be at the right time. Although he thought that Qin Shujian's casting method was exquisite and peerless. But to say that he could cast an 8-seal Dao artifact again in a short period of time, he would not believe it no matter what. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, as long as the conditions permit, why not? It's just that. Does the Imperial Court still have fragments of the immortal leaderboard? It's fine if you don't have fragments of the heavenly mirror. As long as you take out 1 or 2 fragments of the supreme treasure, I am confident that I can cast it. If you don't have such supreme treasure fragments, then there is no way. Qin Shujian shook his head and said frankly, to be able to cast an 8-seal Dao artifact. As long as he had the supreme treasure fragments, then there was a great chance. Just like the Heaven List. If the Kaiju Emperor did not make a move, the Heaven List could also be promoted to an 8-seal Dao artifact. It was only because of the Kaiju Emperor. It was only then that Qin Shujian used his providence to create the Heaven List. Or else. There was no need to waste 500 luck points at all. However, this time, Qin Shujian himself had also gained a lot of enlightenment from the casting of the Heaven List. He had a premonition. If there were no problems, he might be able to take a step forward in casting if he continued to cast a few 8-seal Dao artifacts. If there was also a Saint Stage blacksmith. When that time came, he should be only one step away from the Saint Stage. This was also why. The reason Qin Shujian dared to boast about casting an 8-seal Dao artifact. Anyway, the materials were provided by the Imperial Court. It would be a waste if he did not use them. However, to be on the safe side, Qin Shujian added, however, there are some things that Elder Su should be very clear about. Forging isn't a 100% success rate. If it fails, I won't be responsible. This old man also understands this matter. Su Zhan nodded slightly and then said, Sect Master Qin, I can send a message back to His Majesty. There will be a result in a day or 2 at most. At that time, I hope Sect Master Qin can make a move immediately. After all, it is not easy to preserve the carnate embryo. If you delay any longer, the carnate chi inside will be exhausted. Don't worry, I can do it at any time. Qin Shujian said. There was nothing he could do now. Casting the human race monument. It was also something that he had promised long ago. There was no need to delay any longer. After receiving a definite answer from Qin Shujian, Su Zhan's expression also relaxed. Then he said, this time, let's do it in the East Continent. Don't go to the human territory and provoke those races. He was a little worried. Qin Shujian was going to go to the human territory to cast the monument again. When that time came, there would be another big battle. Although the human race did not lose any heavenly beings in the previous battle, it could be considered a huge gain. However, it was possible that the demon race and other forces would not go crazy this time. If they guessed wrong. The human race could not afford too much turmoil now. To a certain extent. The human race was also very fragile now. There were only a few experts who could really hold up the fort, and the remaining heavenly beings were pitifully few. If they really killed those remaining heavenly beings, there was no need for that. Understanding Su Zhan's worries, Qin Shujian said, don't worry, Sect Master Su. The human race monument can be carried out in the East Continent. The last time he made a move, it was to make his name as the #1 blacksmith in the 4 continents known. It also made some experts who were enemies of the demon race and other forces dare to accept the mission of the origin sect. Anywhere. They all put benefits first. The demon race, god race, and other forces were powerful, but they were not to the extent of suppressing all races. As long as the benefits were enough, there would always be experts who would go against these races. The #1 blacksmith in the 4 continent. He had successfully forged an 8-seal Dao artifact. This matter was enough to make many cultivators have their own ideas. Not to mention anything else. Qin Shujian was sitting at home now. He estimated that it would not be long before experts brought the corpses of these forces to the origin sect to submit the mission. Therefore, There was no need to go to the human race's 100,000 miles territory to forge the human race monument. If he really did that, it would have the opposite effect. The appearance of the first 8-seal Dao artifact was still barely acceptable to the other races. But if the second 8-seal Dao artifact appeared, the various races would probably go crazy. When that time came, there might be another war where the various races besieged the human race. Even without Su Zhong saying it, Qin Shujian understood that the human race could no longer endure too many wars. What the human race needed now? It was to recuperate. The human race did not lack anything now. What they lacked was time. After hearing Qin Shujian's promise, Su Zhong also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they did not go to the human race's 100,000 miles territory to forge, everything else was fine. Very soon, Su Zhong got up and left. He wanted to send the message back to Zhongzhou. It would take some time to go back and forth. At the same time, Su Zhong was also clear about the rules of the origin sect. The main sect did not allow outsiders to stay overnight. Anyway, Cold Mountain City was not far from here. He might as well go there. Moreover, to be able to stay in Cold Mountain City, he would also have the opportunity to observe the 6-seal Dao artifact up close. As for the heaven list, Su Zhong did not ask to see it, because he knew that such a treasure was the foundation of a sect. If he asked for it rashly, it might cause Qin Shujian to be disgusted. After Su Zhong left, Qin Shujian took advantage of this time to convert the things suppressed in the heaven list into his own strength. Now, in the heaven list, there were many things suppressed. There were a total of 8 almighties. 2 of them were from the demon race, and the remaining 6 were from other races. And when he used the heaven list to suppress them, Qin Shujian did not accept all almighties. He only accepted those almighties above the 8th level of the heaven human realm. As for the 7th level of the heaven human realm, he did not even bother to look at them. As for why he did not accept more, because there were very few 9th level heaven human realm almighties during the war. Therefore, Qin Shujian could only settle for the next best thing, which was to accept some 8th level heaven human realm almighties. When his divine will landed, a huge space within the heavenly ranking appeared in his perception. In the vast space, there were cages after cages. Inside them were the results of the war. After all, it was an 8-seal Dao artifact. It could not be used only to record some information. Seal. Suppress. In fact, this was one of the functions of the heaven list. At this moment, Qin Shujian slowly walked in front of a cage. There was a shrunken vermilion bird suppressed there. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,